Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry found a new family with the power of redemption. Here is short summary. What if Harry discovered a new family while unlocking the transformative power of redemption? Explore a journey of forgiveness, healing, and unbreakable bonds that reshape his world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry froze, looking into those terrified, shocked eyes, and felt as if his stomach had plummeted to new lows. The two men weren't looking for their wands, they were looking for her. "You can see me?" he asked the little girl. She looked to be no older than 7 or 8. She had long brown hair pulled back into side ponytails and enormous brown eyes. She wore a dusty, dirty jumper with bits of dried leaves still attached. Good. That meant she wasn't afraid to climb trees if need be, and considering the woods surrounding her house, if he could just get her outside, she'd have plenty of places to hide. When she opened her mouth to speak, Harry held out a trembling hand. "Shush, no talking, just nod your head," he instructed. She did so, trying to appear brave even as her lip trembled, her eyes solemn. "Okay," Harry said, his mind going in a million different directions at once. She could see him. "We've got to get you out of here," he said aloud as he tried to stand, his limbs quivering so badly he nearly fell again. "Wait," she whispered fiercely. Harry quickly glanced around, praying no one had heard. They hadn't. Harry let his legs collapse underneath him and crashed onto his knees. There was no time. He had to get her out of there now, because she couldn't stay. She just couldn't. Harry let himself topple forward until they were nearly nose to nose. Her eyes widened at his nearness, but she didn't scoot away from him. Instead, she crept closer. "I have to get you out of here," Harry said, trying to instill the sense of desperation he felt into her. She was so young. "Mum and Dad, and Aunt Mary and Uncle Carl," she said, her eyes instinctively glancing their direction. Oh God, they were her parents, her family. He felt sick to his stomach. But of course they were her family, he berated himself. What did he think, that it took 4 adults to babysit? Oh poor thing. Quickly, Harry clamped on that train of thought. That kind of grief and guilt would get him and her nowhere. "You can't help them now. What's your name? Whisper it really quietly." "Okay," Harry instructed. "Anne," she said softly. Harry nodded in approval. "Anne, right now they're trying to keep those bad men's attention away from here so you can run away," Harry said firmly. She shook her head in determination. Harry's stomach clenched. "No. I've got to help them," she whispered. Harry marveled at how strong, or stubborn she was for such a young girl. She was terrified, but still trying to do what she thought was best. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, the murmur of voices still faint enough for Harry not to lose his concentration. Thankfully, no spells were being cast at the moment. He knew his time, and his ability to help Anne, was short. "By escaping, you will be helping," Harry reasoned. She frowned. He could hear the wheels clicking in her mind. She wasn't going to fall for that trick. Harry sighed. "Right now, they're more worried about you getting out than their own safety. They keep looking around. They're looking for you, Anne. The sooner you hide somewhere safe, where they won't have to worry about you, the better chance they'll have to try to defend themselves," Harry argued. He held his breath while her eyes darted from him to her family. She frowned as she thought through what he said. Please let her see reason, Harry thought. "Want, Crucio," Voldemort said again, and Harry's world was thrown topsy-turvy as he spasmed on the ground in front of the little girl. Reality slipped away for a moment, as he couldn't think to even worry about the girl being frightened. His senses were overwhelmed and black spots danced in front of his eyes by the time Voldemort released the spell. The strong woman, she must be the aunt. How long would it take before she ended up like Neville's parents? How long before he did? With his head hung low, Harry took great heaving gulps of air, trying to relax. The spell had ended, but his body still quivered and spasmed in remembered pain. "Anne, if you want my help to get out of here, you have to do it now, Harry gasped desperately. Her eyes were huge and her mouth hung open in shock as she stared at Harry. He prayed she hadn't made a sound as he'd convulsed in front of her. Harry rolled over onto his stomach and stared at her imploringly, propping himself weakly onto his elbows. Do you really think there's something that you can do that your family can't? Harry wheezed. Against them. He hoped his statements wouldn't scare her, nodding to Voldemort and the Death Eaters in the room, but he was running out of time, and so was she. He had to get through to her. She closed her eyes, and tears slipped out each corner. Huge, fat drops slid down her face as she shook her head in defeat, her ponytails bouncing innocently, oddly cheerful in contrast to the macabre scene transpiring. No, she whispered. Harry felt a relieved smile creep onto his face. Good girl. Let's get you out of here, he said and looked around him, mentally gathering up his strength. Where's the furthest door from where they are? Harry asked her. She pointed her finger behind her. Perfect. She could slip behind the couch and out the back. Stay here. I'll check to see if anyone's there, okay, he said, not waiting for an answer as he tried to stand. It took a couple of tries and whispered prayers, but he finally wobbled out of the room. He kept reaching out to try to brace himself up, but his hand slipped through the wall and he nearly stumbled to his knees again. Behind the couch, through a darkened doorway, was a small room filled with books. A desk in the corner was piled high with scrolls, and littered with dozens of the dulled ends of quills that had been trimmed. In the corner opposite of the desk was a door to the outside. Evening light fell through the upper half of the stained glass door, bathing the room in surreal colors of red, blue, green and purple. Unable to see on the other side of the glass, Harry stuck his head through the door, feeling completely like nearly headless Nick, and looked to either side. Harry would have rather checked around the house completely, but was losing energy fast, and the scene in the living room was about to get bleak. He was running out of time. Quickly he returned to the room. Anne, he called from the doorway, conserving strength. Her head popped out from underneath the couch and looked at him trustingly. They're not looking. Start crawling towards me, and be careful not to make a sound. Harry instructed, his eyes glued on the surrounded adults. She nodded obediently and crept on all fours, moving with odd grace for such a small child. The scene in the living room continued to play itself out. There appeared to be lots of discussion, oddly enough, but Harry didn't care. That wasn't his concern now. Anne was. She was at his feet now. Go through me and towards the door. Wait there, and I'll check one more time, Harry said. Once in study, she didn't move as carefully. She stood and was nearly at the door, with him beginning to follow, when the floor creaked. Harry froze in alarm, as did she. Harry put a trembling hand out to her, every sense straining to hear if anyone had noticed. Stay there. I'll check to see if they heard, Harry said, and returned to the doorway. Voldemort and the others didn't appear to have heard, but her family did. Harry watched as the one woman, Anne's mother, finally glanced up, hope nearly lighting up her face for a second before she schooled it back into defeat. That's why she'd been looking down. She was afraid she'd give Anne away. She must be her mother, Harry realized. The man beside her, Anne's father, held her hand in his and squeezed it comfortingly. His eyes slid to the doorway as well, before locking glances with Carl. A brief nod and a smile. They'd heard the sound and knew what it meant. Harry hurried to the door where Anne waited for him and poked his head through the wall to the outside beside her, looking every direction. It's clear, he said. Does the door creak? He asked her. She shook her head, hair gently slapping at her face, and reached for the knob. Opening it gingerly, she slipped through. Shut it softly behind you, so they don't realize anyone escaped, Harry instructed. She did so and stood looking around her. Harry walked through the wall and bent over so he was eye to eye with Anne. He knew if he kneeled, he'd never be able to stand up again. Now, I want you to run. Far and fast. Run as far as you can. Do you have any neighbors you can go to? He asked. She nodded and waited. Why wasn't she running yet? No, Anne, I can't go with you. Go to your neighbors, but stay out of sight. Tell them what you saw, and to summon the ministry. Tell them not to investigate on their own, okay? There's too many. Now go, Harry yelled. She took off like a shot, ponytails streaming behind her. She was amazingly fast as she leapt over the bushes, ducked under fallen logs and disappeared into the forest. She disappeared as quick as a rabbit, and Harry realized that the forest was her element. She was at home there. Even if the Death Eaters realized she'd run, they'd never find her now. She was safe. Although Harry hadn't heard the words, he knew what was happening nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, he was back inside the living room. Mary, Anne's aunt, was whimpering on the floor, her eyes glazed over. Anne's father was dead, and as Anne's mother and Carl waited for their turn, Anne's mother turned her eyes to Harry. "Thank you," she whispered with a gentle smile, then they were all engulfed in the Cruciatus curse. Harry knew that Snape's potion had held him down, refused him the ability to regain consciousness. Maybe now he'd get the chance to prove Hermione's theory one way or the other. Harry didn't think he'd survive, but he didn't care. He'd saved her, he'd saved Anne, and if he did survive, he'd figure out how to do it again, and again. Then all thoughts were washed away as he became pain, and nothing else existed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Spiro sustenio pectus. I cry once more, my wand pointed at Potter. A light shoots forth and glows around him, trying to force breath and life into his body. No, I correct myself, not his body. I'm trying to force life and breath into Potter. He's been in the vision now for over 2 hours. I've tried everything to awaken him, every potion and spell known to wizard or muggle. Black has, too, and Lupin is currently poring through my books looking for anything obscure that might aid me in my desperation. The spell I've cast is Last Ditch, and I've already cast it 3 times before. 15 minutes since Harry stopped breathing on his own, since his pulse fluttered and then ceased entirely. Merlin, I've killed him. No, I correct myself, not yet. There's still hope yet. Potter's chest contracts as the spell forces blood through his limbs, and his jaw lowers as air is magically forced into his lungs. He's not responding. His skin is waxy and white, and his lips are tinted purplish blue. The spell will last for another 5 minutes before I have to cast it again. Come on, Harry, breathe. Wake up, Harry, come on. Black shouts directly into the boy's face. He's standing over Potter, shaking him roughly. I don't interfere, as the spell isn't hindered by movement. Besides, I don't think anything but his godfather can call him back at this point. I close my eyes against the burning that resides there. I did this. My potion, my creation, has forced this upon the boy who lived. And to say that I feel sick is the understatement of the century. Damn it, Harry, you can't give up. Open your eyes, now. Black screams furiously. If Black can get him back. If Potter survives whatever happened in his vision. I pray to Merlin he's not insane. 20 minutes. For nearly half an hour he was under the Cruciatus curse. I swallow back the bile that rises in my throat and prepare to recast my spell when a triumphant shout startles me. That's it, Harry. Come on, take a breath. Black shouts, and Lupin leaps to his feet, my books clattering to the floor unnoticed. I rush forward as well and peer over Black's shoulder. A soft whistling sound emits from Potter's lips as his back arches and he struggles for oxygen. Come on, Harry, keep going. Breathe, Lupin says encouragingly beside me. Potter's face contracts in pain and concentration as I listen to him gasp and choke. His chest expands and I smile in triumph. Yes, I exclaim, and Lupin shoots me a shocked look before returning back to Potter. Now another. First one's the hardest. Take another breath, Harry, Black coaxes now, his face close to Potter's as he holds Potter's clenched fist in his hand. Harry breathes again. Harry, did I just think Harry? Potter. I reach forward and feel for a pulse. It's weak but there. I nod to both Black and Lupin, and they smile stupidly. Potter gasps, and I realize he's trying to speak. Can he be regaining consciousness? I wonder in shock. I lean forward as his eyes try to flutter open. His irises are rolling around in his head as he dances from consciousness to unconsciousness, and he frowns, trying to corral his errant vision into focusing. After a few minutes of rattled breaths, his eyes finally do lock. He looks at Black, and an enormous grin lights up his face. I feel a chill run up my spine. His teeth are red with blood. Either he's bit his tongue, or he's spitting up blood. Either way, the effect of the red teeth, vaguely unfocused green eyes, waxy skin and black hair burns an image into my mind that I doubt will ever leave me. He's mad. It's the only explanation for that smile. I know what he must have been seeing. I've seen it myself. Yet his smile is too genuine, too real. There's no bitterness or rage there, just undiluted happiness. He's off his rocker. SSSSHHHH. Potter tries to speak again. What? Black asks, his face ashen. Clearly he fears as I do. What did you say? He asks, his tone tentative, cautious. Shish. Potter says and frowns in frustration. Lupin looks at Black in concern and reaches forth to rest a hand on his shoulder. Yes, Lupin thinks it too. Can he sense it some other way? I idly wonder. What are you trying to say, Harry? Black whispers, hesitant. Is he afraid now? I am. Alive. Potter breathes. Black smiles, relief creeping into his expression but not settling. That's right, Harry, you're alive, he replies, and Potter laughs, shaking his head. Then Potter's smile falters for a moment as he slips his hand out of Black's grasp and raises it to his lips, frowning at the blood on his fingertips that glistens wetly. That can't be good, he mutters, then his eyes roll back in his head. His teeth still shine bright red through his slack mouth, and I begin to run my wand across Potter's body, assessing damage. Black clearly has no idea how to interpret Potter's behavior, but I'm hardened. Although he laughed maniacally, Potter managed a coherent sentence. Much more than I expected. I feel eyes on me and locked gazes with Lupin as I finish my assessment. He's taken extensive damage internally, but it's nothing the post-cruciatus curse potions won't take care of. There's no permanent damage, I say quietly to him. I'm trying not to catch Black's attention, hoping he's still completely focused on the boy, but I've failed. He snorts derisively, launching himself up from Harry's bedside, his blue eyes boring into me. Permanent damage, Black hisses. Lupin steps forward immediately and rests a calming hand on Black's shoulder. Severus, why don't you start working on those potions for when Harry wakes up again? Lupin asks me, and I know this is my cue to leave. I bite back a retort at Black, surprised at my own lack of animosity. Perhaps I'm too relieved that the boy still lives to dredge up much bitterness or resentment towards his godfather. Nonetheless, it's odd. My heart's not in it at the moment. If I wait long enough, this will pass, I decide, and nod to Lupin, turning on my heel and leaving the room abruptly. Potter's unconscious for now. He's still alive. Nothing more I can do for now besides kill him, a dark voice in my head says. I've tried, damn it, and it wasn't good enough. I think it's time to see where Molly hides the good stuff. I'm relatively sure I saw her take a nip when she was at the stove. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Padfoot, Remus said as he watched Snape leave the room. Sirius. Body shuddered under Remus' touch. He almost killed him, Sirius said, his voice flat. He didn't. He was trying to help, Remus replied and frowned as Sirius spun, shrugging off Remus' hand angrily as he did so. Harry just died, Remus. He didn't have a heartbeat and he stopped breathing. If he's not crackers when he wakes up, I'll eat my teacup. Don't you get it? Harry died, Sirius practically screamed. Remus scowled and glanced at Harry. His features were slack, and his chest moved slightly with each breath. Let's take this out of the... Remus tried to steer him away from Harry. The last thing he needed was to hear his distraught godfather, Remus decided. Besides, He needed as much rest as he could get, and it would most likely be a while before the next attack. I'm not leaving, Remus. Forget it, Sirius said, and Remus froze at the expression he saw. If he thought he'd been concerned about Harry's sanity before, he was far more worried about Sirius now. Sirius' face was taut in a rigor of stress and pain, his pupils tiny pinpricks. Remus' heightened olfactory senses could detect the stale sweat and adrenaline mixed with Sirius' normal blend of soap, tea, and sawdust, with just a hint of rosemary. Exhaustion seemed to ooze from his pores, and in truth Sirius was looking sickly. Remus felt desperation creep into his thoughts but savagely pushed it aside. He would not think about the possibility of losing both Harry and Sirius. He wouldn't, but that's just what would happen if Harry died, Remus knew. Fine, Remus said, and cast a silencing charm around the two of them so Harry couldn't overhear their discussion. We'll stay, he said and settled in a chair. Sirius remained standing for quite some time, staring down at his godson. Remus realized Sirius was panting, seemingly unable to take deep breaths. He held his arms tightly wrapped around his chest defensively, as if trying to ward off a chill, and his fingers were restlessly pulling on the fabric of his robes at each elbow. Finally, Remus broke the lengthening silence between them. I'm worried about you, he said frankly. Sirius laughed, an abrupt bark, but it wasn't humorous. I'm fine, Sirius replied. His pat answer. Sirius, Harry's the toughest boy I've ever met. He's a survivor. He keeps surviving. But he needs help, and if you can't seem to see it, I'll just have to tell you. This is killing you, Sirius, and you'll be no good to Harry if you're dead, Remus said flatly. Moony, Sirius said warningly. No, Sirius, this has got to stop. I don't know if it's lack of sleep, or stress, misplaced guilt, or an accumulation of everything, but you're no good to Harry like this. He's wasting his energy trying not to make you worry about him, Remus stated. Misplaced, Sirius growled. Sirius, look at yourself. You're falling apart, and I don't know what to do to put you back together, Remus struggled to say around the lump in his throat. He struggled to keep his emotions in check. The moment he lost control, the conversation was over, he knew. Sirius turned and quickly crossed the room, grabbing Remus by the shoulders and shaking him angrily. For a moment, Remus thought Sirius was going to hit him and braced himself for the impact, but it never came. Sirius looked searchingly into Remus' eyes, then shoved him violently away. Remus barely avoided the chair, thumping resoundingly against the wall. Air was forced out of his lungs at the impact and he had to struggle to catch his breath. He held himself still, watching Sirius stalk around the room, restless, his fists clenching and unclenching. Remus realized Sirius looked just like a caged animal and suddenly understood how close to the edge Azkaban had brought his friend. Sirius paused, looking intently at Hedwig perched atop her cage. He stared at the snowy owl for a while, and Remus frowned. What was Sirius looking at? Finally, Sirius fell to his knees in the corner before Hedwig. Shudders that ran the length of his frame told Remus Sirius was silently sobbing. Remus froze. Hedwig clearly didn't know how to interpret Sirius' behavior, so she turned his head to the side and stared at him in concern. You don't know the half of it, Remus thought to the bird. Remus had no idea what to do. Should he go and comfort him, or give him space? His own instincts were confused and desperate, so he decided to trust the wolf inside. Remus crossed the room and knelt beside Sirius, gently pulled Sirius back to his chest. This way Remus wouldn't see him cry, but he could still provide the physical comfort he sensed Sirius desperately needed. Have you ever thought about why people lose their minds in Azkaban? Sirius asked after a while. He'd been stiff and unyielding at first, but eventually relaxed into Remus. It was similar to the comfort Padfoot provided the wolf after particularly painful transformations. Companionship, friendship, brotherhood, pack. Remus held his breath. Sirius never talked about his imprisonment. Because of the painful memories, Remus replied. Sirius shook his head. But after a time, it shouldn't matter, should it? Same story, different day. It should get old, right? Sirius asked. Remus, breath caught in his throat. The thing about Dementors is, they don't just recall your worst memories. They called them up at their peak. Every day, it never diminished. Sirius said, then paused. Remus rubbed his back soothingly but remained silent. This was the most candidly Remus had ever heard Sirius speak of his time there. Every day, I saw James and Lily. I saw Harry, and knew the folly of my actions. Memories are supposed to diminish in time, fade so it becomes less painful. New memories are supposed to replace the old, fill up the voids left. I didn't get that, Sirius said. Remus didn't know how to reply. To you. You've had over a decade to face the loss of James and Lily. I've only had a couple of years, Sirius said, his voice choked. And all of the bad memories. It's like they've been burned, etched in my mind. I can see with far better clarity their deaths, Godric's hollow, and Pettigrew's twisted face than anything else I've lived, Sirius said, his voice both bitter and apologetic at the same time. So has Azkaban caused you to lose memories? Remus asked, afraid to pursue his curiosity but still needing to understand his friend better. He also understood that talking about it might help to leach some of the poisonous guilt that still festered within Sirius. I think it has. It's strange for me, Moony. The good memories. They're more like echoes. Faded and faint, their images are blurry and indistinct, he said wearily, and Remus felt him stiffen underneath his arms. Remus prayed his friend would remain for just a while longer in his arms. It was the most comfort he felt he'd been able to give his friends since Sirius had first arrived after completing his mission for Dumbledore. I hate it, Moony. I hate what it's turned me into. I can't seem to help but be obsessed, and I don't know how to stop it, Sirius confessed. Remus thought on what Sirius had said, biting his lip absently. How much did you remember when you first escaped Azkaban? Of the Marauders or Hogwarts? Remus asked. Not much, really, but I couldn't let myself think about it anyway. I had one thing, and one thing only on my mind, Sirius replied. Remus sighed and closed his eyes wearily for a moment. Kill Peter, Remus murmured. Sirius nodded. Did you get breaks from the Dementors in Azkaban? I mean, were they around all the time or just a part of the day? Remus asked. Meals and from midnight until 6 we were left alone, Sirius answered. Remus decided to push as far as he dared and gather what information as he could before Sirius closed himself off again. This was what Remus had been waiting for. To understand some of what his friend was going through. Did any good memories come back to you then? Remus asked. When you were left alone? Sirius nodded. They did, but not for comfort. It just served as further reminder for how badly I'd failed everyone, Sirius replied, his voice flat again. How about your memories of Godric's Hollow now? Has it faded at all since you've escaped? Lost its intensity? Remus asked. A little, but I think that's because I've been able to try to do something about it. What are you getting at, Moony? Sirius asked, and Remus marveled that his friend still allowed him to hold him. Remus took a moment to try to gather his thoughts, knowing he had to say this right. I think, Remus said thoughtfully, then paused. Sirius finally pulled out of his arms, turning to face him. He sat on the ground with his knees pulled to his chest, his eyes red and irritated. His 5 o'clock shadow made his face that much more pale, and his long black hair was disheveled in a way that reminded Remus a lot of that night in the Shrieking Shack. The night a wild man had returned to his life and changed everything he thought he knew, and gave him a second chance at hope. You're killing me, here. Spit it out, Sirius said, his mouth slightly quirked even as his face remained exhausted and solemn. Have you ever heard of memory repression? Remus asked. Sirius shook his head. Muggle terminology. Ever heard of it? Remus asked. But my problem isn't about memory repression. Quite the opposite, Sirius said, frowning. He began to rock back and forth, using the balls of his feet, and Remus had to force the lump in his throat to go away. Sirius looked so lost, so childlike himself. Sometimes, something can happen that is so bad, so traumatic, that the mind doesn't know how to deal with it. Your mind can repress the memory of the event, or develop all kinds of ways not to think about, face, or otherwise deal with it until something deep inside thinks you're strong enough to face it, Remus said thoughtfully. But I didn't repress anything, Sirius protested. Moony held up a hand. Let me finish, here. Sometimes, Repressing the memory isn't the best thing for you. Sometimes the victim spends so much time trying not to think about it, that whatever memory they've been trying to repress comes back tenfold times worse than before, Remus continued, now in full professor mode. Yes. Is there a point sometime soon? Sirius asked, rolling his eyes. He was beginning to recover some of his composure now, but Remus knew he needed to pursue this theory to its fullest. Now let's look at the Dementors. Same theory. Worst memories of your life constantly replayed. It's a wound that never heals, never scabs, never ends. The equivalent of a flashback, only more so. It consumes you, makes you relive it. In essence, it takes up so much of your thoughts and feelings that it leaves little room for anything else, Remus said. Sirius was paying full attention now. Now yours was magically induced, but that makes it worse, not better. I have no doubt you would still be horribly haunted by these events even had you not gone to prison, but not like you are now, Remus said, then paused. So, Sirius prompted Remus irritably, I'm trying to tell you that I don't think your good memories are gone, faded or diminished in any way, Remus explained. You don't? Sirius asked. Remus shook his head. Then what do you think? He asked. That the memories you've been forced to relive for so long have drowned them out with their intensity, and that once those memories begin to diminish, other memories long forgotten, good memories, will return, Remus said. It doesn't feel like they're fading, Remus. And I've unfortunately added a few more to Sirius' top 10 list that I hadn't had before. Harry, when he collapses in my arms at the Dursleys, when he stopped breathing just now, his face as he told Dumbledore about what happened after he disappeared in the maze. I don't feel like anything's diminishing. It's just morphing into new bad memories, Sirius said in resignation, his head falling wearily onto his knees as he continued to rock back and forth. Then we'll just need to fill up the void faster with better memories, Remus murmured. What if there are no better memories? What if this is it, and I lose Harry tomorrow? Sirius demanded. Remus knew the truth of the words. His own conversation with Harry still haunted him. Then make today better, Remus replied firmly. Sirius turned and stared at him. Are you daft? He asked, frustration beginning to vie with annoyance at Remus' disgusting optimism in the face of an obviously hopeless situation. Sirius stared at Harry for a moment, and oddly his lip curled into a sneer. I can't even talk to him or reassure him. He's unconscious. Remus sighed. Sirius was missing the point, or at least blithely ignoring it. Sirius, I can't tell you why. Merlin knows they've certainly not happened too often to I still believe in miracles. Harry survived the killing curse as a baby. No training, no manifestations that either you or I ever saw, yet he defeated the darkest wizard in our lifetime. If a rabbit is going to be pulled out of the hat. Sirius frowned at the Muggle reference but didn't interrupt. Harry's going to do it, Remus said. I'm tired, Moony, and I don't know how much more I have to give, Sirius replied, rubbing his face tiredly with his hands. Remus heard the scratch of Sirius' stubble against his palms and could practically taste his friend's fatigue and exhaustion. Then sleep, Padfoot, and know this, Harry's not stupid. The more together you are for him, the better he'll feel as well. He's far too observant for his own good, so you can't fake it. You need more rest, and yes, even some time alone or away from him. There's nothing wrong with that. If the roles were reversed, I guarantee you Harry would be relying on his friends for support and spending time at the creek, or playing Quidditch, Remus stated, knowing it to be true. He'd seen it clearly during his time at Hogwarts. A time he'd cherished. Remus sighed. Again, he'd been doing that a lot this conversation. I almost lost him, Sirius whispered. Even after all this time, I still can't protect him, he said. But he's not alone. Not anymore. You're ensuring that, Remus said comfortingly. But in the visions, he is alone with Voldemort, Sirius said, his voice fading to a whisper. He's still alive, Sirius. He's still the boy who lived, even after all this time. He still keeps facing him. I know how it feels. It feels like we could lose him at any second. We almost did, but he's still here, Sirius, and he needs you. Not the guilt-racked man Azkaban tried to make, but the one I've seen. The one who set the twins on end and makes bad jokes a career choice. The one who's seen too much, but has come through it, who knows he's screwed up like everybody else but also knows he's paid far more penance than any human ever should be asked to. Who drinks tea that more closely resembles battery acid and flirts shamelessly with Molly for food, Remus said. Sirius took a deep breath, and Remus could sense some of the tension leave Sirius' posture. I'm lost, Moony. I'm failing James and Lily, and I can't shake the feeling that things will get much worse before there's even a hope they'll get better, Sirius muttered, and Remus realized Sirius was falling asleep. Remus didn't respond, but rather let his friend drift off. Sirius, eyes closed as his slowly ceased to rock, his breath evening out. Remus sat beside him and watched him for a while. When Sirius woke up again, Remus would suggest he join Harry in bed as Padfoot. In their brief time together before collecting Harry, Remus had realized how difficult it was for Sirius to sleep. He had a much easier time sleeping as Padfoot. Snuffles, Remus corrected with a wry. Although in animagus form Sirius still had nightmares, he didn't seem as shaken by them the next morning. Sirius refrained from changing at the Weasleys because he was self-conscious about his nightmares, but after the conversation Remus had just had, he'd realized how starved Sirius was for comfort himself. As a dog, Remus knew, Snuffles could plop next to Harry on the bed and sleep with him, or nuzzle him shamelessly. He could, in essence, remain closer to Harry without crowding him, and weasel past some of Harry's astonishingly well-developed defense mechanisms designed to keep people out from what he was truly feeling. Much like a certain ex-convict Remus knew. If Harry survived this, and Remus had taken to praying to whatever gods were handy for just that, Remus had no doubt that Sirius could heal. Sighing, Remus looked over at the sleeping boy again and was stunned to see Harry watching him, his eyes too intense to gauge. He just hoped that Harry would be able to heal as well. Percy Weasley paced the length of his tiny, windowless office. The spells that illuminated his room flickered irritatingly, as they always had, and Percy, who, in more liquored-up moments, last year's office Christmas party, to be precise. He'd sworn off mixed drinks, they were far too tasty. That New Year's after seeing the pictures, swore that he heard buzzing whenever he was there. Percy scuffed his shoes against the shiny floor restlessly, having found himself in a place he really didn't like to be, conflicted. Sighing heavily, he absently twirled his wand between his forefinger and thumb. Minister Cornelius Fudge had formally filed the paperwork to question Harry. Percy frowned as he remembered the telltale scrawl of signature at the bottom of the scroll that now seemed so foreboding. Percy loved his job. It was detail-oriented, precise, litigious, and informed him of everyone's business. Marriages, divorces, warrants, certificates, awards, deaths, property seizures. If it required parchment and quill, especially multiple copies, it crossed his desk. Minister Fudge had given him this job early in his career. At first Percy had taken it as an insult. After all, he knew he was intended for great things within the ministry, but he understood that, we all have to spend time in the trenches, lad. Although Minister Fudge himself was an upstart, a lateral transfer from the Grindelwald Recovery Foundation. Percy had diligently ignored the whispered implications that this assignment was one way, that no one got promoted from his present position. Eventually Percy found himself thriving in his job. A lesser man would have run screaming from the bureaucratic nightmare which were his daily duties, but to Percy it was one giant, intricate puzzle with missing pieces and multiple pictures. It was utterly fascinating. The downside to all of this of course was that he'd become, as the only underling Weasley in Fudge's employ, his dad was far too familiar with Headmaster Dumbledore for Minister Fudge's liking, the unofficial delegate of the Fudge Brigade, to find out all things related to Harry Potter. Percy still had his doubts about you-know-who's return. After all, he didn't believe much until he'd actually seen it himself. But he knew that Harry would never hurt a Spanish fly, Percy. Fly, not Spanish fly, never again, and that he'd even shown the utmost respect to Cedric Diggory during their time as competitors in the Triwizard Tournament. He'd felt like the proper fool for grilling Harry about what happened with the Dursleys. He'd always known Harry's holidays spent with them had been unpleasant, but he'd never dreamed it had gone as far as it had. The questions Minister Fudge had instructed Percy to ask had been foolish and condescending, but he'd asked nonetheless, until Ron came uncorked, that is. Percy's face flamed with shame at the memory of his youngest brother scolding him roundly. But the thing that chilled Percy now, what he desperately wished he could understand, was why Harry had responded the way he had to the newspaper article Minister Fudge had insisted Percy show him. Harry acted as if he'd recognized some of the faces. How could he know these people? There weren't very many students from Hogwarts, and Percy knew that Harry didn't have the opportunity to meet many people. In fact, Percy knew Harry's travel itinerary consisted of the Dursleys, Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, and the Burrow. So why had Harry backed away, making a strange noise in his throat that was almost a keen, and run upstairs without any discussion at all? This was the question that burned within Percy now, and he knew it was a question that needed answering. So he'd done the unforgivable, at least as far as his father would be concerned, once he found out about it. And most certainly the rest of his family as well. He'd approved the questioning of Harry Potter. Percy sighed again, now flipping his wand distractedly, end over end, only partially paying attention to catching it. He liked Harry, and always had. He was a good kid. But there was far too much unanswered, and with the whisperings of disappearing wizards and witches at every turn, if Harry knew more about it than the Ministry, well, that would have to change. Some secrets shouldn't be kept. Percy stood by the recommendations he'd submitted in his report. He just hoped that someday the rest of his family would understand why *. He's drifted in and out of consciousness now for 2 days. The damage done by the Cruciatus curse has been nearly healed, but the lingering symptoms that I've been struggling against are back in full force. Potter's tremors, chills, and lack of muscular control are as bad as I've seen them. Black has taken to sleeping with Potter in mutt form, lying at the foot of the bed and casting soulful glances at whomever enters Potter's room. To be fair, it was Black who first noticed that Potter was no longer unconscious, but rather asleep. I'm not a gambling man, but with Potter's luck I've been ready to pounce at the first sign of rapid eye movement, just to ensure he rests without risking more dreams. MMMMPH, the lump from the bed murmurs. The other lump. Black's ears have perked up and it's clear he's about to return to human form, but I hold out a hand. Black, I need to ask him about what happened. If you're hovering like a mother hen he might very well clam up, I say. I think it's rather nice of me. No biting comments, nothing snide, just honesty. He blinks at me, considering my request. Snuffing through his nose, he settles back down at the foot of the bed. Okay, he's not leaving, which is what I'd hoped for, but I'll take him staying in animagus form. It takes some of the pressure off Potter worrying about his reactions. Green eyes peer blearily up at me as I seat myself beside Potter's bed. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, I say. He tries to bury his face in his pillow. MMMPH, go away, Potter mutters, his voice scratchy and raw. Promising. He's not babbling or foaming at the mouth. He's somewhat coherent. Very good news indeed. Wouldn't you like a sip of water? I ask, holding a freshly poured glass of cool water forth, the straw flopping from one side to the other enticingly. Potter murmurs, but he turns back to face me and I'm looking at his weary expression once more. There is a great deal of red in his eyes. Frowning, I lean forward even as he struggles to pull himself up to a partially sitting position. His breath hitches, so I know he still feels lingering pain, but he doesn't complain. Gryffindor pride. Setting the glass aside for a moment, I reach under his armpits and physically lift him, suppressing a shudder at how skeletal he is. There's hardly any weight to lift. I ignore his astonished expression at helping him sit. He blinks tiredly, absently reaching for his glasses. I shake my head and still his hand a moment. Frowning deeper, I peer more intently into his face. What? Potter asks sleepily, his eyes still unfocused as he looks up at me, his eyes crossing at the closeness of my face. He has popped blood vessels on both his eyelids, making him look like he's got 2 black eyes. Indications of extreme internal pressure. Usually I've seen this sort of thing with prolonged dry heaves. There is very little white within his eyes as well. In fact, there are broken and swollen vessels throughout his eyes, and I can faintly see a milky white substance on the surface of his retina. I glance over at Black, who's watching my scrutiny with concern. Do you think you can hold the glass? I ask the boy. He scowls at me, so I smirk as I hand him the glass, keeping up pretenses. Pride aside, he still nearly drops it, before simply resting it on a pillow on his lap and leaning forward to sip, his eyes shutting blissfully as the liquid hits his throat. I'm actually quite concerned. These signs are an escalation of his previous symptoms, but there is no need to alarm him at this point. Absently, I set his glasses beside the glass as I stand. Black slips off the bed and pads after me to the corner of the room. Let Madame Pomfrey know I'd like her to come by when she has a moment. Also, bring some broth up when you return, I instruct him. He remains sitting at my feet, awaiting an explanation. For a good old-fashioned house elf. I would like her to examine him for additional injuries inflicted due to his visions, I say. He still sits there. I sigh martyrishly and glare for a moment, but I give in, as he knew I would. Look at his eyes. I'm not comfortable with the broken vessels in and around them, I explain. He nods once and bounds out of the room. I don't utter my fears aloud. I don't ask Potter if his vision seems unusually blurred. What? Potter asks, leaning back against the pillows as he hands me the empty glass. Good. I fill the glass again and hand it to him. What indeed, Mr. Potter, I reply. He looks at me, and his eyes seem so old, yet there's a happiness there I haven't seen in a while. I frown. Your cheerfulness worries me. Would you care to explain? I ask, frank and to the point. Good for me. No insults. He smirks as he rests the glass on his lap again. His fingers can barely collect the straw for him to sip. Is cheerfulness a crime? He asks, and his stomach growls loudly. His eyes widen and he turns faintly red, then shrugs. Black will be back in a few moments with some broth. In the meantime, I must insist you tell me about your dream. Something happened there, something different, and if I'm to continue to try to help you I need to know exactly what it was, I say firmly. He bites his lip for a moment, and I can see his internal dialogue like a stock ticker across his face. I raise an eyebrow in annoyance. There's nothing to debate, Potter, I instruct. He looks at me and shrugs again. Annoying habit, that. For the past several weeks, there have been brief moments, on occasion, when right before someone dies, they see me, he says seriously. Not what I expected. In your visions? I ask. He raises an eyebrow at me. Yes, stupid question, I wave off his expression. What do they appear to see? Do they speak to you? I ask, suppressing a shudder. I feel queasy to think what he's seen. He's 15. Potter considers my question for a moment. I think I'm like a ghost. I certainly can't touch anything. Mostly, they'll notice me, whereas they hadn't before. They'll stare at me, he says, his eyes growing distant as his voice fades. You say it's right before they die. Who kills them? I ask, interrupting his thoughts. I think it's only been when Voldemort kills them, but I'm not sure. Only 3 times has someone ever spoken to me, he says. What did they say? I ask. The hair rises on my forearms. They've spoken to him, Merlin. I fight the urge to close my own eyes against the memories that flood my mind. Pleas for help, cries for forgiveness. The first was an old woman. This was a while ago. She told me to wake up. The second was a little girl. The third was the girl's mother. She told me, thank you, Potter says. What did the little girl say? I ask, my heart in my throat. Potter had danced around what had been said there. Of course he's seen children murdered, I berate myself. I know better than anyone just what horrors he's seen. Merlin help him. Well, that's the interesting part, he says, and oddly his face lights up. I lean forward and listen eagerly as he recounts his dream. As I've not read his journal, it's a stark reminder of what he faces night after night. So you see, if I take that potion again, I'll be able to stay deep enough in the dream to help people, he says. My wandering mind snaps back to the present. I blink, slowly, quite a few times. What on earth makes you think I'm going to give it to you again? I ask, shocked. He pauses then, his enthusiasm wavering. Because I saved her life. I know she made it, Professor, he says, his eyes now pleading. Potter, you almost died. No, scratch that. You did die. Look at you. You can't even hold a cup. I'm not giving you anything, I say. His face falls. But, he protests. He's exhausted. The bags under his eyes are far too dark. The broken vessels speak more clearly to me than any words he could ever say. Normally he wouldn't argue with me, but clearly his judgment is impaired. Have other children seen you in your dreams? I ask. This is the part one don't want to talk about, but I know we must. He shakes his head. No, only right before they die. A couple saw me then. They begged, Potter says, then abruptly his mouth snaps shut. His eyes are pools of pain as he looks at me. I helped her, Professor. Don't make me powerless again, he says softly. I swallow, my mouth dry as cotton. Sighing, I lean forward and look intently into his eyes. Potter, there is a time and place for all things. Your time will come, but it's not today, I say. I understand his overwhelming need to do something to make things right. To think a bitter old man like me is overwhelmed with the need to do penance is something few people understand. Okay. 2. Albus and Minerva. I understand his refusal to sit by and idly watch others suffer. I see in his expression that he's exhausted, and I've stripped the only thing that's made his visions bearable, that allows him to fulfill that bizarre, hero, complex he seems to have. So, I throw the boy a bone, some small measure of hope. You have proven you don't just observe in your visions, you can participate. You say you cannot interact physically. Try other ways, I suggest. He frowns for a moment and looks at me. I see from his expression that he's wondering if I'm humoring him. Have you tried magic? I ask him. His eyes go vacant for a moment, then his eyebrows raise and he purses his lips thoughtfully, just as Black returns with beef broth. Leave it to the boy who lived, hero of the wizarding world, to not think of trying magic. Heaven help us all. I stand up and swirl around the chair, allowing Black to take my place. Make sure he eats all of it, and more if he'll take it. I'm returning to the castle to do some more research, I instruct Black. He turns those fierce blue eyes on me, and I know he's thinking I'm not going to come near his godson with anything resembling a cup. I smile darkly. He may feel that way now, but wait until tonight. He reads my expression correctly, and if he were a mutt, I'm sure he'd have bitten me. As it is, he turns his back on me and sets the tray on the nightstand, settling in to help his godson eat. Thanks, Professor, Harry calls, his voice firm but faint. I nod briefly and leave the room, refusing to feel pleased by how much more cheerful he is. In retrospect, I think I might have even noticed that damnable rat as I returned downstairs to pack my trunk. I know I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye, but thought nothing of it at the time. There are so many distractions at the burrow, each more annoying than the next, that I tend to tune out all but the most pertinent details. This of course includes most conversations unless I'm interested. Hindsight, they say, is 20/20. I can't keep doing this. There has to be some way to help, Ron said in exasperation. He threw his knight on the wizard's chessboard angrily. The rest of his men cursed him soundly, raising Hermione's eyebrow. That's rather explicit, she observed. I'll give you one guess, Ron said between his fingers as he scrubbed his face in frustration. One too many, Hermione replied. The twins. Do you think we should go up there? Ron asked anxiously. It had been days since he'd seen Harry awake, and he found he needed to reassure himself that his friend was still all right. Hermione smiled. Give Sirius time to feed him. He's self-conscious in front of us about how weak he is. I'd much rather him eat his fill up before we visit, she said. Ron sighed, biting the side of his cheek. I've got to do something, Ron said after a pause. He was positively bursting with the need to do something, anything, to try to help his friend. What do you suggest we do? Hermione asked curiously. She recognized when he had an idea, but just didn't know how to broach it. I overheard how Dad's been trying to help Dumbledore, Ron said. Hermione sat forward, interested. Yes, what's he doing? She asked. Trying to find a parchment trail, Ron said, trying to remember the correct phrase. A paper trail, Hermione said, raising an eyebrow with a small smile beginning to light up her tired face. A parchment trail, Ron corrected. I know what it means. It means they think Fudge has left some sort of bureaucratic proof, so Mr. Weasley's trying to find what Fudge is doing with the bodies, then?" Hermione asked. Ron suppressed a smile. It was amazing how focused Hermione got once she found something that interested her. And how smart she was. Ron nodded. "That's it. But apparently he's discouraged because there's so much to go through," Ron said. "Ron, you're brilliant," Hermione said, her eyes shining. Ron frowned. "I am," Ron asked. "Sure. Think about it. You want to do something to help out. Let's see if we can get Mr. Weasley to bring some of the paperwork home. You and I can go through it," Hermione said in triumph. "Hermione, what would we be looking for?" Ron asked, eager to find something to try to get the Ministry off Harry's back, but unsure what they could do. "The same as Mr. Weasley. Something peculiar," Hermione answered. "Like?" Ron asked. As much as he wanted to be helpful, he was also concerned that if they divvied up the work and he missed something, no one might ever see it. He didn't say this to Hermione, but she shook her head, her hair floating around her face like an unwieldy dandelion. It was raining outside, and Ron found that he could predict the weather by Hermione's hair. The frizzier and curlier her hair was, the greater the chance for precipitation. Refocusing on the present, Ron watched as Hermione began putting away the chess pieces. "I helped Mum and Dad figure out that an employee of theirs was stealing money from the business once," Hermione said. "How did you find it?" Ron asked, intrigued. "Patterns. They kept padding money onto small purchases that didn't require receipts. Unless you knew the exact amount, a few pounds either way wouldn't be noticed. But add it up even for a month, and suddenly you've got thousands," Hermione said. "Pounds?" Ron asked. Hermione shook her head impatiently. "Muggle money," Hermione explained. "So that's what you think Fudge is doing?" Ron asked. Hermione shook her head. "No, but I do think he's still got to have money. He's not doing this by himself. We've already determined that, so then the question remains, how is he doing it? He'll need money and manpower, and he'll need to justify it to the Ministry. But he can't just come out and say, 'I want money to persecute Harry Potter and cover up the fact that you know who has returned,' will he? He'll hide it, call it something else," Hermione said. "Do you really think we can find it?" Ron asked her. Hermione nodded her head enthusiastically. "Ron, you're brilliant at strategy and I'm good at research. I think between the two of us we've got more than a chance. Now we've just got to convince your dad to let us help," Hermione said, looking at Ron expectantly. Ron stood up, his heart racing. He wanted to start now, right this second. Finally, something he could do. He'd been waiting on the sidelines for far too long, and he was getting restless. It was coming. Ron knew he was getting jittery. For a moment, he'd even thought he might have seen that wanker Scabbers last night. After rubbing his eyes, the shadow was gone, but it had spooked Ron enough to actually ask about Crookshanks, who he realized he hadn't seen since Hermione had arrived. Hermione had actually looked hurt. Ron thought he'd upset her to even ask. They did have a bitter history with that bloody cat, anyways, but he'd moved on. In the end, the cat had been right. "I wasn't," Ron had begun to say, but Hermione raised her hand and shook her head. "It's okay, Ron, it's not you. He's been missing now for a couple of weeks," Hermione said sadly. Ron frowned. "Why didn't you mention it?" he had asked his friend. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Like you would have cared," she had asked. Ron felt heat rising to his face. "I may not love your cat, but he's important to you, so, yes, I care," he'd replied angrily. Hermione sighed. Sorry, I'm just hurt, that's all. I miss him. I could really use his company right now, you know." She'd asked, her eyes frank. Ron pictured all the times Crookshanks nestled on her lap. His eyes would cross as he purred loudly. He always seemed to know when she was settling in to sit for more than a few moments, and would promptly claim her lap as his own. She'd stroke him absently even as she studied, or when she was particularly unhappy or stressed. Of course, the cat also had the uncanny ability to lay on parchments or books of any sort the moment they were spread on the table. He nodded. "He's been acting weird since right before we left Hogwarts last year," Hermione said. Ron frowned. He hadn't known about this. "What do you mean, weird?" Ron had asked. After all, most everything about that cat was rather bizarre. Well, one time I came up to visit Harry. I'd borrowed his invisibility cloak, Hermione said, looking guilty at the confession. Ron was stunned. He'd done the same thing. Things had gone so badly so quickly at the end of fourth year, that sometimes Ron had had to reassure himself that Harry was even still there at all, that he was alive and all right, well, sort of all right. It was really early in the morning. 3 or so, Hermione continued, gauging Ron's reaction to her confession. Ron shook his head. I did it, too, Ron said with a reassuring smile. She smiled in return, and it lit up her face. It was an understanding between them, then. He'd begun to feel, well, a bit protective of Harry. He hadn't been too clear how to interpret that, but was pleased to learn Hermione evidently felt the same way as well. Crookshanks was sitting beside Harry on the bed, Hermione said. Ron frowned. Crookshanks typically didn't do that with anyone but Hermione. That's weird, Ron said. Hermione nodded. I thought so, too. But he's sensitive. I mean, he always seems to know when I'm upset, so I thought at the time that he must be picking up on Harry's unhappiness, Hermione continued. Ron suppressed a sigh at that. Unhappiness was the understatement of the century. Makes sense. Is that it? Ron asked, frowning. Hermione shook her head. No, he was at Harry's elbow. The one he got hurt. Hermione said. Ron nodded. He was sniffing Harry's elbow like the scent fascinated him. It was kind of creepy. He had the strangest expression, Ron. I swear he looked furious. His eyes were squinted and his mouth partially open. It was creepy, she said, and her face had gone pale. Whatever she'd seen, it still spooked her. Of course, just seeing Crookshanks in the middle of the night had spooked Ron on more than one occasion. Did he mention he was a weird cat? Did he do anything else? Ron had prompted. Hermione shook her head. No, I took him home, and he was fine for a couple of days, but then he ran away. I haven't seen him since, Hermione said sadly. Ron frowned. That was an awful long time. Is that normal? Has he ever done that before? Ron asked. Hermione nodded. Yes, but never for this long. A week at most, she said. I'm sure he's okay, Ron said, trying to reassure her. But it didn't reassure him. He knew he'd been seeing things, but he still would have felt a great deal better if Crookshanks had been there. Sirius distracted them both by coming downstairs with an empty tray. Ron and Hermione both stood up. He looked more cheerful than he had in days. How is he? Ron asked. Sirius smiled. In good spirits, Sirius replied. I'm getting seconds, he said, indicating the empty bowl. Brilliant, Ron said, and meant it. Can we see him? Hermione asked excitedly. Let him have a go at another bowl first, then by all means. He's been asking about you, Sirius said. Ron felt his smile stretch wider. Nodding, Ron sat and watched Sirius join the other adults in the kitchen. I'll ask Dad when he gets home tonight, okay? Ron asked Hermione. She nodded brightly. They locked eyes for a moment, then jumped as Snape appeared, trunk floating obediently behind him. How touching, Snape observed dryly. Ron blushed furiously, and saw Hermione frowning disapprovingly. I'm so sorry to interrupt you too, but I must be going. Be sure to keep trying to get Mr. Potter to eat and drink, he instructed. Ron nodded obediently. Do try to keep him out of trouble, would you, Ms. Granger? Snape asked. Ron scowled and Hermione nodded her head eagerly, but Snape had already turned his back on them, throwing flow powder in the fireplace. Ron rolled his eyes at Hermione, who smirked, her eyes dancing. In truth, Ron had to admit that this had been the most tolerable Snape had ever been. No one noticed the small shape leap into the fire just as Snape did. It's a beautiful evening. Thunderstorm clouds are swirling about, nearly greenish underneath. Brief flashes of lightning illuminate the clouds above me in my return to Hogwarts. I can't help but feel cheerful as the storm front bellows through, kicking up dust and blowing sheets of rain nearly sideways haphazardly. A bolt strikes not further away than the length of the Quidditch field. The rumble of thunder is close enough for me to feel the reverberation against my chest bone. Glorious. I hope for some type of casualty before the night is through. I'm not particular, but of course my preference would be some dumb animal in the Forbidden Forest. After all, class is not in session. In fact, first thing in the morning I'll scour the forest looking for just that. Ingredients are thousands of times more powerful when touched by the elements. Felled trees and other shrubs struck by lightning make for some of the most powerful charms created. The only thing more powerful than lightning is the life essence of blood, and when you have these things combined, my palms get sweaty and itchy, and my skin tingles with anticipation. Who needs Christmas? This is so much better. Nearly a decade ago, I knew a Hufflepuff who'd gotten struck and lived. Damn fool thought it was a good idea to take his broom for a spin in a storm because it was so much cooler to practice Quidditch in. Ah well, the Sorting Hat hadn't put him in Ravenclaw for a reason. In the end, I gave him excellent marks and little difficulties in my class. He'd been a more than willing donor, and a never-ending supply at that, but alas, he's gone on to some obscure place overseas, and in truth his debt to me was paid long ago. Sighing nostalgically, I realize I'm nearly to Hogwarts already, yet I barely remember the journey. A bit disorienting. I never used to lose track of my surroundings like this. I blame Albus. The man's kept me in a perpetual state of distraction since beginning my teaching career here. Teaching career. I snort at my own humor. My trunk still floats obediently behind me, and my rain-repelling charm is working nicely as it appears completely dry, but it's certainly flying lower than normal, I notice out of the corner of my eye. Frowning, I realize the damn thing is making sure I'm higher up than it is. You are entirely replaceable. I scowl at my impertinent trunk. It has limited sentience, and most times I never notice, but I've suddenly become painfully aware that it's volunteered me as a lightning rod. Picking up my pace, I can hear the odd crackling sound of electricity from another strike far too close for comfort. There is no hesitation as the thunder claps around me now, the sharp retort echoing over the lake, and my heart begins to beat wildly. For a brief moment, I wonder how capable Pomfrey would be at reviving me. If I stay out here and did get struck but survived, I'm nearly at the Hogwarts front entrance, and for a moment I hesitate. Should I? Tempting. Nah, I decide as another bolt strikes a tree I'd been under just minutes before. I'm not that confident in Pomfrey's abilities, and damn Potter anyway. The castle is dark and still, the only sound audible is the cloudburst that I've missed by seconds. As I hurry to my chambers and the decadent piece which is my potions laboratory, I realize that suddenly I feel a presence. Frowning, I turn quickly behind me, wand at the ready, but there's nothing. Perhaps it's Peeves, but I doubt it. The ghosts feel differently, oddly enough. I'm sensitive to such things, and have even learned that sometimes life, or the lack thereof, has signatures. I've lived a long life not just on luck, but also relying on my instincts. And right now my instincts are screaming that something's not right. Something living is nearby, and doesn't belong. Lumos, I say, and the gray hallway I'm traveling is abruptly glaringly bright, its tapestries reanimating in its cheerful light. An orange streak tears across the hallway in front of me, its claws skittering against the stone floor gratingly, chasing a grayish blur, oblivious of the suit of arms that leaps out of its way. I stare after the retreating twin streaks in surprise. I swear the orange blur looks somewhat like a cat, but I'm only aware of one cat, sort of, in this castle, Mrs. Norris, and she most definitely isn't orange. Ah, home at last. Speaking my password softly, I reassure myself by sensing that all my wards remain intact around my private sanctuary. Sighing contentedly, I direct my trunk to its accustomed place, not bothering to illuminate my chambers. In truth, I know every centimeter of this place, every nook and cranny. I could put books away in the dark if I so chose. Severus, Albus' voice calls from the darkness. I start so dramatically that my trunk hits the ceiling before settling in its final resting place. I ignore its slight whimper. Whiner. I light the torches in my room, still keeping the lighting dim. Something's wrong. His voice is fatigued and sad, and he's been sitting in my chambers, clearly waiting for me, in the dark. Yes, Albus, I ask. My mouth has gone dry. I have something to ask of you. You are certainly under no obligations, he says. My heart begins to beat rapidly, thumping in my chest like a scared rabbit's. What is it, Albus? What's happened? I ask, but somehow I already know. It's beginning, he replies, and as I clearly see his face for the first time, I note how red his eyes are, and my cheerfulness plummets. Merlin. He looks like he's been crying. Harry sat nestled in the corner of the living room in a chair. Sirius had wrapped him up in blankets, so that only his face and perpetually untidy black hair peeked out. He had his feet tucked underneath him, and only the faint quiver of the blanket fold where he clutched it to his chest gave away his present physical state. Otherwise, his eyes were brighter and more lively than Remus had seen him in weeks, peering from behind his glasses bemusedly at the family scene unfolding before him. Enough. You're going to have to return all of Harry's things to Percy's old room this instant. This is unacceptable, Molly Weasley scolded Ron roundly. Remus skirted around the two combatants in the middle of the living room with his cup of tea and sat beside Harry on the ledge of the fireplace. Remus was finally feeling nearly recovered from the last full moon. It had been particularly hard on him, and he relished how his own teacup no longer chattered in its saucer. Sighing contentedly, Remus watched in good humor the scene that Harry evidently also found funny. Tiny dimples kept appearing and disappearing at the corner of Harry's mouth as he struggled to keep from grinning. But, Ron tried to interject. And failed. No buts about it. You lot are all to put things back before lunch. I can't believe you, Ron. He's your brother, Molly said in exasperation. She'd gathered her hair up into a loose bun that Remus realized reminded him very much of his grandmother, old-fashioned and soft. Her red hair was breaking loose of its confines and floating about her head crazily like feathers. All in all, she looked awfully flustered for so early in the morning. Of course, with 5 children still at home, Remus thought it remarkable that Molly ever looked composed at all. Don't remind me, Ron muttered, and Remus saw Harry's eyes widen. Remus had to silently agree at that sentiment. Bad idea, Ron. Molly's head whipped to glare at him, her hair still floating, much like ancient legends of Medusa. Remus sipped at his tea before his imagination got too carried away. Don't be petty, and don't do this again. Oh, and tell Hermione she doesn't have to help you, as I heard her trying to discourage you earlier, Molly said. Ron scowled, his face bright red as he stomped towards the stairs. Remus watched as Ron glanced towards Harry, who looked at his friend in exasperation. It appeared Harry was just fine with Percy's room. Ron's eyes narrowed. Clearly he disagreed with Harry. Remus smiled faintly into his cup at the exchange, and was heartened by how protective of Harry Ron was. When the duelists had returned to their respective corners, or floors as the case might be, Remus turned back to Harry. How are you feeling? Remus asked him. Harry smiled and rolled his eyes. Oh, you know, like I have a permanent jelly legs curse, he replied with an ironic look. How were the stairs? Remus asked. He discovered that how Harry managed the staircase was a good gauge for how functional his limbs were. Sirius helped me quite a bit, Harry said, his lip twisting a little to one side. He clearly didn't like having to be helped. Remus wondered how much of that was because of his childhood. How much could be attributed to his forced sense of independence, and how much was just plain pride. Why isn't he down here? Remus asked. Harry's eyes lit up. He was clearly pleased with himself. What? Remus asked, curious. I made him a deal. I promised to eat 5 small meals today, as long as he got another couple of hours sleep and a shower, Harry explained. Got stubborn, did you? What prompted that? Remus asked with a sly smile, pleased at the bargain Sirius had struck. Harry was still wasting away, and his appetite, although an improvement over when he first arrived at the burrow, was still far too light for a growing 15-year-old boy. And Remus didn't even want to imagine how much caffeine Sirius had drunk, forcing himself to stay up with Harry. It's not easy to talk to a guy who shows his tonsils more than his eyes, Harry replied, and Remus raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's a dry statement. Perhaps he's been spending too much time around Severus. Good morning, Harry, Arthur Weasley said as he came out of the kitchen where Molly was now bustling about and settled on the couch with his own cup of tea and a pastry. You're looking better, he remarked, and Remus watched Arthur look at Harry speculatively, his eyes thoughtful as they took in the ready smile and trembling hands. A brief frown flitted across his face before disappearing back into a pleasant expression. Subtle, Remus realized. Arthur was a natural politician, without the dishonest tendencies. He was also Remus' personal nomination for Muggle sainthood, based on his patience with both his family, especially the twins, and his career, or lack thereof, at the ministry. Because of his sympathies for Muggles, Arthur knew he'd never advance far, yet still he remained dedicated to breaching the gap and prejudice between the magical and non-magical, and trying to put an end to intolerance and discrimination based upon wizarding bloodlines. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Harry replied. There was a pregnant pause as it appeared Arthur wanted to chit-chat with Harry, but didn't quite know what to say. Harry must have sensed it. "How's work?" he asked Arthur politely, who nearly spit tea all over his robes. Molly poked her head out of the kitchen door. Remus felt conflicted about whether to smile at Arthur's response or be horrified by it. It certainly wasn't a good sign. "Arthur?" she asked, looking at him in concern. Remus raised an eyebrow, and glanced quickly at Harry. Harry's expression must have mirrored his own. Harry gestured with his eyes at Arthur. Remus nodded. No, that did not bode well. Harry read that right. "Nothing, dear. Just went down the wrong pipe," Arthur said between coughs. "Works fine, Harry. A bit more intense than usual, but otherwise," he said, and let his voice drift off as he frowned. His eyes shifted to Harry, and Remus knew suddenly why he was so reluctant to talk. The disappearances that Harry's dreamt about so often. That's what was happening at the ministry. Harry seemed to realize it as well, for he sighed and absently bit the inside of his cheek. "Will they be holding a World Cup this year?" Harry asked, changing the subject to Arthur's evident relief. Remus watched, amazed at how sensitive to others' moods Harry was. His stomach clenched when he realized Harry had probably developed it as a defense mechanism at the Dursleys. But Lily's always been amazingly intuitive as well. Remus allowed himself to hope that not all of Harry's sensitivity had been forced on him by a painful childhood. "They're still in negotiations as to its location," Arthur replied, annoyance evident in his voice. Remus felt his curiosity pique. "Isn't that leaving it a little late?" Remus asked after taking another sip of tea, surprised. "Shouldn't something like this have been planned months, if not years in advance?" Arthur nodded and sighed. Gringotts Field backed out, saying they wouldn't be able to properly ensure the event, so we're desperately interviewing several possibilities, Arthur replied. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment, then rubbed absently at his scar. Remus and Arthur both froze, waiting. After a few seconds, Harry sighed and closed his eyes for a moment wearily before tucking his hand back underneath the blanket. He didn't notice our concerned expressions, or even the brief look Arthur and I shared. Harry still felt pain in his scar. That was evident. "Harry?" Remus asked gently. Harry nodded and opened his eyes again, smiling reassuringly at him. "I'm okay, Remus. Sorry." "You were saying." Harry turned back to Arthur. Molly came out with a tray full of pastries and a glass of pumpkin juice with a straw, which she sat on the table beside Harry's chair. Arthur looked delighted for the reprieve, setting his empty teacup down and standing up. So much for chit-chat, Remus thought wryly. "Well, I must be getting ready," he announced to the room at large. Molly looked at Arthur with a puzzled expression as he headed upstairs, then turned back to propping a plate on the arm of the chair and firmly setting Harry's juice in his hand. Remus looked up as Hermione came downstairs, shaking her head with a slight smile of exasperation. She was already dressed as if for school in a blouse, pleated skirt and knee-highs, and carried several books under her arm. She takes the image of school. Brain, seriously, Remus thought with an amused smile. As she rounded the corner after the bottom step she sighed dramatically at Harry. "Well, at least he doesn't do things halfway," Hermione said as she dropped onto the couch where Arthur had previously been in a very teenage gesture. Remus had yet to figure out the mysterious adolescent tendency to be so hard on furniture in general. The only one worse at it was Sirius, and Remus clamped down on that train of thought before he snickered into his cup. "How so?" Harry asked. "He even moved the posters and changed the wall colors," Hermione said. Harry appeared to nearly gag on his juice, blowing loud bubbles into the glass through the straw as he choked. Little bits of pumpkin juice now spattered his glasses, forcing him to squint in annoyance. As if on cue, muffled shouts from upstairs indicated there was some disagreement as to where to put Harry's furniture. "I suspect your room is about to be rearranged," Hermione observed calmly. Harry rolled his eyes. "Please tell me the orange color isn't permanent," Harry said in mock terror. Remus laughed softly. He absolutely had to agree with that sentiment. Few colors grated on his nerves worse than that bright shade of fluorescent mandarin. Remus realized that it would be a while before Harry could clean his glasses, considering it took all his efforts not to drop his drink, so Remus lifted his wand and discreetly whispered a cleaning spell. Harry smiled at Remus gratefully. Hermione snickered at Harry's comment, then eyed his plate of pastries speculatively. "That looks like a fine idea. I'll be right back," she said with a grin, quickly standing again and retreating to the kitchen. The wards at the Burrow never went off, Remus later learned. The explosion that rocked the house was the front door being blasted in. They stormed through the doorway with wands ready. The Ministry Aurors had come. Remus had dropped his cup and had his wand ready before the first Auror cleared the door. "What was that?" Molly came running out of the kitchen, with Hermione at her side. Hermione also had her wand drawn. Good girl, and Remus heard her intake of breath in recognition of the Burrow's newest arrivals. Her eyes darted from Remus to the Aurors. "Ministry business," the first Auror through the door said, a tall man with cold gray eyes and a slight nervous tic. His lips seemed curled into an almost permanent sneer. Remus recognized the distant, judging look the man wore. This Auror had no doubt that all the wizards he apprehended were guilty, and had probably never questioned an order in his life. All the Aurors present in the Burrow living room wore the blue robes of the ministry, and their badges gleamed brightly in the morning light. That was good. That meant that at least the ministry hadn't felt the need to send the additional firepower of the unspeakables. Of course, with 10 Aurors in the living room and clearly more outside, the ministry was still blatantly flexing its muscles. Remus had his wand at the ready, but waited, watching all around him nervously. This could get bloody in a hurry, and the last thing he wanted was one of the Weasleys injured. He knew that Arthur would need to be the one to speak to these men. He would set the tone and dictate what needed to be done next. It was, after all, his family in the crossfire, and Remus still trusted Arthur implicitly, since by all appearances Harry was indeed a part of that family as well. "Harry, use it," Remus said under his breath. "What are you doing?" Molly asked of the Aurors, stepping into the living room from the kitchen. She had pulled her wand out now as well. As Molly crossed the dining room, Hermione followed closely at her back, face tense and brown eyes dancing over the Aurors, noticing their wands, their badges, their expressions. Probably memorizing names, Remus realized. Remus also realized that she didn't look like a teenager, she looked like someone preparing for war. The grim set of her jaw, and how tightly her hand clenched her wand, clearly prepared to use it, were far too adult. She fully intends to go against Ministry of Magic Aurors if she has to. It pained Remus to realize how much more mature Harry's generation were than his own had been, or perhaps it was just his friends. Hermione began to twist the wand in her hand, evidently trying to make her fingers relax. "We're here for Harry Potter," the first Auror said. "I demand a proof of writ," Arthur called from the top of the stairs. Remus glanced up in relief. He would hopefully disarm the situation at least a little. "Who's in charge here?" Arthur had donned his own ministry clothes, his spectacles reflecting the bright morning sunlight. "Harry, use it," Remus said again to the boy beside him, referring to the portkey he knew Dumbledore given him. He could see Harry struggling to stand out of the corner of his eye. He was panting, and he tottered precariously as he tried to stabilize himself. "I am Barney Wersendale. Here we are, sir. The paper you requested," the man behind the twitchy Auror said. Evidently he was the one in charge. He pulled out a scroll and strode forward, handing to Arthur, who was quickly descending the stairs. "Arthur?" Molly asked, now standing on the other side of Harry, looking at her husband with concern and fear written on her face. Her freckles stood out against her pale skin, but Remus felt his heart burst with pride as she glanced at Harry and gave him an enormous smile. "You'll be just fine," she reassured him firmly. "Harry, however, didn't appear consoled. Remus didn't, either. Harry, Remus prompted, glancing at Harry, whose eyes were glued to Arthur and the other Aurors. Was Harry ignoring him or had he just not heard him? What's going on? Ron asked as he appeared from Harry's bedroom, Fred, George and Ginny in tow. Ron stopped dead as he surveyed the scene below him, and his eyes locked on Harry and Hermione. Abruptly, Ron's eyes narrowed and his wand was out in a flash as well. Remus felt another surge of pride at his brave former students. "Mum?" Ginny asked, eyes wide as she looked around. Fred and George spun on their heel and went to their rooms. To get their wands, no doubt, Remus realized. "It's okay, honey. Just stay in your room," Molly instructed Ginny. Ginny nodded, and backed up towards her room, not turning her back on the scene below. "Is everyone okay?" What was Sirius' voice called from upstairs, his hair hanging flat against his skull, still damp from his earlier shower. "Oh Merlin." He sounded sleepy and disoriented, his clothing slightly rumpled from the nap. Remus felt his world narrow into that one moment, each second more painfully slow than the last. This was what he'd been afraid of, and had tried to prepare for. He had to get Sirius out now. Arthur, Remus cried. Faster than Remus' eyes could follow, Arthur's hand slipped up his sleeve. It appeared with a wand, which he proceeded to throw upstairs. "Stop!" The Auror nearest to Arthur barked, but it was already too late. "Padfoot!" Arthur yelled, and Remus watched as Sirius automatically strode forward to catch the wand, still out of view of the Aurors but in clear view of the rest of the family. Sirius' face was intent on the wand, but his eyes slipped from the scene below to watching the wand fly towards him with practiced ease. It was the fluidity of motion and his clear ability to concentrate on multiple things at once that reminded Remus painfully that Sirius had once been an Auror himself, and a damn fine one. He caught the wand easily in his fist, and shot a smile of gratitude at Arthur as he jutted his jaw in preparation for battle. His eyes widened in shock as the portkey whisked him away to safety with a pop. Remus sighed with relief even as he desperately wanted to vomit. The grayish pallor of Arthur's face indicated that he felt the same way Remus now did. He'd just betrayed his best friend. But Sirius was safe. That's what matters. "Harry, what are you doing?" "Use the portkey," Remus said more firmly, and felt his breath leave his body as if someone had just physically gut-punched him. Harry shook his head. "No," his face ghostly white. "Dad, what's going on?" Ron said as he descended the stairs, clearly rattled at Sirius' disappearance, his eyes still trained on the Aurors. "Who was that? What did you just do?" Barney demanded, and the rest of the Aurors began to fill into the room, wands pointed. The unexpected made them profoundly nervous. Nearly 20 Aurors for one teenage boy. How brave, Remus thought angrily. He took a deep breath to calm himself as he felt the wolf stir protectively within him. The Aurors looked ready to curse at any moment. Harry had to leave now. "No one. Nothing. He's shy," Ron said automatically, his own wand trained on the Aurors below. He slowly walked down the stairs, his motions careful not to startle anyone. "What are the charges?" Arthur demanded of the Auror, Barney. "He's wanted for questioning in the death of Cedric Diggory and a string of wizarding disappearances," Barney Worsendale replied. He was a smaller man, with white hair shaved close to his skull. He was barrel-chested, but the bulk around his middle didn't look like fat. He was clearly angry that someone had fled, and that he didn't know who. "Then an adult will accompany him, or he'll be questioned here," Molly said firmly. Arthur looked at her in surprise, then a brief smile flashed across his lips before settling once more into a grim line. Why hadn't Harry used the portkey yet? This situation was obviously about to get much worse. "Sorry, but the minister says he's to come alone," the twitchy Auror replied, obviously not sorry at all. "What are you doing, Harry?" "Get out of here," Remus said, softly so that only Molly, Hermione and Harry heard him. "I'm not going to use it," Harry replied. His hands were trembling, and Remus realized he wouldn't be able to stay on his feet much longer. Harry appeared frightened, but mostly determined. "What are you talking about? If you've got a portkey, use it," Hermione hissed angrily to Harry. Remus didn't think the Aurors could hear their conversation, but the fact that they were having one was making them nervous. When they question me, they'll hear about Voldemort's return, and that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, Harry said firmly, and Remus felt his heart sink. Oh Merlin. Oh no. What is Harry thinking? Oh, Harry, Hermione said softly as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Remus imploringly. Exactly, Remus thought. Fudge is out of control. There's a very real chance they'll use Veritaserum on you, Remus said, trying to instill the ramifications of that into Harry. Do you know what that could do to you? No, he's too young. That could kill him, Molly said, her eyes wide in horror as she looked at Remus, then glanced towards Arthur, who was still talking firmly to Barney. Tell Sirius I love him. Tell him this is my bright idea, and that I want to do this. If I can make others at the Ministry believe me, that Voldemort has returned, maybe we can turn this around. And if I can prove Sirius' innocence, Harry said, his jaw set with determination. Oh gods, so that is what this was about. Oh no, not again. Harry, there are other ways, Hermione said. Remus nearly applauded. Yes, let him listen to reason. He thought. Please, let him listen. Harry shook his head. I don't have much longer, and I'm the only witness. This way it's on record, Harry replied. His straightforward assessment of his health stunned Hermione. Her jaw snapped shut with a click. Harry, you've seen Ministry justice firsthand. How can you willingly place yourself in their hands when you've seen what they did to Sirius? Surely you're not that naive, Remus said, trying to pound a little sense into Harry. If I run, I've lost that much more credibility. Not that I had much to begin with, Harry said with a bitter snort. Remus cringed. Harry appeared prepared to do this, in spite of all he'd seen done against Sirius. He's not going alone, Molly said to both Arthur and Barney, her voice determined as she stepped closer to Remus. Do you have the portkey with you? Remus asked him, because if Harry did, Remus was fully prepared to grab it, and Harry with him. He was going to get him out of here one way or the other. No, I left it upstairs, Harry said. Remus knew they were lost as Harry said it. He wanted to bang his head against the fireplace in frustration. The fireplace. Remus grabbed Harry around the waist simultaneously as he reached above the mantel and threw flow powder into the fire. Diagon Alley, Remus cried, carrying Harry as he fled through the fireplace. His surroundings blurred, and Remus decided they could disappear quickly into Muggle London before the Aurors got a chance to follow. Harry struggled against Remus' grip, which only made him tighten it more. You're not going anywhere, Remus thought firmly. I'm not losing you. I'm not losing Sirius. As he stumbled out of the fireplace, voices shouted all around Remus as he automatically hit the ground, rolling with Harry still held close. Are they in Diagon Alley, too? How could they possibly have known? Remus wondered, then realized with a sinking heart just where he was. He was still at the Burrow. The Ministry had disabled the Weasleys from the Flow network. Remus closed his eyes bitterly. He wanted to force Harry to tell him where the portkey was. Maybe he could have the twins look for it, if he shouted its description. Harry stared back, his eyes solemn and apologetic. Remus wanted to wring his neck in frustration. He has no idea. Of all the possible scenarios Remus had tried to prepare for, this had not been it. Never in a million years had Remus thought Harry would feel the need to try to tell the truth about Sirius and Voldemort, although in retrospect he was disgusted at his own short-sightedness. It is just like Harry to feel he has to do this. You have to find a way to prove your worth, without realizing how precious you already are to those around you, Remus thought as he looked his best friend's son. Don't you realize what this will do to Sirius? Remus wanted to scream, but in this rapidly deteriorating situation, he realized that Harry already shouldered enough guilt of his own. Remus, you know why I'm doing this, Harry said firmly. They both had landed behind and slightly underneath the coffee table, nearly nose to nose. Remus could still smell the faint scent of pumpkin juice on his breath, and the redness of his eyes that Severus had been concerned about was much more pronounced. Remus closed his eyes for a moment and new tears had begun to fall. No, he's not going. This is an unacceptable breach of protocol, Arthur began to say as the group of Aurors, as if on an unspoken cue, aimed at various people in the room and began to curse. Stupefy was uttered by a multitude of voices, as well as a variety of other hexes as Ron and Hermione ducked out of the way. Remus couldn't see where Arthur was now, but knew it had gone too far beyond talk anyway. Molly fell to the ground unconscious and Remus suppressed a howl of rage as Harry stilled beside him, also hit by a curse, his eyes closed as if asleep. There were just too many to duck or dodge. Remus began shouting counter curses in an aggressive barrage designed to distract his attackers. Hermione and Ron also began to fight back. Soon most of the Aurors in the room were using various pieces of appended furniture as a shield. Ron, take out as many as you can. Harry's got a portkey somewhere. If we can buy some time, Hermione instructed as she inched closer to Ron's side. He'd leapt over the side of the staircase and was currently crouching behind an overturned end table. Remus nodded. It's as good a plan as any. The twins and Ginny had entered the melee, shouting curses as well, but as some Aurors fell, more swelled their ranks from outside. Soon they had most of the attackers either pinned or unconscious. Ron shouted up to Ginny to look in Harry's room for anything which struck her as odd, explaining it was a portkey, and instructed Fred and George to continue to try to keep the Aurors at bay. Unfortunately, the Aurors heard Ron's instructions, and this goaded them into action. The Ministry had not prepared barriers against portkeys, as evidenced by Sirius' escape. Just disapparition in using the flow network. Barney proved remarkably agile as he sprinted across the room to Harry's side under cover of a slew of fresh spells from his fellow Aurors and scooped Harry up in his arms. Remus reached out to try to grab Harry to his chest, to try to physically shield him with his body if necessary, but Barney kicked savagely at Remus, catching him in the ribs. The impact lifted him in the air a few feet and he could hear bone crack, as his head hit the coffee table, scattering pastries and spilling tea everywhere. Barney looked at Remus, his eyes squinted in anger, and reached into his pocket. No, he and Harry disappeared with a pop. As soon as Harry was gone, the others departed. Arthur ran to Molly, holding her to his chest as tears coursed down his cheeks. She was still unconscious. I couldn't protect him. I couldn't protect him. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect him, he kept repeating. Remus stood up shakily, wincing against the sharp pain that lanced his chest with each breath, looking at his wand in disgust. The curses he'd unleashed, he hadn't dueled that fiercely in years, and it hadn't been good enough. Not nearly good enough. He looked around him at the fallen Weasleys. Ron was waiting for a particularly nasty itching curse to wear off, his face distraught as he viciously scratched at his legs, drawing blood, even as he stared at the spot where seconds ago Harry had been. Fred and George both appeared to have been hit by another stupefy. Ginny sat stunned with George's head in her lap. George had partially fallen down the stairs when he'd been hit, and now lay at an odd angle, his leg dangling in a way legs weren't meant to go. Fred slumped at his side. Hermione was curled up in a ball, crying into her knees, her argyle socks a stark reminder to Remus that these were children that the Ministry had just targeted. Children. Remus stood and slowly made his way to the door. He looked outside. No one was there. Of course. They have what they came for. He looked at his wand again, and repressed the urge to throw his wand in frustration. Sirius. Remus' thoughts kept spiraling in confusion. I have to get to Sirius. They had to find Pettigrew. It's the only way to prove Harry's story. For he knew Harry would be given Veritaserum. He could hear it in the Aurors' voices. They know what Fudge intends to do, and they don't care that it's a horribly sick, 15-year-old abused orphan boy they intend to do it to. Get Sirius. Find Peter. Save Harry. Those were all Remus seemed able to concentrate on. In truth, all he wanted to do was let loose a scream of anguish from the bottom of his soul. Not Harry. Not like this. He turned to face the Weasleys in the room. Thank you, Arthur. I know you did all you could. I'll send Madame Pomfrey immediately, Remus said. It's happening again. All the joy that came into his life was being ripped away. Arthur nodded distractedly, gently setting Molly back down as he went from child to child, checking on their injuries and determining who needed his help first. Remus began to walk just beyond the burrow wards so that he too could apparate. One image kept swirling in his mind. It was of the handkerchief peeking out of Harry's pajamas as Barney had picked him up. Remus knew that that must have been the portkey, and that Harry had had it all along. If I'd only known, of course he'd still have it near. Just in case. Remus walked slowly, trying to jostle his ribs as little as possible, feeling old and lost. And now he would have to face Sirius. No, Sirius screamed as he hurled himself against the walls of the shrieking shack. I fell for it. I can't believe I actually fell for it. He'd never have caught it if it had been anything but a wand. But I thought Arthur had a spare wand. He'd caught the damn thing, and now he was here and Harry wasn't. Why did I think that? Who has a spare wand up their sleeve? His throat felt raw from his screams, but Sirius couldn't seem to stop. The grief he felt, he knew what would happen next. Harry is in the system. He's not here, so they must have captured him. Once he was in the system, there was no going back. It was as inevitable as an avalanche, as devastating as a tidal wave. Slow and steady wins the race, Sirius thought wildly, and nearly laughed maniacally. The Ministry lives by that motto. He knew he continued to cry out, but as he ran out of energy to try to escape all the magically sealed doors, he slid to the ground, broken, until only whimpers remained. His shoulders and ribs hurt from where he'd thrown himself against the door, but he didn't care. He wished he hurt worse, because inside he felt like he was dying, like the world had come to a screeching end and Voldemort won. No, 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 not Harry. They can't do this to Harry, Sirius thought over and over. I've lost him. I slept in, and poked my head out like a fool, and caught the bloody wand, and now they have Harry. I've failed them. I've failed James and Lily. I've failed Harry. I've failed everyone. Hands on Sirius' shoulders startled him as his head shot up and he looked into Moony's eyes. It was his plan. He could see the guilt and pain in his friend's eyes and knew. How could you? Sirius screamed, throwing Remus' hands away from him. He stood up and stepped away from Remus like a drunkard, barely able to keep his footing. Harry had a portkey, too, Sirius. He had a portkey and was supposed to use it. I was supposed to take care of you, but Harry was supposed to be here, too. Remus said, his face imploring for understanding. Sirius fell to his knees. Sirius, I swear to Merlin Harry was supposed to be here too. He was never supposed to go to the Ministry, Remus begged, falling to his knees himself. He sat before Sirius, his breath coming in odd whistles, his eyes hollow looking. Sirius, thoughts tightened in on themselves until nothing else remained. Too much loss. It's too much. The waves of loss and pain that Sirius had felt for years at the hand of the Dementors washed over him as once again he felt himself falling into despair. I've lost Harry, and now they have him. Harry won't survive more than a couple of weeks at the most. Sirius clearly remembered Remus' previous descriptions of Harry's response to Dementors. I've failed. Sirius. Sirius. I've lost Harry, and now they'll give him Veritaserum. Why did he go? Why wouldn't Harry use the portkey? Of course. Sirius. Harry hopes to reveal the truth about Voldemort and Pettigrew. He wants to prove my innocence. My fault. This is my fault again. I failed to protect Harry from Voldemort during the Triwizard Tournament, and now Voldemort is back. I should have never allowed Harry to stay at the Burrow, where the Ministry knew where he was. Sirius. Remus screamed, and the sting of the slap snapped Sirius back to the present, where he most definitely didn't want to be. I can't do it. I can't bear it if Harry dies, Sirius said, still unable to completely focus on his friend's face. Remus cupped his hand underneath Sirius' chin and forced him to look up. Dumbledore stood behind him, Sirius realized in surprise. When had he arrived? Dumbledore's eyes were shadowed and grave. He handed Remus a cup of something. Give it to him. It'll help. We've got some time, Dumbledore said, his voice soothing, but Sirius barely registered the words. He didn't care. It's over. Here, Remus said, and pressed the cup to Sirius' lips. Come on. We still have time, Remus muttered reassuringly, but Sirius knew better. We can still save him, Remus murmured, tipping the cup the potion, for it must be potion, down Sirius' chin. But Sirius knew Remus was trying to convince himself as much as Sirius. He'd failed. 12 years of reliving his failures certainly made him qualified to identify when he'd done it again. Sirius drank automatically from the preferred cup, quickly regretting it as he did so. Peace washed over him and sleep began to overwhelm his senses as he slid into his friend's waiting arms. Sirius didn't want to sleep. "I want to die." Percy sat on the edge of the cot, watching as Harry fitfully slept. The Aurors had brought him in nearly 2 hours ago, and although they claimed he'd been hit by the stunning spell only once, Percy was beginning to suspect it had been more than that. As the Aurors had debriefed Minister Fudge in his office, Percy had eavesdropped with a sinking heart. Things had not gone well. His mother and siblings had been stunned, possibly injured in the raid. Percy sat, feeling his stomach burn and clench with stress, and ran a weary hand through his red hair. This was not what was supposed to have happened. They were just supposed to take Harry in for questioning, not interrogation. But now he was in a holding cell sitting with Harry, wondering if what he'd done had been right, knowing it had felt right at the time. He'd never meant for them to raid the burrow, just go and bring Harry in for questioning. Percy looked at the pale and exhausted boy before him and wished he hadn't had to sign the papers, but he had. There were too many unanswered questions, and as much as he loved his family, Harry was too evasive and well guarded by the rest of the Weasleys for Percy to have a candid conversation. And people's lives could possibly be on the line. Harry stirred, and opened his eyes in confusion. Percy automatically handed him his glasses, and watched with a sinking heart as Harry struggled to loop the legs of his glasses over his ears despite his trembling hands. With a start, Percy realized Harry's lips were blue. "Percy?" Harry asked with a raspy voice. Percy nodded his head. "Harry, are you cold?" he asked. Harry nodded and shrugged. "I'm always cold," Harry replied. Percy stood from his cot and looked around the holding cell. He hadn't understood why the minister had insisted Harry be kept there like a criminal. After all, it was under the minister's reassurances that Percy had gone along with this at all. "We just need to question the boy, Percy. That's all. Dumbledore's got his hand in everything, and honestly I need to trust Harry's answers before I can let him be. There are too many unanswered issues surrounding Diggory's death, and now you tell me Harry's response to the Daily Prophet article," Minister Fudge had said. Percy sighed as he went to the cell door and knocked. "Yes?" the guard asked on the other side. "Harry needs some blankets," Percy said, then turned and looked over his shoulder at the sickly boy who was now struggling to sit up. "How do you feel, Harry? Do you want anything else?" Percy asked, smiling to try to reassure him. "Some water would be nice, thank you," Harry replied politely. Formally, Percy frowned as he relayed the message and returned to Harry's bedside. His black, tousled hair clung to his forehead wetly. "Are you scared?" Percy asked, intending to try to calm his fears. Harry seemed remarkably composed, despite his tremors. The only outward sign of fear that Percy had noted was Harry's jumpiness at every little sound. His eyes would widen and he would clench his fists. Otherwise, Harry's face remained relatively impassive. It's odd to think a 15-year-old boy can behave like this, Percy thought. He of all people knew what 15-year-old boys acted like. He'd had an abundant amount of experience with his brothers, and of all the adolescent behavior he'd prepared himself for, this isn't it. "Yes," Harry replied, staring at Percy intently. Percy flinched under the gaze. "Why are you here, Percy?" Harry asked frankly. Percy started. Oddly, there wasn't really accusation in the question, just curiosity. "I'm here to try to make you feel more comfortable," Percy replied, surprised. "Of course I would be here. But you're why I'm here, right?" Harry asked, his eyes solemn. Percy frowned as he looked intently at the boy. This was an odd conversation indeed. Harry had certainly pieced together quite a bit already. "That's right, I'm why you're here, but it's only to ask some questions I know you don't want to answer," Percy said. "I'm sorry I have to push it, but we have to know. There are strange things afoot, and I've got a feeling you know more about it than you realize. And we need to know, too, Harry, Percy said, emphasizing his words as he reached out to pat Harry's hand. Harry didn't move, and his face remained thoughtful. His hands were like ice. Percy frowned at the tremors that ran through Harry's body. "What is wrong with you? Have they figured that out yet?" Percy asked bluntly. Harry shrugged, turning his eyes away. "They're still working on it," Harry replied, then jumped as the door to the cell opened. Percy quickly took the blanket and pitcher of water from the guard and nodded gratefully as he closed the door. It's okay, Harry. See, they even brought blankets. That's not so bad, is it? Percy asked as he approached the cot. Harry didn't look up. Then why is there a guard outside my door? I am a prisoner, right? Harry asked softly. Percy sighed and sat the pitcher on the floor. The only furniture in the room was the cot. There was no nightstand for the water, so Percy was forced to set it at his feet. Taking both ends of the blanket in his hands, Percy whipped it over Harry's bed and let it drift onto the cot, reaching over Harry to ensure he was covered completely. It reminded him of his time as prefect at Hogwarts, and of Harry when he'd first arrived, so lost and timid, yet stubborn and trying to be brave at the same time. Abruptly, Percy placed a hand against Harry's face. Harry flinched slightly, but did not pull away. He was ice cold. Percy tucked the blanket snugly around the boy. Perhaps what you really need is to be at St. Mungo's. Sort of, Percy replied to Harry's question, trying to find the right words. This is as much for your protection as ours. The ministry certainly doesn't want to draw attention to the fact that we've brought you in, and I know you would hate for the Daily Prophet to get wind of this, Percy explained, trying to reason with Harry. Harry looked at Percy thoughtfully. This isn't a waiting room, is it? Harry asked. Percy sighed and closed his eyes. No, it's not, Percy replied. Then what is it? Harry asked, although his eyes said he already knew the answer. In truth, he was beginning to give Percy the heebie-jeebies. It's a holding cell, Percy answered reluctantly. For criminals? Harry asked. Percy nodded. Am I a criminal? Harry asked Percy. No, Harry, you're not a criminal, but you've got to answer some questions, Percy persisted. He looked around the room in discomfort. He wished the ministry had gone to a little bit of trouble to make the place less prison-like. Even a small nightstand and a chair would have helped. Do you think I've done something bad, Percy? Harry asked quietly. His face held no expectations. It was as if Harry had simply asked about the weather. No, Harry, I don't, Percy replied. And in truth, he didn't. Harry just had a knack for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and his unwelcome celebrity placed him in situations others weren't privy to. Do you believe me when I say that Voldemort's returned? Harry asked. Percy flinched at Harry's blatant use of the name. Crikey, Harry, why do you have to say the name? It's you-know-who, Percy said in discomfort. You didn't answer the question, Harry replied softly. Percy froze. No, he didn't believe that you-know-who had returned. He had no doubt that Harry had witnessed something horrible when Cedric Diggory was killed, but he didn't believe it was him asterisk. Perhaps some loyal followers, but not him asterisk. I think you believe he's returned, Harry. I'm just not sure if he really did, Percy replied, trying to be honest while still not insulting him. Percy leaned over and poured some water into a small glass from the pitcher beside his feet, then raised up and handed it to Harry. Harry tentatively took the glass in both hands and Percy watched as water sloshed over from all sides, dampening the blanket he'd rested over his legs and torso. Harry tentatively raised the cup to his lips, his eyes squinting in concentration as he struggled to hold his hands still. Half the water didn't even make it to his mouth, and Percy watched the boy in front of him with mounting horror. What the bloody hell was wrong with him, and why wasn't he at St. Mungo's? Here, I can help, Percy offered, reaching out to take hold of the glass. Harry pushed it into Percy's hands and turned his face away, blushing fiercely. He dabbed the edge of the blanket against his wet face and chest and sighed. No, thank you, Harry replied, leaning away from Percy, refusing to let him help Harry to take a drink. Percy leaned forward, concerned. After all, he'd said he was thirsty, and he certainly looked like he needed the water. Harry struggled to scoot further away from Percy, raising his one hand in a trembling physical manifestation of refusal. Please, I'm not all that thirsty anyway, Harry insisted. Percy hesitated, recognizing the look of shame on Harry's face. He's embarrassed. Percy nodded, and set the glass back at his feet. Harry, Percy began. Harry stopped him with a look. Percy, who do you work for? Harry asked abruptly. Percy frowned. Is Harry still a bit Wrong from the stunning spells. The Ministry of Magic, of course, Percy replied. Harry shook his head. No, I mean, do you know about them? Harry asked, his eyes searching Percy's intently. Are you a part of it? Harry asked. A part of what? Percy asked, confused. Do you know what's been happening? Harry asked again. Percy nodded. Of course I do. Wizards and witches have been disappearing at an alarming rate, Percy began. Harry shook his head impatiently. Percy, what would it take for you to believe me when I tell you Voldemort's returned? Harry asked. He'd begun to speak more clearly. Percy wondered if he was beginning to feel a little better. Harry's eyes seemed unnaturally bright and intense. Please, don't, Percy began. Harry interrupted. Yes, yes. Harry nearly rolled his eyes in annoyance at Percy's protest of using the word, Voldemort. What would it take for you to believe me? Harry asked. Percy frowned. You didn't believe me at the Burrow. What more will you learn here that you couldn't there? Harry asked. In truth, Percy had just wanted the chance to ask his questions freely, without interruptions and without scrutiny. Percy began. Harry shook his head. If I took Veritaserum, would you believe me? Harry asked. Percy was shocked. No, Harry, no one's going to give you Veritaserum. You're too young, and you're not in good health, Percy said, appalled. Harry looked at Percy and his eyes seemed very old. Percy stopped speaking. What are you getting at, Harry? Are you sure? Harry asked. He certainly didn't sound sure himself. Percy nodded. Excellent. Now I can begin to try to allay Harry's fears. That's why I'm here. No one's going to give you Veritaserum. This won't be an interrogation. I'll be with you the entire time. I promise, Percy said. Harry looked at Percy with a haunted expression. You promise? Harry asked, his voice nearly a whisper. And can you keep that promise? Percy nodded his head vigorously. That's why I'm here, Percy replied. Harry looked at him intently. Voices sounded outside their door, and with the speed of a snitch Harry's hand streaked out, trapping Percy's hand in his own. Harry's grip was surprisingly strong. Crikey. Percy, promise me something, Harry asked, his voice desperate. Percy nodded, his eyes sliding to the door in distraction. It seemed the minister was coming. Okay, Harry, what? Percy asked, patting Harry's hand, then working to disentangle himself so he could greet the minister at the door. Promise me you'll make sure they find out the truth. Will you do that? No matter what happens, can you make sure they find out the truth? Harry asked again, his voice nearly begging. Certainly, Harry, that's what we're all here for, isn't it? Percy said, finally disengaging Harry's hand from his own. He'd left red marks on Percy's forearm. Percy was getting quite uncomfortable with this exchange. What sort of nonsense has the rest of his family pumped in the boy? Harry was clearly terrified something bad was about to happen. Remember, you've promised, Harry said solemnly, but Percy had already turned away to greet the minister at the door. Minister Fudge stepped into the holding cell, his eyes searching for the boy eagerly. They landed on Percy Weasley first, who'd evidently been sitting on the edge of his cot talking to the boy. Percy Weasley approached Cornelius, who frowned in disapproval. In truth, the Weasley boy annoyed him. He was far too prissy and do-gooder for Cornelius' tastes. He clearly had an idealized notion of what right really was. Perhaps he'll learn in time, if he survives the upcoming storm. Percy Weasley's eyes widened at the entourage of people that followed at Cornelius' heels, and his mouth dropped open at the sight of the chair that two oars carried with them. Cornelius sighed. As meticulous as the Weasley boy is, he certainly isn't adept at reading between the lines, is he? Cornelius thought in annoyance. Ah well, that's why he is doing what he's doing. Who else did he think I requested the chair for? Percy had signed the papers for it. Minister Fudge, I thought you said, Percy began. Cornelius raised his hand to silence him. Relax, Mr. Weasley. This is necessary to be able to weed truth from fiction. I've brought a trusted colleague, Dr. Happensdom from St. Mungo's, who will be here to monitor the administration of Veritaserum and its effects on young Mr. Potter here, Cornelius said, putting on his most reassuring smile for both occupants. Sir, you said, Percy tried to interrupt again. Cornelius glared at him. Mr. Weasley, Are you questioning my judgment in this matter? He asked Percy dangerously. No, sir, but I am suggesting it's not a decision you, Percy tried to say. Mr. Weasley, is it? Dr. Happensdom interrupted. Percy turned to look at him. Cornelius took the opportunity to take a close look at the boy who lived. He currently was watching as the Aurors set up the interrogation chair in the center of the room. The interrogation chair was a bland, innocuous wooden chair with metal bands at the head, neck, wrists and ankles. Cornelius had once been told it looked similar to the electric chair American muggles used to execute their criminals. Cornelius wondered if Harry Potter would recognize it as that. It seems he does, Cornelius thought in satisfaction. Fear makes for a powerful motivator. The boy's face was nearly chalk white as he watched the proceedings, his eyes darting from the chair to Percy and sneaking glances at Cornelius. That's right, Harry, now Dumbledore's duplicity will be revealed, Cornelius thought as he watched the boy. He suppressed a shiver as Harry's eyes appeared to widen in fright. As if he'd heard Cornelius' thoughts. But that can't be, can it? Cornelius' eyes narrowed as he watched the boy closely. Several guards placed 6 simple chairs facing the interrogation chair before retreating. Yes, Percy replied to the doctor, frowning. What exactly are you a doctor of? Percy asked, his voice edgy. He was already beginning to get suspicious of the doctor. Cornelius sighed. Why must everyone insist on doing things the hard way? It's done, sir, Adams said, putting the finishing touches on the chair. Cornelius nodded his head at the Auror and smiled gratefully. Thank you. Shall we begin? Cornelius asked to the men around him. Actually, my specialty is in enchanted animals and toxins, Dr. Happensdom replied. Percy's mouth dropped open in shock. Cornelius sighed, wanting to slap his palm against his forehead. So much for that ruse. Then how will you be able to? Percy began, not noticing Cornelius, look at the 2 Aurors behind him. With his eyes, he directed them to Percy. They nodded, and quickly took Percy by the elbow. He'll be just fine, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps you should just sit tight for now. It will all turn out right in the end, Cornelius said as Adams pressed Percy against the wall and muttered a binding spell, pinning him there. Then Aurors then turned to Harry, who'd automatically tried to scoot back further on the cot although he'd long ago run out of room, his eyes wide in surprise at what they'd done to Percy. Don't worry, my boy. You'll be just fine. Just tell me what you know, Cornelius said reassuringly as they placed the boy who lived in the interrogation chair. Of its own accord, the chair grew straps which it quickly wrapped around Harry's arms, legs, neck and head, effectively pinning him in place even as Adams snapped the metal bands shut. Harry's face was rigid with tension, but still he struggled to maintain some semblance of calm. The boy was a bit freakish, really. Cornelius glanced at a man who'd remained in the far corner of the room since he'd arrived, a small table floating behind him. Cornelius cleared his throat in annoyance. It's all right, Lane. The boy's just frightened, but we're all here for the same reason, Cornelius said reassuringly. The quill recorder hesitantly stepped forward, his eyes darting from Percy to Harry. He truthfully looked like a child himself, although his reputation was impeccable. Once his seal of approval was on a scroll, no one questioned its integrity. He's perfect for this job. Sir, if you're going to have a doctor here, why not get a Doctor Who's? Percy asked, his face frantic. Cornelius sighed again, feeling the weight of his position on his shoulders. They just refused to understand, all of them. Dr. Happensdom is perfectly qualified to monitor this administration, Cornelius replied. Lane, please, set up your spells. Let's get this over with. Clearly the boy isn't well, he encouraged the timid man. Lane stepped forward reluctantly, and directed the table to sit beside the interrogation chair. With his wand, he set up the quill and parchment, and began to place the anti-tampering spells that would ensure his recordings could not be interfered with. Cornelius waited until the man appeared done. He didn't bothering to listen to all the spells that had been placed for recording purposes. The man was a professional after all, but he did seem to carry on for some time, before finally finishing, prepared to begin. He nodded at Cornelius once. Lane then turned his eyes to Harry. Cornelius sighed at the pity he read in Lane's eyes. One more to deal with, he could already tell. Sir, I would like to lodge a formal protest. I thought. Percy interjected yet again. Harry turned his eyes to Percy, and an entreaty for him to be quiet was clear. Cornelius smiled, although his patience was running thin. The boy who lived has it right. He could certainly teach the overly confident Mr. Weasley a thing or two. You thought wrong, Mr. Weasley. This is regarding the safety of the wizarding world. Do you think I wanted him here just to ask questions and judge for myself whether I thought the boy was lying or not? Please, he's already proved an adept liar. No, there's only one way for me to know whether or not the boy is telling the truth. Now please don't make me cast a silencing spell on you. I had hoped you would aid me in questioning him, Cornelius said. Percy shut his mouth, but a muscle on the side of his jaw twitched animatedly. Thank you, Cornelius said and nodded to the doctor. Now, Mr. Potter, this isn't going to taste pleasant, Dr. Happensden began. The interrogation chair already knew what to do next. Straps snaked out from the back of the chair and wound around Harry's lower jaw. As they constricted, Harry's mouth was pried open. With a tear-dropper, Dr. Happensden dipped into a vial he'd pulled from his robe pocket. Squeezing it full, he placed a single drop of the fluid on Harry's tongue. Harry began to shudder as the Veritaserum took control. Cornelius glanced at the doctor. Only one drop. Are you sure he will be telling the truth? Cornelius asked. Dr. Happensden shrugged. It says 3 drops for adults. Considering the boy's size, this should be plenty, the doctor replied. Cornelius frowned. Then you don't know for sure. Cornelius pressed. Minister, Happensden said dryly. Cornelius scowled at his colleague's tone. As you well know, this is not my area of expertise, Dr. Happensden replied, annoyance evident on his face. Cornelius suppressed an angry growl. This was not an acceptable answer. It took me far too long to get a hold of the boy. He was going to make damned sure the answers he got he could guarantee were true. Because it was likely he wasn't going to get a second shot at it. It's okay, Harry, I'm right here. You're not alone, Percy called, and Cornelius rolled his eyes in annoyance at the melodrama, finally casting a silencing charm on the annoying boy. Doctor, give him an adult dosage, Cornelius instructed. In truth, he wasn't sympathetic to the boy who lived. So he's lost his parents. So had Cornelius. You don't see anyone giving me a parade at the tragedy, do you? The boy had already proven himself a headache for the ministry, what with all the additional wards and spells they had been forced to keep in place to protect the boy until recently. He'd proven far more effort that Cornelius felt he was worth, and he certainly didn't appreciate the squeamishness of those around him when it came to what he'd decided needed to be done. Lane shot Cornelius a distressed look, but said nothing. Percy Weasley, pinned against the wall, was struggling against his bindings admirably. Mr. Weasley, do you want me to have to stun you? Cornelius asked impatiently. Percy froze, then shook his head hesitantly. There was no need to trap Harry's jaw now. Harry, open your mouth, Dr. Happensden instructed. Under the Veritaserum, Harry obediently did so, his eyes glazed. The doctor placed 2 more drops on Harry's tongue and waited a few moments for it to take effect. Now, Mr. Potter, Cornelius said eagerly, settling himself in the chair right in front of Harry. Are you responsible for Cedric Diggory's death? Harry's mind screamed in pain as the potion flowed through his veins. Fire, burning acid, Harry felt his body spasm and begin to convulse against the bindings, effectively choking himself and straining muscles and tendons against the ever-constricting bindings of the chair. Hold him, a voice somewhere in the distance called. Harry couldn't think, he could only feel, and his body no longer felt like his own. He'd hoped the Veritaserum would be more like an exaggerated version of the Imperious Curse. That the letting go sensation would happen, and that would be that. They'd warned him of the side effects, but Harry had made up his mind, and it was too late now. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he choked against the straps, his head rattling against the wood of the chair and his hands scratching claw marks into its arms. Sirius, Harry's mind cried, for this is what he held to. This was who he'd done this for. He was dying, he knew it, and if this, the truth about Sirius, could be revealed, then it would all be worth it. But Harry couldn't help it. Through all the pain the potion burned into his skin, All Harry could think about was how he wished he were still with Sirius and Remus at the burrow, and how he wished this hadn't have happened. More straps snaked around Harry's body, effectively beginning to immobilize him completely. When eventually Harry's body stilled, Fudge leaned forward and asked again. "Are you responsible for Cedric Diggory's death?" Fudge asked, his voice unfazed by Harry's convulsions. "Yes," Harry replied. Percy looked shocked. "How?" Fudge asked, his eyes alight with anticipation. As Harry began to explain all that had happened during the third task with a monotonous voice, Fudge's expression darkened and grew angrier and more frustrated until finally he smacked Harry across the face. "Liar," Fudge said, enraged. Harry watched, an idle spectator in his own mind, as Fudge grew so angry that his face turned bright red, and when he spoke spittle spattered Harry's face. "No," Harry's distant voice disagreed. Dr. Happensdom came behind him. "Cornelius, he's telling the truth," Dr. Happensdom said. "No, give him more of the Veritaserum. He's fighting it. Look at the seizures he had. It's all a sign that he's fighting it. He's the boy who lived. Of course he can fight the Veritaserum." "What was I thinking?" Fudge said, enraged. "No, I won't," the doctor replied. Harry noted Percy's expression. His face was wet with tears, and he still tried to struggle discreetly against the binding spell. Harry watched as Percy locked eyes with the man called Lane. Fudge and the doctor were arguing over what to do next and didn't notice the exchange between the two men. Percy slid his eyes to the quill, still rapidly taking down each word that was uttered, then nodded to Lane. Lane nodded once, briefly. Harry felt too tired to speculate, and in truth he seemed to be beginning to numb up, as if he could no longer feel his limbs. Evidently some sort of resolution was come to, for Fudge returned his attention to Harry. "So tell me, Harry, what do you know about the wizarding disappearances that have been occurring lately?" Fudge asked. Harry began to recount his dreams, wishing he could find a way to swallow his tongue or otherwise refuse to continue to talk. Harry explained, still in a toneless voice, of his shared visions with Voldemort. The nightmares flashed before his eyes as he relived each and every one, specifying details. The look on Fudge's face was that of the proverbial cat who'd swallowed the canary. When Harry had finally finished, the room was stunned silent. Even the Aurors in the background, obviously loyal to Fudge, were shocked. Fudge, however, stood up quickly and walked to the cell door, knocking once. The guard outside opened the door, and Fudge stepped out into the hallway for a moment before returning inside. He was whistling cheerfully. Nausea made Harry begin to feel ready to vomit, and the tight strap against his neck certainly wasn't helping his gag reflex. Harry's body began to shudder again and he tried to blink the sweat that dripped into his eyes. After a few moments, more footsteps echoed outside the door. The guard opened it up, and Harry watched in horror as Anne from his dreams stepped inside the room, blinking in bewilderment. Fudge strode over to the little girl, resting a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. "Thank you for coming, Anne. I've got someone I want to see if you recognize. Can you do that for me? Can you tell me if you know this person?" Fudge positively oozed calmness and confidence. Anne looked around the room and her eyes widened in horror at the sight of Harry in the chair. Harry felt like screaming in rage inside. "How can you do this? She's just a child. At least take the straps off me first. Can't you see you're terrifying her?" "Ghost!" the little girl exclaimed and ran towards the chair. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Harry, her little hand trying to wrap itself under Harry's trapped fingers. She frowned at the blood on his fingertips. "Anne, have you seen this boy before?" Fudge asked the little girl. She nodded, her pigtails bouncing innocently as her eyes searched Harry's. "What's going on, Ghost?" she asked quietly. Harry was touched by the nickname she'd given him. Under the Veritaserum, he was compelled to answer, much to his horror. "They're interrogating me," Harry replied. She blinked in shock. "Why?" she asked. "They want to blame me for your family's death," Harry replied even as Fudge stepped forward, pulling the girl away from Harry. "That's not true. He saved my life. He was a ghost, but he still helped me, and you're hurting him." Anne cried as Fudge forcefully pulled her away from Harry, nearly lifting her as he steered her towards the door. "Yes, but did he save your family?" Fudge asked smoothly. Harry felt shame writhe in his stomach. He hadn't been able to spare her the pain he himself had had to endure. He felt horrible now for how pleased he'd felt to have saved her. He should have been able to do more. He should have been able to save her parents, too. He couldn't, Anne replied, and somewhere in the back of Harry's mind a sob of relief stole over him. She didn't blame him for her family's death. She doesn't blame me. He was so relieved that he didn't notice Anne was gone after protesting loudly about Harry's innocence until Fudge had returned to crouch in front of Harry, a feral smile on his lips. Only Harry seemed to notice the whispered words Lane uttered, and the scroll that abruptly appeared in Percy's hand, which he quickly shoved up his robe sleeve with his fingertips. The rest of the men in the cell had their eyes trained on Harry, and he knew what was coming next. Harry Potter, by the powers vested in me by the Ministry of Magic, I hereby charge you as an accomplice in the recent disappearances of certain wizards and witches within our community, as validated by an eyewitness and testimony under Veritaserum and by order made by the Ministry of Magic under Section 58, 7, and 8 of the Wizarding Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act of 1996. You are to be held without bail in Azkaban until such time as a court date can be set for your arraignment before the Ministry, Fudge said triumphantly. Harry felt his nausea finally begin to overwhelm him, and watched in horror as Fudge walked up to Percy and placed his wand against Percy's temple. Oblivate, Fudge said, even as the doctor did the same to Lane. Harry had done his best. He'd tried to help, and failed Sirius. That moment of defeat was the most profound Harry had ever felt. So many things he'd tried to do over his lifetime, and failed. He had failed Cedric, he'd failed Sirius, and he'd failed Dumbledore. His blood had raised Voldemort. Harry had wanted so desperately to try to help, and it had all just been a waste. I would have been better off handing myself over to Voldemort. At least it would be quicker. He'd so badly wanted to be able to live with Sirius, as they'd discussed so long ago. Harry knew in his heart that it could never be. He just wasn't wired to be happy. Good things just didn't happen to him very often. Hogwarts and the discovery that he was a wizard had meant so much to him, but the home he treasured in Hogwarts Harry understood would only be temporary. He'd graduate, and move on. The home Sirius had promised was permanent, and would exist no matter how old Harry was. The home Harry had wanted to give Sirius was one where his godfather could walk the streets in peace, enjoy holidays and pubs, travel Diagon Alley with Harry before school terms, shopping companionably. He'd wanted to give Sirius some measure of peace, where he wouldn't always be a wanted man and could begin to try to heal from all he'd endured. Harry felt tears flow freely down his face and realized that he'd long ago stopped caring what happened to himself, but that he cared very deeply what happened to Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, Dumbledore, his friends. And now there was no longer anything he could do for them. Harry's eyes closed in defeat as the Veritaserum finally began to completely overwhelm him, and he heard nothing more. Percy sat at his desk, completely numb. He read, once again, the formal charges against Harry that he was supposed to process and felt his mind go oddly blank. How can this be? When did this happen? I was supposed to be there. Why didn't the minister summon me when they brought Harry in? Percy kept asking himself. He'd been at his desk the entire time. It wasn't as if he were hard to reach. That's all he ever was. At his desk, filing, copying. Percy pushed angrily away from his desk, rolling his chair backwards and scattering the organized pile of papers in front of him. He'd overheard the reports about what had happened at the Burrow, and his heart had broken. They weren't supposed to assault the Burrow. They weren't supposed to hurt his family. They were only supposed to bring Harry in for questioning. How did this happen? He refused to acknowledge the tears he knew were threatening to fall, yet again, at the realization of what had occurred. Of how completely he'd failed everyone. And now Harry was going to Azkaban. It was the most insane, bizarre, ludicrous idea Percy had ever heard of. Harry was sick. He'd been sick since Percy's father had rescued him from the Dursleys. He was 15 years old, and most definitely not Voldemort or Sirius Black. But Lane's report was right in front of him. The testimony spelled it all out. Minister Fudge had administered Veritaserum to a 15-year-old boy, who then admitted to being an accomplice after the fact in a slew of recent wizarding disappearances, and who'd admitted guilt in the death of Cedric Diggory. Percy shook his head. resting a trembling hand on the bridge of his nose to try to ease the pounding headache that caused his brain to buzz as loudly as the lighting in his office. Harry didn't kill anyone. Percy knew that. He knew it with the same certainty that he knew there was magic in the world and that dragons were real. So what happened? Percy wondered for the 1000th time. You've been hoodwinked, friend, his brain said helpfully. Percy shook his head, even as the obvious spoke to him. What kind of a man gives an 15-year-old boy Veritaserum and then sends him to Azkaban to await a hearing? Only the hardest criminals are sent there before sentencing. How can this be happening? Face it, old chap. Your dad was right, Percy's other voice said cheerfully, as if it were gloating. No, Percy uttered aloud, his breath hitching at the sobs that still threatened to overtake him. No, Percy said again, feeling angry and like a fool. A complete and utter fool. He slammed his fist against the desk angrily, not caring at the odd popping noises that sent waves of fire up his nerves to his brain. Abruptly, Percy stilled as he looked at his rapidly bruising hand. Or, more appropriately, at the scroll that had popped out of a hidden magical pocket he'd placed in his robe sleeves years ago. It held any number of useful things, usually essential items for protection against Fred and George, who found Percy to be their favorite victim. Prissy Percy, he remembered idly as he looked more closely at the scroll before him with a mounting sense of dread. It had Lane's seal of authentication on it. Arthur sat in a quiet booth in the back of the Three Broomsticks awaiting his arrival. He sipped absently at a soda with cherry syrup. His stomach certainly couldn't handle anything stronger at the moment. Merlin. I've got to talk to you. Alone. In private, Percy had said, his voice oddly stiff and formal coming from the fireplace that evening. Madame Pomfrey had George recuperating upstairs nicely, Fred and Ron hovering at his side. Molly was currently resting on the couch after drinking a potion to ease the aches of the multiple stunning spells she'd endured. Ginny was in the kitchen with Hermione, fixing the family meal. Thank Merlin Ron was not in the living room, or the conversation wouldn't have happened, Arthur thought absently. Where and when, was all Arthur had asked. In truth, he didn't even know how to begin with Percy. They'd never quite connected properly. Even though Percy had always been bound and determined to follow in his father's footsteps in the ministry, there'd always been a distance between them. Arthur had seen it early on, and tried to rectify it. But it always remained. It had taken many years to finally realize what the barrier had been between Percy and himself, and it pained him to acknowledge it. His son was ashamed of him. The teenage disapproval and belief that parents really don't know anything had never disappeared with Percy as it had with Bill and Charlie. There had come a time in both the older boys' lives when they'd come to appreciate their family as it was. Percy never had. In Percy's eyes, Molly was too smothering and Arthur was a naive, blind follower of Dumbledore. Arthur's love and fascination of all things Muggle was a source of embarrassment for Percy, and his inability to rise within the ministry ranks frustrated him. Because he knows how hard you work, Arthur reminded himself. He suspected that a lot of Percy's bitterness stemmed from the fact that Arthur worked incredibly hard for the ministry, Dumbledore, and the things he believed in with little to no recognition for what he'd done. In Percy's eyes, Arthur's life work had become nothing more than a waste of time. Arthur sighed as he took another sip of his drink. He loved Percy. In fact, he was proud of Percy's stiff pride and unbending determination to do things his way no matter what. But now his pride had done the unthinkable. He'd put his family in jeopardy, and he'd hurt another human being. And deep down, Arthur was terrified to learn the real reasons behind why Percy had done it. Please let it not be for advancement, Arthur prayed silently. Let it be some misguided intention, or blind beliefs, anything but ambition. Arthur didn't know how to reconcile the boy he loved with the decisions the young man he'd grown up to be had made. Thank Merlin Molly hadn't woken up to see him in the fireplace. At the moment, she would have likely hexed him on sight, then alternated between cursing and smothering him until he recovered. Arthur refused to think about how his family was doing at the moment. They'd been devastated. That's an understatement. Arthur knew the numbness he felt now was simply because he still had things to do. This is the course I've set for myself. I'll have a good stiff drink and a cry later, when George is awake, Molly's better, and Harry's safe. Things needed to be discussed, options looked at, regarding Harry. Arthur was going to pay Dumbledore a visit after this, whatever this is, with Percy. Percy entered the Three Broomsticks, his lips pursed as his eyes darted about the room, clearly searching for his father. Arthur had chosen a secluded booth in the corner. Whatever Percy wanted to talk about, he'd been serious about wanting privacy, so Arthur had accommodated. Percy's eyes landed on him, and Arthur was surprised at the stark relief he read there. Percy quickly crossed the room, absently placing an order with Madame Rosmerta before sliding onto the seat across from him. Arthur watched his son quietly for a moment before nodding. "I wasn't sure you'd come," Percy said. Arthur frowned. His voice sounded odd and strained. "I did," Arthur replied. "I didn't know who to talk to," Percy continued. "You can always talk to me," Arthur said. Percy looked up, his eyes distraught. Arthur hoped Percy understood the ramifications of what he'd done, but he'd wait. He wouldn't accuse. It was better to let Percy unfold what the meeting was about before he began placing blame. Although he wanted to throttle his son at the moment in frustration. "How could you do this?" "I didn't think," after Percy began. Arthur waited for him to continue, refusing to fill in any blanks. I didn't think they'd do this," Percy said, and Arthur felt alarm. They'd had Harry in custody now for nearly half a day. Surely things haven't gone that bad in just a few hours. "What, Percy?" Arthur interrupted, trying to corral his son's random statements. "I didn't think they'd use Veritaserum on him," Percy said, and Arthur nearly stood up in alarm. "No, Percy, what?" Arthur said in alarm, his worst fears realized. Percy began to cry openly now as he reached into his robe sleeve. For one horrible, haunting moment Arthur froze for fear Percy was reaching for his wand. That Percy was about to arrest or attack his own father now, too. Arthur forced his hands to be still, for the blood to quit pounding in his ears as his son slipped out a scroll and placed it in front of his father. Arthur reached forward tentatively to open it, his hands trembling with the rapidly fading adrenaline that now left him exhausted and drained. "Please, whoever hears these prayers, let me never have to doubt my own children again," Arthur thought, and suppressed the shame now threatening to rise up in place of his fear at doubting his own flesh and blood. "I don't remember any of this," Percy stated as he now seemed to realize his face was soaked with tears. He scrubbed at them irritably with the sleeve of his robe, very much like he had as a little boy, as Madame Rosmerta placed Percy's gillyweed on the edge of the table, her eyes averted to allow her customers' discussion to continue uninterrupted before quickly retreating back behind the bar. Arthur swallowed the lump in his throat and unrolled the scroll. "Is this really?" Arthur asked, suddenly recognizing the seal. Percy nodded. "How are they, Dad? Are they okay?" he asked, his face stark with guilt. Arthur wanted to shout for joy that his son had asked. It broke Arthur's heart how desperate he was for any proof that his son still cared, that what Percy had done mattered to him. But it did. "Your mum got hit with quite a few stunners there. She didn't want to let Harry go alone. George was hurt the worst. His leg was broken in numerous places, and he hit his head pretty hard falling down the stairs. Madame Pomfrey's seen him already, though, and says he'll be up and around tomorrow morning," Arthur said, not pulling any punches. Percy had to understand what he'd done. "They weren't supposed to do anything, Dad. They were just supposed to," Percy said, but Arthur didn't hear the rest of Percy's words because he'd begun to read Lane's transcription of what had taken place in Harry's interrogation, for that was most certainly what it was. Arthur looked up at Percy with haunted eyes as the events unfolded. "Poor boy, what have they done to you?" "Poor boy," was all Arthur could think of until he came to where the scroll ended. "Azkaban. They're taking him to Azkaban." Arthur watched as his son dissolved into quiet sobs. "He promised," Percy said between hiccups. Arthur forced himself to remain in his seat, not to reach out to comfort his son. Percy needed to learn this lesson, and learn it well. Arthur didn't know if he could endure having it repeated. "Oh, Percy, what have you done?" Arthur asked his son sadly, not really expecting an answer, and took off his glasses for a moment to wipe at his own tears tiredly, massaging the bridge of his nose where the nosepieces felt like they'd left permanent indentations. "I couldn't stop them. I don't even remember this, but I've run all the tests." "It's true. Lane can't remember it, either. But this is really his. He even put additional magical signatures on it, along with a certifiable wizard timestamp to ensure he had it all recorded. This is what they want me to process, Percy said and produced a nearly identical scroll, which Arthur quickly scanned with growing alarm. And he wants this released to the press? Arthur asked, shocked. He'd feared this day would come, had prepared himself for it in every way he could think of, yet it was still a shock. How can anyone do this to a child? Percy nodded. He's already on his way, Dad. I don't remember anything. I don't remember seeing him, or any of this conversation, Percy said, his face desperate. I've got to undo this, Dad. I've got to stop them, he said, his voice several octaves higher than normal from the stress. Arthur raised a hand tiredly. You learned a long time ago, Percy, that it takes a lot longer to fix something than it does to break it, Arthur said sternly to his son. There's nothing you can do at the moment to help Harry. He's going to face the Dementors, and indirectly it's because of you, Arthur said, trying to drive the truth home. He knew Percy felt responsible, but would he be accountable for his actions? He'd come to Arthur with the scroll. Would he be willing to see it through? Would he be willing to acknowledge his own folly? It's time to choose sides, son. This isn't a game. Percy looked shocked at Arthur's statement. But I never, Percy objected. Arthur raised a hand to stop him. So you've read the full testimony? Arthur asked. Percy nodded. Do you believe Harry? Do you believe us? He pressed. Percy leaned back in his chair, his eyes glancing at the empty booths around him nervously. What are you asking, Dad? Percy said softly. Do you believe you know who has risen? Arthur asked. Percy looked profoundly uncomfortable. Percy began, and Arthur growled at the backpedaling he suspected was about to take place. Arthur slammed his fist against the table angrily. They gave him Veritaserum, Arthur hissed, ignoring the surprised looks from a couple of regulars at the bar. Percy was looking everywhere but at his father. If you can't believe that asterisk, then you're as bad as fudge. And you're going to have to stop calling Harry a liar, because it's not that he's lying, it's that you don't want to believe, Arthur said with enough force to stun Percy into stillness. His eyes were wide in shock and his mouth hung open in a small, oh. Then it's true. No, Dad, I don't want to believe him, but you're right. How can I refute what's been said all along? What poor Harry recounted in such awful detail. Merlin, those dreams, that's what he's been seeing, and I just made him relive it, Percy said weakly. Arthur refrained from reminding his son that Harry was about to do that on a permanent basis until they found a way to get him out of Azkaban. There was such a thing as rubbing salt in the wound. So what are you going to do about it? Arthur asked his son. Percy sat in silence for some time. The range of emotions that played across his face were complicated, and Arthur decided to let them play themselves out. This was an answer that had to come completely from his son, without any of his father's prompting. Arthur sipped at his cherry soda, forcing his face into a mask of calm and stillness that clearly began to annoy his son. What do you want me to say? That I was wrong. That you're right. There. I said it, Percy said angrily. Arthur blinked at his son, refusing to rise to the bait. What do you want from me? Percy asked, turning his guilt into aggression and anger. Nothing, son, nothing, Arthur said, and took a huge gamble in making a motion to stand. Percy's hand streaked out and grabbed his father's wrist. No, Dad, no, I'm sorry. Don't, Percy said, struggling through his own emotions. Don't go, he finally said quietly. Arthur nodded and took his seat again. I'm in. I got Harry into this, and I'll get him out. Whatever it takes. It's clear Fudge is out to cover his own ass, and that he's setting Harry up. He must have performed a memory charm on Lane and myself, so first I'll need to try to break it. Can you help me with that? Percy asked, finally calming his emotions as he faced the task at hand. Arthur nodded. This could mean your job, Arthur said solemnly. Percy nodded. Suddenly it doesn't seem to matter as much, does it? Percy asked with suddenly wise eyes, and the shared knowledge between father and son finally bridged a barrier that had been between them for far too long. No, it doesn't, does it? Come on, I've got someone who I think can help with those charms, Arthur said, standing up. The drink that Percy had ordered remained on the table, untouched. As the two strode out into the summer night, Percy automatically turned in the direction of Hogwarts. He knew where to go. Remus Lupin walked the passageway tiredly back to the Shrieking Shack, his mind whirling at the latest news. He'd gone to assist Dumbledore in breaking the memory charms on Percy, and had learned far more than he'd wanted to. That's one story I'm not going to be relating back to Sirius anytime soon, he thought. In truth, Remus was having a difficult time not sinking to the floor and curling into a ball. Although his ribs had been healed for nearly a day now, the remembered shock and pain of Harry's expression as he insisted on letting himself get captured brought a twinge to Remus' chest. Foolish, brave, stupid, naive Harry, Remus wanted to cry. Forcing his mind back to the present, trying not to let his own feelings of failure overwhelm him, Remus contemplated how he was going to help Sirius. Percy had proven to be amazingly cooperative, especially once the memory spells had been broken. Of course, apparently Harry had been more aware of the possibility of his failure to convince the Ministry than even Remus had realized. He'd made Percy promise to bring the truth to light. As Percy had spoken Harry's words, Remus felt chills zip up and down his spine at the promise Harry had extracted from Percy, no matter how cavalierly Percy had given it. In essence, Harry had created a sort of wizard's oath between them, sealing Percy's devotion to a cause he'd refused to believe in so cleverly that Remus realized even Arthur might not understand the full ramifications. But Dumbledore certainly had, by the expression Remus saw flash briefly across his face as Percy related their conversation. By making it clear Harry was placing his trust and his life in Percy's hands, Remus exhaled forcefully. He'd been forgetting to do that recently. Breathe. Dumbledore was going to visit the Burrow in several hours, to discuss the paperwork Percy was about to smuggle back for the rest of the Weasleys to begin the arduous task of looking for where the bodies were buried. Literally. It was impossibly frustrating for Remus to believe that the proof of memory spells and the tampered testimony Fudge had submitted against Harry were not enough to free him immediately. We need a chain of evidence. The Ministry is too far gone now, too entrenched in their own lies. It was going to take more than just one thing to topple this administration. For that's what we now have to do. It was no longer a matter of steering clear of Fudge and doing what they felt they must. Now Fudge was as much a part of the problem as Voldemort, and people were dying because of his refusal to acknowledge Voldemort's return. His blatant disregard for the safety of the wizarding community in the face of the recent Death Eater attacks officially placed blood on his hands. By allowing the public their false sense of security, the public wasn't being given the chance to properly try to protect themselves, to take extra precautions. Remus opened the door to the Shrieking Shack hesitantly. It was silent inside. Magically locking the door behind him, Remus tentatively stepped into the bedroom. Sirius was awake, his eyes flat and unseeing as he stared at the wall in front of him and absently stroked an orange cat who was blissfully purring on the bed beside him. Remus stopped abruptly. That's Hermione's pet, Crookshanks. He'd sealed the shack behind him, and Sirius didn't have a wand. How had Crookshanks gotten in, and more importantly, what was he doing there? He certainly was a long way from home. Sirius? Remus asked, his soft voice still sounding too loud in the silence of the room. Sirius didn't answer, but Crookshanks turned to face Remus, blinking his eyes contentedly for a moment before turning back to face Sirius. He had an oddly liquid purr, as if it didn't just come from his throat, but from deep within his lungs as well. A purr muffled by water, Remus thought distractedly. Crookshanks and Sirius had developed an odd connection, Remus suddenly remembered. Hermione's pet had even tried to protect Sirius from Harry's wand, Remus recalled. Sirius stayed where he was, not looking up or acknowledging Remus' presence at all. Remus crossed the room to sit on the bed beside his friend, his mind desperately searching for what the right words would be to bring him back. Sirius had awoken from the potion Remus had given him to cry and scream seemingly for hours before finally stilling into silence. His face was slack, his muscles loose, as if he were beginning to emotionally shut down. Sirius had been in the same position on the bed when Remus left him nearly 2 hours ago, minus the cat, no, Kneazle, right. A mix, if I remember correctly, Remus thought distractedly, amazed at the randomness of his own thoughts. Sirius, Remus said again more forcefully, reaching out and placing the flat of his hand against Sirius' cheek, turning him to face Remus. Sirius didn't resist. How could this happen? We had him, Moony. He was safe with us. Now he's, Sirius said, his eyes searching Remus' face. He must have read something there, for abruptly his entire demeanor changed. He looked into Remus' eyes and suddenly stilled. Defeat and sadness turned into something else, and Remus suppressed showing the alarm he felt at Sirius' expression. They've used it, haven't they? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. The Veritaserum. For all of Sirius' bluster and noise, Remus was well aware that this moment was when Sirius was at his most dangerous. Sirius furious or howling mad could eventually be reasoned with. This face Sirius presented now Remus had only seen a few times in his life, and in truth it terrified him. Infinitely more dangerous. Only death would stop Sirius once he chose a direction. Remus took a deep breath to calm his nerves, frantic for what he was about to say to be right, as he locked eyes with his best friend. Even Crookshanks stopped purring as if sensing all of the undercurrents to Sirius' tone. The cat looked between the two of them as if he were following the conversation and understood what the two men were saying. Padfoot, I'm going to say this just once, but it's important for you to really try to listen, Remus said, leaning forward so that he and Sirius were nearly nose to nose, so Sirius could see the sincerity and intensity of what Remus was trying to convey. Harry's not dead, he's alive. As long as he's alive, we have got to do everything in our power to help him, Remus said, willing what little hope he had into his friend. Sirius blinked. How is he? Sirius whispered, his voice a soft hiss. Who do I extract vengeance on? Who pays for what they've done to my godson? Remus knew to be his real thoughts. He's still alive, Remus said, emphasizing his point again. Besides, he didn't want to have to utter the next sentence. Sirius guessed anyway. They're sending him to Azkaban, aren't they? Sirius asked, his voice expressionless. Remus nodded, not daring to speak. It's because they know Harry won't last long there. Probably not more than a week at the most, Sirius stated matter-of-factly. Remus cringed at the beep truthfulness of the statement and nodded. He knew better than most just how badly the Dementors affected Harry. Sirius nearly leapt off of the bed as Crookshanks savagely scratched Sirius' thigh, tearing straight through his pants. Remus jumped back in surprise, but Sirius began to laugh. The laughter fluctuated in pitch so dramatically that Remus froze, stunned at how maniacal his friend sounded. How frightening. If he'd laughed like that after his confrontation with Pettigrew, no wonder the witnesses had been terrified. You're right, aren't you, little fellow? Sirius asked the cat affectionately, his voice still deadly, scratching underneath Crookshanks' chin fondly even as Remus watched blood begin to flow from the scratches on Sirius' thigh. Sirius? Remus asked, unsure how to proceed. Sirius was beginning to really disconcert Remus. He's still alive. We haven't much time. Can you keep up? Sirius said as he seemed to unfold from the bed with cat-like grace, standing on the mattress before nonchalantly stepping to the floor. His face was as intense and focused as when Remus had first seen his friend in the Shrieking Shack over a year ago. After he'd broken Ron's leg. I'll apparate when I can't, Remus replied in determination, standing. He was hardened by his friend's response, but knew they were all on borrowed time. Remus might not be in the best of health, but his enhanced senses and strength in a fight could prove invaluable. And he was certainly no slouch in the hexes department. Besides, this time I'm not letting Harry go, Remus thought, wishing Harry could have stayed with him instead of the Dursleys for the 1000th time, pushing his regret aside and using his friend's grim determination as a model. He looked at the escaped convict before him and felt the wolf rise within him once again, stirred by his protectiveness and need to help both Harry and Sirius. This was his family in every sense of the word. Even if it killed him, he'd keep up with Sirius. Sirius nodded in satisfaction. Wormtail was here, Sirius said. Remus felt his breath whoosh out in surprise. Sirius nodded, smiling gleefully, even maniacally. This little guy's been tracking him, Sirius said, nodding his head fondly towards Crookshanks, who was seated at the edge of the bed with his fluffy tail curled daintily around his feet. Remus refrained from asking the question. Can you talk to him? How do you know? We have a scent, Moony, in a window of opportunity. Harry wanted to prove my innocence by talking about Pettigrew. So let's find something the Ministry can't hide. Well, as long as we guard it. Sirius suddenly stumbled over the irony of his own words, losing his momentum, grinning dangerously at his own statement. For the Ministry has indeed been hiding the bodies, haven't they? Remus nodded. Time to shine some light on the Ministry's dirty little secrets. Produce Pettigrew and everything else the Ministry has argued crumbles, Sirius said. Actually, we also have falsified scrolls and altered memories as well. It's not enough on its own, but in combination, Remus said. Sirius nodded in satisfaction, although there was no humor in his smile. Remus felt as if he'd dodged a silver bullet when his friend didn't ask to read the transcripts. He knows what happened. Momentum at its most dangerous. Perhaps our own minister would like a taste of Azkaban? Sirius asked, and Remus' eyes widened. It was certainly true that he'd violated so many regulations. Remus smiled evilly in return. Yes, he'd be happy with that outcome. Very happy. Easy, Percy, I've got you, Arthur Weasley said as he steadied Percy. Flow travel on Percy's best day wasn't his forte. Arthur kept an eye on Ron, who leapt up from the dining room table as they arrived, the chair clattering behind him unnoticed. Rage was evident even as Ron's eyes scanned his brother's face closely, noting Percy's unsteadiness and the way his freckles stood out starkly against his pale skin. Of course, this didn't stop Ron from having his wand ready and aimed directly at Percy. What's he doing here? Come to arrest more of us? Ron snarled. Arthur frowned at his youngest son. Not now. Let's deal with all of this later, he thought wearily. It had proven to be a truly awful day, and Arthur refused to think about the fact that Harry had probably arrived at Azkaban by now. Put your wand down, Ron, Arthur said gently but firmly. Ron looked from his father to his brother, and lowered the tip of his wand a little but did not drop it completely. What's he doing here? Ron asked again. Arthur looked at both his sons as he half-supported Percy over to the couch their mother had just recently occupied herself. Steady, lad, that took more than you thought, didn't it? Arthur said tenderly to Percy as he directed his wand to help Percy with his boots. The memory charms on Percy had been surprisingly strong for having been so recently cast, suggesting multiple applications. First castings were generally when memory charms were at their weakest. Only after months and years of natural reinforcement of the block could it become nearly impossible to break. Arthur looked around, his eyes searching the room. The front door had been repaired, of course. Ron had been in the process of doing that as Arthur had left for Hogsmeade, once the itching stopped. He and Hermione must have finished straightening up the rest of the living room. Where's your mum? Arthur asked Ron. She's upstairs taking a bath. She thought it might loosen things up, Ron replied, still glaring at Percy. Dad's protecting you now, but just you wait, Arthur read correctly from Ron's gaze. Not that Arthur could blame him. Arthur nodded his head and a slight smile played on his lips for a moment at the news of Molly's soak. So she's feeling better, then? Arthur persisted, although it certainly sounded like she was recovering nicely if she wanted a bath. Ron sighed and nodded his head. How about George? Has he woken up yet? Arthur asked as he helped Percy lift his legs and lie back onto the couch cushions wearily. He suspected Percy had a roaring headache. Ron nodded. He ate a little, too. I figure if he's peckish enough to eat Hermione and Ginny's cooking, he's loads better, Ron joked gently. Arthur felt his face brighten considerably, as Ron undoubtedly knew it would, at the comment. How are the rest of you doing? Arthur asked his youngest son, grateful at Ron's ability to sense his need to make sure that his family was indeed okay and reassure him that nothing too serious had happened. Another near miss. Ron began but was interrupted as Hermione came downstairs. She kicked Ginny and I out, saying something about peace and quiet, Hermione announced as she came downstairs and froze, her foot hovering as it was about to take another step. Ron? Hermione asked, and Ron beamed in pride as Hermione's wand whipped out as well. Arthur restrained from rolling his eyes at the two of them. You, Hermione said with anger plain in her face, glaring at the older son, prompting Arthur to physically place himself in front of the couch between her and Percy. Ron he knew would listen, but Hermione, Percy wasn't her family, and he'd just betrayed her best friend. "Please lower your wand, Hermione," Arthur instructed, his voice stern. Hermione's wand tip lowered, but she kept it ready in her hand. "I don't know why he's here. Dad brought him," Ron snarled in explanation as she proceeded downstairs. Arthur glanced back at Percy. His eyes were still closed, but his breathing pattern indicated he was still awake. He didn't say anything. "There's nothing to say, really, is there? He's here because he's family, Ron. He doesn't need a reason," Arthur said sternly. Ron scratched at his chin angrily. Hermione's face remained eerily expressionless. Arthur concentrated on his son. If he could reach Ron, he would convince Hermione eventually. "Why'd you bring him here, Dad?" Ron asked. "He's got his own flat now." "Because he wants to help. Your brother found out a memory charm had been placed on him, and he came to me to help him find a way to break it," Arthur replied. Ron's face lit up. "What? Has he been under the Imperious Curse? Is that why he's been such a prat? Why didn't you say so? Who did it? Was it Malfoy?" "I'll bet it was," Ron began, obviously ready to go after whoever had harmed his brother, and relieved to the point of being on the verge of tears that Percy hadn't really meant to do what he'd done to Harry. Arthur hated to take away that relief. "It's not nearly so simple, Ron." No, Ron. It was Percy's decision. But Harry's interrogation records were falsified. We've been with Remus and Dumbledore for the past few hours breaking those charms to find out what really happened," Arthur said, his voice subdued. Ron closed his eyes wearily. The expression in his eyes as he looked at Arthur nearly broke Arthur's heart. "What did really happen?" Hermione asked quietly. Arthur opened his mouth to answer, but Ron cut in, glaring down at his brother who, Arthur noticed, was now watching them. "Why, Percy, what did Harry ever do to you?" Ron asked. Hermione slowly made it the rest of the way downstairs, her eyes wide as she watched the exchange between the Weasley men. Percy shook his head and sighed. "Nothing. It wasn't about that. I like Harry," Percy said. Ron blinked several times, his face expressionless before his lips finally curled into a small snarl. "If that's what you do to people you like, I don't want to see what you do to people you love," Ron said venomously. "That's enough," Arthur said angrily and reached into his robe pockets. "Rather than waste precious time for something that's already done, why don't you do something constructive, like try to help me find a way to free Harry?" He said and proceeded to enlarge two enormous trunks full of parchments, which he then directed by floating into the dining room. Hermione's mouth dropped open in shock as she looked from Ron to Percy. Ron took a step back in surprise. "Was this from you?" Hermione asked Percy. Her face was still hard, but her eyes held something more. Percy nodded weakly. "It's copies of all the paperwork I've filed and processed in the past 3 months," Percy replied. Arthur walked over to the trunks full of parchment and proceeded to flip open the lid to one of them. Ron compressed his lips into a grim line, and began to clear the dining room table. It was going to be a long evening, and Arthur intended to keep the news that Harry was in Azkaban as long as possible from Ron and Hermione. It would do neither of them any good, and might even hinder their ability to help him search. Ron sat on the back porch in the early morning hours nursing a cup of tea. He'd found out an hour ago about what really happened at the Ministry and now couldn't get his mind off of Harry. He thought of his brother now sitting at the dining table along with his dad, Fred, Hermione and Ginny, and once again felt the anger rise up inside him, desperate to strike Percy down. How could you? He couldn't even begin to describe how he felt about his brother at the moment. You had no idea what it was like for Harry, night after night. Why did you even bother questioning him, if you refused to believe the answers? Ron, Hermione asked, the screen door slamming closed behind her as she joined him on the porch. Here, he replied tiredly. The writing on the parchments was beginning to blur. His eyes were so tired he was surprised they weren't crossing. Your mum's back in the kitchen again, so she insisted if I were joining you to bring some pastries, Hermione said, trying to infuse humor into her voice, but too tired to be able to do it properly. Thanks, Ron said, taking one from the plate she offered. He could see her face illuminated from the light coming through the windows. The circles under her eyes were accented in the lamplit shadows. Her hair had been roughly pulled back into a bun, which she'd secured with one of Fred's fake wands. Stray frizzy hairs surrounded her face like a peach fuzz halo, and the paleness of her skin was from more than her bookish tendencies. "We'll find something," Hermione said, her voice unsure. Ron didn't ask if she was trying to reassure herself as well as him. He knew the answer. He hated how his father and Percy were currently discussing possible ways Fudge had hid resources. It seemed so normal. Like old times. But Ron found he couldn't even look at Percy anymore. To do so made his stomach clench so tightly he thought he might be sick. Fred didn't look much better. "You almost killed George. He could have landed wrong. What if they'd used stronger curses? How many could have Mum endured before it was too much?" It was never spoken aloud, but Ron and his brothers were extremely protective of Ginny and their mother. When Ginny had been born, both mother and daughter had nearly died due to complications. Although Ron didn't remember that day, it permeated every aspect of how he and his brothers perceived and treated both women. It was the unspoken reason why any date Ginny ever had would be treated with a scrutiny unparalleled, and why any bad word against their family, especially unkind references to the size of their family, was met with such anger and hostility. For Percy to break such an unspoken covenant between the brothers was by far the most devastating thing he could have ever done. Yes, Ron had to concede that although Harry was an unofficial member of the Weasley clan, he wasn't blood. "I think of him as family, and I know Mum's claimed him as her own, but I can't expect everyone else to." But not only had Percy gone against Harry and the family directly, he'd endangered them by his own decision as well. "That," Ron thought, "is something I can't forgive. And Merlin help you if Harry dies," Ron vowed with a far more deep and powerful rage than he'd ever felt before. "He may not be blood, but he's more a brother to me than you are." Listening to the discussion going on inside, Ron realized some of what was making him so frustrated. Percy and his father were still speaking to each other. The tension in the room, although palpable, wasn't what it should be. This is wrong. This isn't how it's supposed to be. This was how his family interacted after a squabble, after Fred and George had done something particularly damaging to the Burrow, or after they'd played one too many pranks on Ginny. This was Weasley life trying to pick up where it left off. This is not how people should behave after having your best friend arrested. It trivialized it somehow, made it seem less important than it was, and Ron had to suppress an equally impotent anger towards his father for taking Percy back into the fold so easily. "A canute for your thoughts," Hermione said after a while. Ron sighed, reaching a hand back to massage the back of his neck. The tension was beginning to give him a blinding headache. "I hate this. I can't even imagine what Harry's going through, and you know what? I feel like it's my fault," Ron said after a moment. Hermione's eyes widened. Abruptly, she set the plate of food beside Ron and stood up, settling herself behind him. Absently she brushed his hands away and began to massage his neck. "How can you do it? How is it you're so calm?" Ron asked as he closed his eyes in relief. Already the pressure behind his forehead was beginning to abate. She was remarkably good at this. "I'm not," Hermione said simply. Ron frowned, but knew she couldn't see his expression. "I want to scream and yell and hex Percy into tomorrow. I want to rush the Ministry and campaign the Daily Prophet and figure out a way to force Dumbledore to rescue him," Hermione said. Ron couldn't help but smile. Hermione was perfectly capable of trying to do all of those things. Of that he had no doubt. "It makes me sick to think what they're doing to Harry," Hermione continued. "It's disgusting, it's awful, and it makes me ashamed to be a part of the wizarding community that's doing it. Even Muggles are better. They at least try to protect children from abuse and criminals at least have a trial before imprisonment. Poor Harry's had to live with abusive relatives, and you know what? All I can think of is," Hermione paused for a moment, her hands retreating from Ron's neck. He realized he could tell from her breathing pattern that she was trying not to cry. "Hermione?" Ron asked, moving to turn around and face her. She placed a hand on his shoulder to keep him still. "She doesn't want you to see her crying," Ron realized. He sat back down. How could Dumbledore not know? About the Dursleys, I mean. And for that matter, if Dumbledore knew Harry was in enough danger to need a portkey, why even keep him here at all? Hermione asked. The question stunned Ron. He hadn't thought about it that way. You mean? Ron began, not sure he even wanted to say it. Remus knew the Ministry might come for Harry, therefore also putting Sirius in danger. That's why Dumbledore gave them both portkeys. If he knew this, why keep them here at all? Why not stay at the Shrieking Shack, or someplace hidden? Madame Pomfrey and Snape could still visit Harry, and he would be safe from the Ministry, Hermione said, her voice quivering with emotion. Ron closed his eyes wearily. Surely the ever-knowing, although a bit squirrely, headmaster wouldn't have done that on purpose, except the talk, Ron said. He now did turn to look at Hermione's tear-streaked face. On Harry's birthday. Remember, Harry was pretty somber after his private talk with Dumbledore, and he's been obsessed with reading all he could about becoming an animagus ever since, Ron said. Hermione closed her eyes, wiping the tears away distractedly. So all that time, you think Harry thought it was a real possibility he would end up in Azkaban? Hermione asked, her voice shocked. Ron nodded. You know what this means, right? Ron asked, amazed at the hope that suddenly rose in his heart. Where on earth is this coming from? What? Hermione asked, but her lips were already twitching in the beginnings of an answering grin. It means he hasn't given up. He thought this might happen, and he even planned for it. Sirius survived for years by using his animagus powers to buffer the effects of the Dementors. Harry may not have that kind of time, but he's got more than I thought. He said and stood up, adrenaline renewing his sense of determination to help Harry. She stood as well, brushing off her pants vigorously. I still hate him, Hermione said suddenly. Ron stopped short. He knew who she was talking about. He nodded. I do too, but look at the information he's provided. As high up as Dad is in the Ministry compared to Percy, he is the one who gets to know all the details. If he wasn't helping us, I don't know what kind of chances Harry would have, Ron painfully admitted. So, I won't say anything too awful. I'll just deal with him like it was any other time he'd been a prat. Ron stopped that thought with a snort, recognizing the irony in it. Ah well, hang in there, Harry. We'll get you out, I promise. The sound of the water tapping against wood was the first thing Harry became aware of as he came awake. He was soaking wet and his neck was aching painfully. Nausea welled up within him as nerve endings seemed to be screaming in protest. Why do I hurt like this? What's wrong? What happened? Harry wondered, having a difficult time collecting his thoughts. Everything felt sluggish and heavy, and Harry realized that he was bound to a hard wooden bench. And if he hadn't been, he realized he wouldn't be able to sit up at all. A sense of vertigo suffused his senses, making it difficult to even tell which way was up. In fact, if it weren't for these straps, I'd be on the floor. Of course, lying down didn't sound like a bad idea. Harry struggled to open his eyelids and lifted his head. He must have been sitting with his chin on his chest. His eyes felt puffy and stung as he blinked to try to clear them. Frowning, he realized everything in front of him seemed blurry, but he could feel his glasses on his nose. He became conscious of a slow drizzle soaking his lenses, more like a mist than rain, making everything before him unclear. Forcing his eyes to focus through the blurs, Harry realized he was in a boat. The faint sense of vertigo he felt was it being gently rocked with the larger waves. Fog hung over the water, and Harry realized he didn't where he was, but he knew where he was going. Actually, maybe not. After all, he didn't even know where Azkaban was. In the grayish-white tendrils of mist, Harry could see nothing around him but the murky greenish-black sea. The misty rain was beginning to turn into a more solid drizzle, the drops pattering against the water below like tiny pebbles against glass. That, and the gentle hissing of occasional swells foaming white around him were all the sounds that accompanied him. His skin felt coated with dried sweat, rain and salt from the sea. Am I close to shore? How long was I out? If I could find a way to get out of the straps, could I swim? Harry tried to force his brain to think. He was freezing cold, his robes, I wasn't wearing robes earlier, soaked through. I'm going to Azkaban, he thought, trying to calm the growing panic. I had to try. I had to take the chance. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. It had been a useless gesture. It hadn't done anyone any good. Sirius. I had to try. Sirius, Harry thought, and opened his eyes. Don't panic. You're not there yet. Think. Turning to look around him, Harry realized that he was alone in the boat. It moved forward silently, propelled magically. There were no landmarks, nothing visible in front or behind him. In the grayness, Harry closed his eyes for a moment, and unbidden a memory came to mind. In the boats, gathered with the rest of the frightened, intimidated, excited first years. He remembered when Hogwarts finally came into view, how enormous, how impossible and yet also how real it felt, this new life he'd stumbled into and the possibilities it had opened up, for friendship, for freedom, to learn, to grow, to love and be loved in return. The emotions that rolled to the surface were nearly more than Harry could stand. He hurt, and he was so tired, and sick of how his scar burned. He hated the permanent tremors in his body, and now it seemed like it almost wasn't even his own, as if he were trying to move in molasses. The portkey, Harry thought wildly. Do I still have the portkey? I could try to use it before I get there. He tried to move, to reach his fingers into his pocket and feel if the handkerchief was still there. It didn't work, but it's not too late, he thought a bit wildly as he tried to move his hands even a little. His shoulders were bunched painfully behind him and he tried to wiggle his wrists even a little within the leather straps that magically trapped him to the wooden bench, a painful reminder of the interrogation chair. Harry's stomach lurched at the thought and he realized, they gave me Veritaserum. That's why I feel like this, Harry thought and was amazed to feel a little better. Hopefully this feeling would pass. This wasn't another step downward. This isn't working. I can't move even a little, Harry realized with growing frustration. The more he struggled against the binding, the tighter it became. It had also begun to sting a bit. Squinting to focus, he realized his wrists were bleeding now, and the salt of the sea air was making them burn irritatingly. Even if I have the portkey, I can't reach it. It's in my pocket, and no amount of contortions is going to get there. Focus, Harry, focus, he thought, trying to keep his mind from wandering. It seemed so easy for his thoughts to just drift away, and he found it difficult to concentrate. Is this another side effect? He wondered. What if I try to capsize the boat? Will the straps release automatically? Harry tried to think of any and every angle. He didn't want to think of it as hopeless, but that was what was rising up inside him. Harry, get a hold of yourself. You have no idea where you are. You have no clue where the shore is. If the straps let go, and you manage to capsize the boat, how long will you even be able to swim? Harry doubted he could even walk at the moment. Would you do it again? Do you regret it? Harry's mind questioned him like a third person, forcing him to face what he'd done. Yes, Harry realized as he relaxed his hands. Thankfully, the moment he quit struggling, the straps ceased to be so constricting. Well, that's something. No, I did it for Sirius, and because we can't do this alone. It's what Dumbledore didn't say. That he can't stave off Voldemort forever alone. That I can't, either. We need help, and I need a family. A real family. Harry listened to the water tapping and again his mind drifted into memories. Try to concentrate, Harry. Hagrid had come to get him, and given him Hedwig. He'd already met Ron, and wasn't quite sure yet what to make of Hermione. She had tried to help Neville find his frog after all. They'd stepped into the boats, not propelled by engine or man, but by magic. He'd made a decision that summer that would irrevocably change his life. Choose between trying to be normal, or embracing a world they said he belonged in, but knew nothing about. But he'd known then the truth, and each year since it had gotten more painfully obvious. Though the Dursleys were blood relatives, they would never be family. And I can't go back to the Dursleys, and the Weasleys aren't mine to keep. Sirius and Remus, they're all I have, and they're just as lost as I am. I love Ron and Hermione. They're more than best friends, we work. It's beyond friendship, and beyond blood. And I'd adopt Ron's mum in a heartbeat. But, I'm greedy. I wanted something more. Guilty as charged. Harry had to force himself from shrugging at his own wandering thoughts, remembering the discomfort of the bindings. The sounds around him began to change, and Harry abruptly recognized the sound of a seagull. He'd heard them on the telly, although he didn't think he'd ever seen one. Am I getting closer to land? What happens now? Harry's heart began to pound in his ears again as fear rose back up to the surface, no longer distracted by his thoughts. You've studied for days to become an animagus, Harry. You can do this. Should I try it right now? Do people become animagus sea creatures? Perhaps, he thought, I should try now. Just in case. And as Harry closed his eyes, allowing the words from the book to float up into his mind, the instructions easy to understand but difficult to really feel, a chill, different from the cold of the sea, began to infuse his senses. It was a chill that rose from the inside, and the mist began to clear a few feet further ahead. Black-robed figures filled his vision even as the screams filled his mind. There was no longer any time for anything as the pleasant hiss of the sea transitioned into wet, rattling breaths. He was on the edge of a swirling precipice of pain, loss, guilt, terror, and loneliness, the cries of the dead clawing into his consciousness. Harry fought, even as he knew how useless it was without his wand. Without his Patronus. The blackness swallowed him up and he fell, not feeling the ice-cold, decayed hands against his skin as he was picked up, his limp form cradled against a bony chest as he was carried inside. To Azkaban. I can't believe I'm doing this. Yes, I know this is becoming a mantra of mine, but nonetheless. I've spent the last half-hour floating in a boat with Albus Dumbledore heading to Azkaban, hidden underneath Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, seriously questioning my sanity. I don't even like the boy. Stupid Gryffindor refused to use his portkey in order to try to prove Voldemort's return and his godfather's innocence. Quintessential Gryffindor, truly. I think my beloved headmaster has finally cracked. The pressure's gotten to him. Too many chess games in his head and not enough players. Bats and belfries, missing screws, lights on and no one home. So why, you may ask, am I here? Sitting in a miserable wooden boat going to the one place I vowed never again in my lifetime to visit. Because he asked it of me. You think too loud, Dumbledore says quietly underneath his breath. What do you hope to accomplish? Crouch had the right of it. Switch us and be done, I say. What Crouch did to free his son was so simple it was brilliant. All you needed handy was a dying mother willing to trade places with her imprisoned son. As I do not qualify as a dying mother, or dying at all, I have to refrain from hitting myself in the forehead even as the words leave my mouth. Great Merlin, did I just say that? The last time I visited that hellhole I vowed to swallow my tongue first rather than go back. And that was 2 weeks. Was there something in that pepper-up potion he insisted I take before coming here? You would fare no better than he, my friend, and that is not an option, he says softly. As odd as it is to admit, I'm touched by his sentiment. And grateful. I'd rather not swallow my tongue, thank you very much. I still wish you would have given them my wand and kept your own, I say. One condition for anyone visiting Azkaban is to turn over your own wand beforehand. As insurance. Now granted, as evidenced by both Crouch and myself, there are ways around this, but why on earth Dumbledore gave up his own wand when he didn't need to? As proven by my latest Chocolate Frogs card, I've discovered it pays to expect people to know more about me than they realistically should. Besides, I don't need it, he replies, and shrugs. I shake my head ruefully even as I suppress a smile. In anyone else it would be bragging. The misty tendrils around us are swirling as we pass through. I remember my time here too well. The oppressive, ever-present fog forever concealing the island, how the cold permeates everything. Summertime never seems to reach Azkaban. The rain doesn't cleanse here, either. Here it feels as if it coats more than it cleans, as if the Dementors have corrupted the weather, beeping all cheerfulness and joy out of every aspect of life here so completely that even the birds sound sorrowful. I'm still unclear what your big plan is to smuggle me past the Dementors, I say, more to pass the time. Actually, I'm a bit unclear on the entire big plan, but don't say this aloud. Damned ancient spells, dug up in some buried text which hasn't been used in centuries. Generally there's a reason for this. I trust Albus implicitly of course. Why me? But there's got to be more to it than the fact I'm likely a world record holder for being held under the Cruciatus curse the longest without losing my mind. But who's counting? True, I'm probably more capable of surviving whatever dark magic flows through Potter's veins when his bond with Voldemort is active than anyone else, but... Well, that's actually a bit of irony now, isn't it? Of all the people in Potter's life, I am the one that Albus thinks will be most able to help Potter survive Azkaban. Lucky me. Through all my questions, complaints, skepticism and just plain annoyance, Albus just twitches his lips upward enigmatically. It's a damned annoying trait if you ask me. But no one does. I turn my attention back to the glaring hole I see in Albus' current plan to get me onto the island. Dementors, being sightless, sense in a way that we do not. Crouch was able to smuggle his wife through, no doubt in part because she was already dying. I, on the other hand, am in fine health and am not looking forward to being sensed as an unauthorized, invisible addition to Albus' entourage of one. Just stand close to me and you'll be fine, Albus says quietly. His voice sounds oddly flat, deadened by the fog around us. I've noticed the boat isn't rocking as much as it had earlier, and the waves around us are smaller and more choppy. I suspect we'll be there soon. I appreciate him trying to keep my spirits up. In truth, since I found him in my office, I've been shaken by his behavior. He's always seemed wise, but now he seems so sad and solemn, although he hides it well. But I'm trained to notice things. The slouch of his shoulders is more pronounced, as if the burden he carries is beginning to get too heavy. His face, already so etched with life, seems fatigued, his eyes less animated. I recognize the symptoms, or at least think I do. Guilt. Stand by you. That's your plan, I ask, realizing when my mind has replayed the sentence the second time around how inane it sounds. That's how you intend to conceal me? I ask dumbly. Albus nods, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Of course, he replies. I wait for elaboration. None comes. Do you have some sort of cloaking spell in mind? I ask after a pause. He shakes his head. Sensory distraction. I try again. Another shake. Sensory transfiguration. I'm grasping now. Another shake. No, just stand close, he replies. I must admit, my confidence is beginning to falter here. And this will work, I prompt. Because they'll think it's all me, he says. But it will be twice as much life energy, possibly more. Who knows what they sense when they see you anyway, I say. Precisely, he answers patiently, as if I were a particularly slow child who's just come across the proper answer to a charms question. Precisely. And this will work why? I prompt. Because I'm me, he says, and now I do snort. Although there's no doubt you are a remarkable wizard, just what makes you think that that will be enough? I ask, unable to believe I'm bantering even as a chill begins to settle on my soul that has nothing to do with the cold weather. There are occasional perks to being me. If I have a brighter life essence than many, who's going to refute it? Dementors do not live in this world as you and I do, but they are still aware of the key players in it. They know who Voldemort is, and they most certainly know who I am. Trust me, Severus, just don't make too much noise trying to get out of the boat, will you? He asks me. I swallow my retort as the shoreline slowly appears before us. There are no Dementors present. They save that welcoming committee for new arrivals. In fact, there won't be anyone present for the length of our visit. However, even the Dementors' distant presence echoes through my spine, hollowing out my nerves. They will remain on the other side of the island for the duration of Dumbledore's visit. We already know exactly where Potter is. The Azkaban caretakers who live on the mainland provided us with a map of his location. They only come to Azkaban once a week. Food and water are provided by house elves who live deep below ground in separate quarters, protected from the Dementors by distance. The boat runs aground, the wood scraping against the worn, rocky shore, and I scramble as quietly as possible to step out, grateful that Albus is taking his time for my sake. I'm also grateful that he's managed to keep me distracted for as long as he has. I suspect that the regrets I carry with me are far more of a torment than anything the other captured Death Eaters, my former companions, face on a daily basis. Sometimes there are advantages to being stupid, self-absorbed and shallow. Ah well. I follow behind Albus silently as he steps confidently inside the walls that hold the most feared villains of our time, and a 15-year-old innocent boy. He knows the way. He's been here before, to visit me. My legs are trembling painfully, as I'm forced to crouch down so that the invisibility cloak conceals me completely. Just in case. Even though James Potter was a tall man, I am as well and would rather not chance having something peek through. As I try to keep my attention only focused on the man before me, my senses take in the tactile memories of this place. Weathered stone walls held by crumbling mortar, rusted metal bars on the windows and discolored metal doors. The worn rock floors are slippery with moisture, and the stench of dead fish and mildew fills the air. I'm shaking, I realize, and take a trembling breath to try to calm my nerves. This is the hard part. Once the spell is done, I stop myself from pursuing that thought as Albus stops before a door. It begins to slowly open of its own accord. We're there. I hold my breath, waiting to see how bad it is. I have so little hope for him. I remember all too clearly what effects the Dementors had on Potter before the dreams of this summer. I hear Albus gasp as he rushes through the door, scooping Potter's limp body from the floor and cradling it close while carrying him to the thin mattress in the corner of the tiny 10x10 cell. His limbs dangle limply, and the uneaten meals carefully placed in the corner, enough for 2 days, are testimony to what has occurred. Potter hasn't even been conscious since he arrived. He hasn't moved since the Dementors threw him in this cell. Severus, Albus says, his voice tight. I reach into my robes, the invisibility cloak tossed aside now that we're safely in Potter's cell. I pull out the satchel full of potions I have brewed for the last 2 days. Meal supplements, pepper up, extracts, replenishers, rehydrators and also an ample supply of chocolate, among other things. I unwrap a piece and quickly hand it to Albus. Potter's robes are soaked in icy cold. Even from this distance I see how blue his lips are. As Albus coaxes a chunk of chocolate into Potter's slack mouth, I mutter drying and heating charms on his robe and mattress. He remains deathly still. I can't even see the rise and fall of his chest. Harry, Albus says tenderly. The grief in his voice is very real. I've known how much he cares for Harry, but to see him holding him, like a grandfather, almost seems too personal. I wish I didn't have to witness this. Harry, can you hear me? Come on, Harry, it's time to wake up, Albus says, and I realize he's rocking him gently. The chocolate has melted in Harry's mouth, Potter, some of it dribbling down his chin. I see his throat work abruptly. Good sign. Albus, I say, and immediately set to work mixing up a cocktail for the occasion. If he can swallow, I can help. Supplement, nutrient, calming potion, and some pepper up for kicks. I hand Albus the goblet and watch as he holds it gently to Potter's lips. More liquid runs out the corners of his mouth, underneath his chin, to dampen his robes once again. But I see Potter's throat move faintly. At least a little bit has gotten into him. Harry, open your eyes, child. It's time to wake up, Albus says quietly. I realize that no steam comes out of Potter's ears from the pepper up. My own throat constricts. That means he is very close to death. I watch as one of Potter's fingers, pale against his black robes, begins to twitch. Albus, his hand, I say, and look at the food Harry's been given. Broth and water. No special attention here for the boy who lived. I'd thought of trying to get him to eat before we leave, but my potions will help more. We need him conscious to perform the spell, and it will take a while before I'm strong enough within the bond to ensure he's eating consistently. My attention turns back to Albus as he holds the boy close to his chest, using his voice to try to coax Potter back to consciousness. It's more of a plea than a command, with hope intertwined. Be sane, be whole, be Harry, his voice begs silently. He cannot be, I know, and I believe Albus knows this too. Not with what the Dementors force him to face. His fingers curl and I realize I see Potter's jaw begin to tense. Relief floods me as I see animation on his face once again. In truth, he looks more dead than alive. His tremors begin to return, and I suppress the morbid glee of realizing that if his condition remains, he isn't too far gone, yet. His body still struggles if the tremors persist. It is in the stillness that the fight is lost, for the body is no longer trying. Harry, open your eyes. It's Albus Dumbledore, and I really need to talk to you, he says, his tone of voice warm and loving. A gasp of air startles me as Potter's back arches momentarily, a spasm of some sort. He struggles against Albus, then stills. Albus continues to speak soft words, to try to coax him from whatever dark place he's currently residing in. "Harry, wake up. It's time to wake up now," he says repeatedly, and abruptly I feel pinned like a butterfly on display in a collector's case by two nearly luminescent green eyes fluttering open. Although he looks my direction, his eyes don't focus on me. Those are not the eyes of a 15-year-old boy. Indeed, they remind me of Black during his darker melancholy moments. Only Potter's eyes hold no hope or peace, no humor, no curiosity. Only pain remains, and a piercing quality that reminds me too much of Albus himself. He frowns as I see him struggle to focus. Ah, where are his glasses? I find them near where we found him and gently set them on Potter's face. Albus smiles at me gratefully. I take the goblet and refill it. He needs much more than one cup. Albus once again puts the drink to Potter's lips, only this time he accepts it, closing his eyes as he swallows. Again, no steam. "That's it, Harry. That's it. There. That should help. Can you hear me, Harry? Do you know who I am?" Albus asks gently, as if speaking to a small child. The look on his face is painful to see. Hope, fear, guilt, love, pain, concern. I realize I'm holding my breath as I wait for a response, anything, from Potter. He's awake, which is better than I feared. But what of his sanity? His eyes begin to focus on Albus' voice, his face flickering with so many frowns and grimaces that I start to wonder if he's developed a nervous twitch. His eyes begin to look around him, as if seeing his surroundings for the first time. I can see him taking note of the details of his cell. His eyes flicker to me, and dismiss me just as easily. I'm chilled by the passing glance. Okay, he's downright creepy. It's only once his eyes get back to Albus that he truly focuses. They stare at each other for a moment. Albus smiles gently and takes Potter's limp hand in his. "I've got you. That's right, Harry. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get here," he says. I see Harry's fingers curl weakly against his hand, and Albus breaks into a bright smile. "Can you drink some more potion? You need your strength," he says. Potter nods weakly, and I'm shocked. He's awake, he's aware. Color me impressed. Albus tips the cup until it is completely drained. No steam. I run my hand through my hair in agitation. He's not in good shape. "Harry, we've broken Percy's memory spells. We have a scroll of what actually occurred and know they gave you Veritaserum. We've got some potions that should help counteract some of the effects, but I need to know how you feel." I know it's a foolish question, but indulge me, he says gently. Potter's face remains passive as he seems to take assessment of himself. "It still burns," he rasps, his voice flat. "But it burns cold now, in my blood. The rest is as it was, only more so," he says. Short and to the point. Tremors, chills, scar pains, tingling nerves, the beginnings of partially obscured vision, muscle spasms, stomach pain from newly developed ulcers that appear as quickly as they're healed. The list goes on. I sigh. He's lucky he lasted 2 days. I hand Albus another goblet that should neutralize any trace amounts of Veritaserum in his blood. Potter drinks it without grimacing, but I know the taste is bitter and highly unpleasant. After a moment, he closes his eyes briefly, the faintest flicker of relief, before nodding. "That's helped," he says, his voice more air than sound. His eyes keep capturing my attention. His focus is distant, although I can tell he sees Albus just fine. It's as if he's looking from the bottom of a deep pit. Perhaps he is. I watch Potter closely. Did he know? When he took this risk and faced the threat of Veritaserum, did he know what it could do? Did Albus tell him? A magical lobotomy. Is he damaged? Watching him now, as flat emotionally as he is, I still see traces of that insolent boy asterisk. Concern for others, empathy, self-insight, creativity, initiative, autonomy, abstract reasoning, judgment, foresight, willpower, determination, concentration, these are all destroyed in an overdose. Considering they gave this frail boy in a child's body an adult dosage, I can only marvel at his healing capacity. Either that, or a metabolism most witches would die for. I, for one, Would have sworn we'd find scrambled eggs instead of a mind. Harry, I'm afraid I can't get you released yet, Albus says. Potter's eyes scan Albus' face, but there is no flicker of emotion. No disappointment or fear. I frown. So the portkey won't work then. I still have it, Potter says faintly, his one hand weakly reaching inside his robes for a handkerchief. Dumbledore shakes his head, closing his eyes for a moment, but not before I see them sparkle unnaturally. Look away. I don't want to see this. But I don't. I watch as Albus takes Potter's hand and guides it back to his pocket. Hold on to it. Wards surround Azkaban, but if you're outside them, or if they should go down for any reason, it will work, Albus says. Potter nods in acceptance. He has to know he won't survive more than another couple of days. Does he want to die? But there is something that will keep you alive until I can get you released, Albus says. Potter doesn't seem to care. Albus hesitates for a moment, frowning thoughtfully. Harry, do you expect to live? He asks after a moment. Potter shakes his head, his eyes still the same, fathomless green. No, Headmaster, I don't, he replies softly. 15. Merlin. Harry, although you and I both discussed the possibility of this day, I did not mention that I had a backup plan for this as well, Albus said. Harry frowns faintly. Finally, at least a little animation. In the instance where I could not get you immediately released from Azkaban, because Fudge is too far gone and I am forced to get him removed, I have spoken with Severus and he has agreed to help me do this, Albus said, his eyes sliding gratefully to me. Why did I agree to do this again? Do what, sir? Harry asked wearily. The memories and pain had become more of a swirling vortex, still circling in the distance, but not with Harry in them. As the screams continued to fade, more and more things came into focus. This is my cell. Faint cries promised to swoop down on him the moment the Dementors returned, but for now, Headmaster Dumbledore has come. His wrinkled hands were warm to the touch as his fingers gently pressed against Harry's hands. His skin seems so thin and fragile, Harry marveled distractedly, yet he's considered one of the strongest wizards alive. The black figure shifted to hand Dumbledore another goblet of potions, but Harry forced his eyes to remain only on the headmaster. As long as you're here, I'm not reliving anything. With Snape, however, the same cannot be said. I know that although you've been studying to become an animagus, you have not been in any condition to try it, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and noticed the brief look of surprise on Snape's face before it was gone. Dumbledore coaxed even more potion into him. Harry tried to swallow as much as he could, but in truth he'd already drunk too much. His stomach rolled in protest. Harry closed his eyes and felt himself begin to drift away as the heating charms on the robes and mattress finally began to take effect. Harry, wake up now. I know you're unwell, but I need you here with me. You're a bit green, Severus. Dumbledore prompted. Harry felt himself lifted up to be in more of a sitting position. Again a goblet was at his lips. He was so tired that he just wanted to drift away, and each distraction from that was a jarring and painful reminder he was still awake. But Harry swallowed anyway, more out of habit than anything else. Immediately, his stomach calmed. Harry opened his eyes again. Dumbledore's expression appeared to relax. Focus, Harry, wake up. Good boy. As I was saying, although you've studied, you've been too weak to become an animagus, and at this rate it would likely kill you to try. This is where Professor Snape comes in, Dumbledore said. Harry glanced over at his potions professor who remained at a distance, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Harry thought sympathetically, I wouldn't want to be here either. Yes, Headmaster, Harry prompted, frowning at how his voice sounded. In truth, he found it difficult to muster up enough energy to be curious or care. The only emotion that seemed to be filtering through the tremors at the moment was a small sense of comfort as the headmaster held him. Everything else was a void. There is an ancient spell called Portus Animus. It connects two people, creating a link or bond between them. It's done by both potion and spell, and can be maintained even from great distances. Professor Snape has agreed to perform this spell with you, Dumbledore said. Harry frowned, the first stirrings of curiosity, however morbid. Why? Harry asked, or rather, croaked. He glanced at Snape who was still looking profoundly uncomfortable. Then, After a moment's thought, Harry shook his head as if already dismissing the thought. What would happen if I died? He asked. Snape froze, and Dumbledore stiffened underneath Harry. You won't. Even if you're unconscious, the bond will enable Severus to manifest within your body to ensure that you eat and drink. We'll leave plenty of potions for you, and the robes and blanket will remain warm indefinitely, Dumbledore said confidently. He paused for a moment, watching Harry intently, before continuing. You're an animagus? Harry asked Snape directly, his lips thinned as he shook his head. No, but I've taught how to become one. Not everyone can be an animagus, Potter, Snape said. Harry was amazed at his professor's ability to be bitter even in the worst of circumstances. It was oddly reassuring. Because your father was an animagus, I'm confident you will be able to become one as well, Dumbledore said soothingly. Harry decided not to ask about the odds. He was betting it would be more like 50-50. This spell is to ensure that Professor Snape can help guide you step by step, providing his own energy as needed, to become an animagus. In this way you will be able to diffuse some of the effects of the Dementors. Harry looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. He may be exhausted and sick, but he wasn't slow, at least not all the time. Either that, or he was beginning to be able to read Dumbledore. His reassuring smile looked a little too innocent. But what if I do die? Harry persisted. Or I'm given the key. Then Severus dies, too, Dumbledore replied solemnly. But you won't die. That's what this spell is for, Harry. Why would you do this? Harry asked Snape directly. If this had more to do with the debt he felt he owed Harry, Harry wanted no part of it. You don't even like me. Believe it or not, this has little to do with you, Snape replied. Harry shook his head. He was too tired to feel much anger, but annoyance was beginning to seep through. Forget it, he thought. I have too many deaths on my conscience. I'd rather not have yours, Harry replied softly. Dumbledore remained silent, watching the two of them keenly. Harry wondered, as he often had, how much of this Dumbledore had planned, or foreseen. He wasn't bitter about it, but, sometimes he wondered if all his conversations fit right into the headmaster's schemes. Are you aware? Snape began, his eyes narrow and dangerous, his face slack in its intensity. Only the faint hint of color at the potion's master's neck and pale cheeks indicated that he was truly angry. It was enough. Of something called a wizard's debt? Snape asked. Harry nodded. You owed one to my father for saving you from Professor Lupin, Harry replied calmly. Old news. Why do you think Pettigrew was sorted into Gryffindor? Snape asked abruptly, throwing Harry off. Harry frowned. In truth, he'd wondered about that himself. Why do you think he was loved and accepted by the beloved Marauders? What do you think he was like? Why would your parents consider him as a secret keeper if he lacked in such obvious moral fiber? Snape asked fiercely. Harry had spent nights trying to find a way to ask Sirius and Remus that very question, but hadn't found a way yet that didn't sound accusatory. Harry shrugged. I don't know why, Harry replied honestly, sighing. Although the pain from the Veritaserum had abated, the remaining fatigue and muscle spasms remained. Even as Harry rested in Dumbledore's arms, wrapped with the blanket, he had to carefully position himself so his muscles didn't cramp. At the moment, both calves were doing so, curling his toes impossibly. He knew his undivided attention was expected, but felt the gray of unconsciousness beginning to cloud the sides of his vision. He knew he wouldn't be able to stay awake much longer. But this was the most he'd heard about why, so he willed it away as much as he could. Just do it and be done. Harry ignored his inner voice. Do you consider Longbottom cowardly? Snape asked. Harry stared at the professor in surprise. Huh. No, of course not. Just not confident, Harry replied, his own accusation laced in his reply. And whose fault is his lack of confidence? Pettigrew was a lot like Longbottom is. Simple, uncomplicated, insecure, but loyal and brave when need be, Snape said. He was silent for a long time, his face unreadable as his eyes stopped focusing on Harry and instead seemed to see something in the distance, a memory. He paled. Severus, Dumbledore prodded gently. Snape's eyes snapped back to Harry's face. He seemed furious now, but oddly Harry could sense a lot of it wasn't necessarily directed at him. Of course, His professor's wrath didn't make him quake in fear now as it had in the past. It's all about perspective, his mind chirped. Harry idly wondered when his thoughts had started to speak without his permission. Why do you think Pettigrew revealed your parents? Do you think he was jealous of them? That he didn't love them? Snape asked. It was odd to hear the word love out of Snape's mouth. Harry shrugged, then, seeing that Snape expected an answer, nodded. The man he'd met in the Shrieking Shack and in the graveyard had been so pathetic and weak. He couldn't imagine what his parents, Sirius and Remus, had seen in him. I don't know, Harry croaked. Dumbledore gave Harry another sip of Snape's potion. Some of the gray left his vision and Snape's face swam into better focus. Good. He wanted to remember this conversation. What does it take to make a man betray his best friends and their child? He's Gryffindor, so he's known for at least a modicum of dumb courage. What would Voldemort bribe him with? Wealth, power, fame. What did it take to make him reveal them? Snape asked. Harry frowned. I don't know. I've wanted to know. What did it take, Professor? Harry asked, his direct question sounding like an accusation. Snape flinched. Voldemort didn't get the information voluntarily. He broke Peter Pettigrew. That's what you've met, Potter. A broken man. Voldemort used my potions to break him, Snape said. Harry froze, a lump in his throat and a scream of his own threatening his thoughts. Thankfully, he didn't utter a sound. Instead, he stared at Snape in renewed horror. Were you there? Harry asked. You monster. Snape shook his head. If I'd known, I'd have done something. Voldemort asked for these potions months in advance. I had no idea who they were for. But I assure you, Pettigrew never stood a chance, Snape said. Harry started to cough, his hands flying to his mouth. Bile rose in his throat and with shocking ease Dumbledore adjusted Harry so that he was leaning off the bed and facing the tiny bowl that served as a latrine. Harry vomited all of the potions they'd made him drink as Dumbledore held him, rubbing his back soothingly, saying gentle words. Harry couldn't help the tears that slid down his face, but felt betrayed by them. He hated for Snape to see his pain. Shish, it's okay, Harry. Severus, could you hand me the water? Dumbledore asked. When Harry's dry retches finally ceased, Dumbledore eased him back onto the flimsy mattress. He tenderly wrapped the thin blanket around Harry's shoulders, tucking it around him so that no square centimeter remained uncovered. A cup of cold water was placed at Harry's lips, and he sipped gratefully, his body trembling horribly. Harry turned his eyes back to Snape. I've caused the death of the man I owed a wizard's debt to. My death is not your responsibility, Potter, whereas your parents' death is mine, Snape said. Harry stared at Snape for a long time, unable to say anything. What is there to say? Snape watched Harry closely, his arms wrapped around his chest defensively, as if the chill of Azkaban affected him deeply as well. That's why you treated me so badly. Here is the child whose parents you killed. Let's teach him potions, shall we? How ironic. Since we're revealing all the skeletons in the closet, Snape asked, startling both Harry and Dumbledore, I have a question for you, Potter. Why do you trust me? You know I'm a Death Eater, yet you still take any potion I give you. Why? I've never given you any reason to trust me, Snape finished. His face looked truly bewildered, as if he'd wondered this question for a long time and finally decided to ask it. Harry realized that that was the most unguarded he'd ever seen the potion's master. He almost didn't recognize him. Because I've seen you, Harry replied. Snape stilled, a slight frown on his face. Just last week I saw you tell Voldemort you hadn't seen me since the end of school. Why is he so fond of the Cruciatus Curse? Harry asked. Snape took a couple of steps back, his eyes sliding to Dumbledore. That is why you didn't want me to read Potter's journal. Because I'm in there, Snape stated, his eyes wide in horror. You've seen me. You've seen, Snape said, his head snapping from Harry to Dumbledore and back again, then closed his mouth abruptly. Harry nodded. Snape ran a trembling hand through his hair, raking it back distractedly. Closing his eyes, he visibly calmed himself. He's humiliated, Harry realized. He's ashamed of what Dumbledore's read that he's had to do. And of course, that's why Dumbledore didn't tell him. Harry watched as Snape pulled his shell protectively around himself again, the face returning to impassiveness, only the eyes revealing anything. It was the only part of himself that Snape didn't seem to have complete control over. Professor Snape has also perfected barriers so that, should he have to see Voldemort again and he uses the Cruciatus curse, it will not rebound onto you, Dumbledore said. His eyes looked tired. Harry could see the pain in them now. He hates that Snape has to do this. He hates that he had to ask it of him. And I remember when he did, right after the third task. So are you going to do the spell or not, Potter? Snape asked, his voice oddly hollow. Harry hesitated. How does this work? Harry asked, forcing his mind to focus. Severus will be the one to initiate contact. He might not always be successful, but I think as your bond solidifies, you'll have an easier time. You won't be able to entirely escape what the Dementors do, but he will be able to buffer it enough to work with you. 2 hours a day until you become an animagus. Any more could hurt Professor Snape, Dumbledore said, chafing Harry's hands as if to try to warm them up. Harry looked at his headmaster and sighed. I know that at mealtime the Dementors leave. Considering how we found you, I'll assume you'll be unconscious. Professor Snape will check in, and if you haven't eaten, he'll inhabit your body and do it for you. He can only do this when you're unconscious and he cannot do it without your permission, but remember, his life will be bound to yours. Dumbledore continued. Will you do it? Dumbledore asked, looking into Harry deeply enough to make him more uncomfortable than he already was. His throat burned from the bile and potions and he knew his breath must be atrocious. Dumbledore didn't appear to notice or mind. Harry had finally managed to uncurl his cramping toes, but the tremors still remained, and as hard as Dumbledore tried to warm Harry's hands, the relief only lasted for seconds. As much as his stubbornness had forced him to want to refuse Snape's help, Harry knew in his heart that he was terrified of dying. He hoped when he died he'd finally meet his parents, but wasn't so confident in an afterlife, or heaven, or whatever. The Dursleys had been religious, but only in such an appallingly hypocritical way that it had caused Harry to scoff at the mere concept of it. They'd gone to church every Sunday until Harry was 8, but never took Harry because he was heathen. In their mind, his magic condemned him to hell, which, as Aunt Petunia had told him frequently, was where his parents were. Harry preferred to reject any notion of an afterlife rather than contemplate his parents in hell. Of course, meeting the ghosts at Hogwarts had changed his perception of an afterlife. He preferred to think of his beliefs now as a work in progress. Harry nodded. Yes, I'll do it, he whispered. Dumbledore relaxed and even began to smile. Excellent, my boy. We'll get you out of here as soon as we can, of course, but now we've got a little more time. I'm curious to see what kind of animal you'll become, Dumbledore said as Snape reached inside his robes and pulled out a tiny glass vial of cobalt blue liquid. It looked a great deal like ink, only the consistency appeared much thicker. This spell hasn't been performed in centuries, so the extent of the bond will have to be explored by both of you. Not much is documented, but what is has already been read by Professor Snape. Remember that it is voluntary, and needs both of your cooperation. Once you're freed, Harry, the spell can be reversed with no ill effects. Now, take a big sip of this, hold my hand, and repeat what I say, Dumbledore instructed. Snape handed the vial to Harry, careful not to let his fingers touch him at all. Harry took a swig of the vial. It tasted as bad as it looked, and he wondered if his teeth and tongue were now blue. What kind of animal will I be? It was the first nice idea Harry had heard in a long time. He'd envied Sirius' ability to transform at will, and longed to be an unregistered animagus himself. It was a secret defense that Harry coveted. To walk in public, even as a wanted man, unrecognized. That kind of anonymity Harry definitely appreciated. Harry placed his hand in Dumbledore's. Dumbledore took Snape's hand in his other, serving as a link between them. As he spoke the words of the spell, Harry and Snape repeated them, Snape's voice so much deeper and sonorous than Harry's scratchy whisper. The air around them seemed to shimmer as Harry spoke, and his hand grew increasingly warm in Dumbledore's. He felt a slight pressure building within his mind, like an idea he couldn't quite remember. As Dumbledore silenced, Harry and Snape finished the spell. His vision blurred for a moment, and he could have sworn he was looking at himself from Snape's eyes. He looked awful. Then he was back. He felt just the same, except for something swirling at the edge of his thoughts. Like a fading dream. Too bad the nightmares don't fade. Is that Snape? Harry frowned. This is kind of anticlimactic. For Severus to enable the link to be fully active, he must be as close to sleep as possible. You're connected even now, but one of the two of you must be more receptive at first to solidify the bond. In time, you may not need to be. My time is almost at an end here, Harry, Dumbledore said. His eyes were sad. He doesn't want to leave me, Harry realized, and was oddly comforted. He's done what he can. Snape had pulled his hand away and was currently placing an amazing array of vials into a tear in Harry's mattress. Harry watched him quietly. Dumbledore eased Harry completely back onto the pathetic bed, tucking the blanket around him. Harry was too weak to do anything but watch. Eventually, Snape stood and looked at Harry expectantly. "Thank you, Professor," he said. Snape appeared surprised for a second, then nodded curtly. "Headmaster?" Harry asked, frowning. Dumbledore had stood to allow Snape to supply Harry's mattress but now took Harry's hand in his own tenderly. Harry was grateful for it, but unsure how much the headmaster felt and how much was wishful thinking on Harry's part. Dumbledore cared, of that Harry didn't doubt. But that gesture, as holding him had been, was something only Mrs. Weasley had ever done. Harry was too tired to process his thoughts completely, so, letting it go, he focused on what he'd meant to ask. "When the Dementors are around, I'm not even aware. I'm in a bad place. I don't understand how this spell can work with that," he asked. How could Snape even reach him? Because the foundation of this spell is based on your mutual dislike. It's negative in nature, therefore unaffected by the Dementor's magic, Dumbledore said and managed to look quite pleased with himself. Snape snorted loudly and appeared slightly annoyed. Harry shook his head. How appropriate. The final mystery solved. "Ah," Harry replied and watched as Snape covered himself again with Harry's cloak. Snape looked at Harry for a moment, and appeared to want to say something, but didn't, disappearing. Harry stared back at the place where the professor he'd hated the most likely still stood and said nothing. What could be said? Good luck. Hang in there. Cheerio. Hope I don't kill you. Thanks for risking your neck for someone you hate. Harry shook his head. He was starting to fade. When his mind rambled, he knew it wasn't long before he passed out. Harry, Dumbledore said, bringing Harry's thoughts back to the present. We'll be back, I promise, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and patted the headmaster's hand reassuringly. Dumbledore pulled his hand back and Harry caught the flash of a frown before his gentle smile was in place. Yes, Headmaster, Harry replied. Dumbledore stood and glanced behind him. Harry couldn't hear Snape, but knew he was there. Goodbye, Harry said, reluctant for the headmaster to leave. But the chill in the air was growing. The Dementors were signaling the end of the visit. Harry tried to smile at the headmaster, but instead it came out a grimace, so he gave up. Dumbledore looked at Harry a moment longer. We'll get you out of here, Dumbledore said solemnly. Harry knew a vow when he heard one. He nodded and watched as Dumbledore turned and walked away. The door closed behind him, the echo of metal slamming shut ringing in Harry's ears long after Dumbledore's footsteps had retreated. It was such a permanent sound. Like a death knell. Harry closed his eyes as the chill overcame him, and the silence was once again filled with screams. Ron sighed as he pushed the pile of parchments away from the table and leaned back. He stretched his arms above his head and groaned, gratified as his back cracked noisily. George shook his head with a small grin, and Hermione didn't even look up. I wish I could do that, George said enviously, and winced as he tried to sit up a little straighter at the table. Fred glanced over at him quietly. George smiled at his twin reassuringly, and let himself tip to the side, gently bumping Fred in the shoulder before straightening again. The injuries in the raid that George received were nearly all healed now. Only the tenderness of the muscles that had strained from his fall downstairs remained. The bones in his leg healed nicely, but he still limped slightly as the twisted tendons took longer to mend. Ron watched his twin brothers discreetly, amazed at how Fred had responded to the attack. As beaters, Fred and George both received countless injuries all the time. Never had Ron seen Fred behave like this with George, though, even counting the time George took a bludger to the head. Their companionship and camaraderie had always been an understood thing. They were twins, after all. Communication seemed to pass between them that was never verbalized or even shown through body language. It's what made them such devastating beaters. But since the attack, Ron noticed that Fred seemed to watch his brother as if he were made of glass. He kept his wand with him at all times, although Ron and Hermione both had done this since third year, and he kept close watch on George. Every flinch, every sigh was now closely monitored. George seemed to notice right away Fred's distress, and had been trying to reassure him ever since. Ron watched his two brothers as they shared a look between them. George smiled at Fred and bumped his shoulder again. Even their mother had begun to watch Fred with concern. Fred's normally loud, vivacious personality was muted. He quietly kept close eye on George everywhere he went, and refused to leave his side even for a moment. Jokes, the be-all end-all of the twins' existence for many years besides Quidditch, of course now took a back seat. "I can't believe how much there is to sort through," Ron said, and took the handfuls of parchment he'd gone through, which he then dropped untidily on the stack next to his chair. Ginny watched him and pursed lips. "Percy is going to go ape when he sees the pile you're making." "I think he had all those in order," she observed. She didn't look distraught at her announcement. Ron raised an eyebrow. "I'm not worried about his little filing system. We're running out of time," Ron replied, and knew his tone betrayed his anger. Hermione glanced up, pushing her hair off her face to get a better look at both Ron and Ginny. The side of her lip curled up for a moment, then she looked back down, absent-mindedly twisting her hair into a knot which she tied on top of her head. The parchment she'd been holding began to roll up, and she sighed tiredly as she reflattened it out and tried to find her place again. Curls stuck out everywhere. "When do Mr. Weasley and Percy get back?" Hermione asked. Ginny glanced at her and bit the side of her lip distractedly, shaking her head. She looked tired and pale, her freckles showing up starkly against her skin. The purple shadows under her eyes showed her fatigue all too well. "I'm not sure. I hope they don't intend to stay at work the whole day. Bill's coming later this afternoon, though, and Charlie should be here by this evening," Ginny replied. It was 4 days since the attack, and no one else was talking about the ramifications of the rest of the family coming home to stay indefinitely. Ron wondered if they realized what it meant. His dad kept saying that he'd called his eldest sons back to help sort through the paperwork, but Ron knew that wasn't it. Arthur Weasley had called his sons back in case the ministry attacked again. And with Percy smuggling more paperwork out daily, that chance increased exponentially. What the bloody hell is an and why do they pop up all the time? Ron asked in frustration as he unrolled a new parchment in front of him. Fred looked up and frowned. "You know, there are a ton of those forms, too, aren't there? No names or anything, just locations, and it's got the Auror Division insignia on the letterhead. What do you think it is?" Fred asked curiously. George glanced over at Fred's parchment and nodded. Apparently, he'd been wondering the same thing. "Ronald Weasley, don't make me come in there and wash your mouth out. It's exogenous retention modifiers," Molly Weasley said from the kitchen door where she'd evidently overheard them. She glared at Ron, then seemed to notice the blank stares of the rest of the table. "Memory charms," she prompted them as if it were the most common knowledge in the world. Ron suppressed a snicker at the shocked expression on Hermione's face. He was well aware that his mother was full of surprises. "It's when they have to obliviate people," she elaborated, and what his mother said truly began to sink in. Ron looked at her in surprise as well, but didn't dare to say anything. He was lucky he'd gotten off with a warning. "We're not going to track anything with no names, though," Hermione said, discouraged, after Ron's mother turned and walked back into the kitchen. She plopped her chin on her hands and frowned. "We've still got Harry's dates," Ron replied. "Use that first. I know the memory charm is cast all the time with muggles, but wouldn't they have had to use it on neighbors as well if the dark mark appears? Otherwise you know whose attacks would already be in the news." "But there's no addresses," George said. "No, but there are town names," Hermione said, pleased. "Find a concentration and check out the town." "No, look at it the other way. We already have the names of the missing from the Daily Prophet. Find out where they live and correlate the memory charms to that, Ron said, thrilled. That makes sense. Then we should have looked up their addresses in the first place, Hermione said, clearly annoyed with herself. Ron shook his head. No, I'll bet they wiped out all traces of dark magic from the homes. Remember, we're looking for evidence. We don't have the magic, but an abnormal amount of memory charms in the vicinity is a place to start, Ron said, his heart beating faster. He was beginning to feel better about the search. We're looking for what they've done with the bodies, Hermione reminded everyone grimly. So we need to look for innocent-sounding services that might be used for dark purposes. Well, I've got a list of weird-sounding businesses already. We'll just keep adding to it as we look and ask either Dad or Percy what each of them are when they get home, Ginny said as she looked at everyone. Fred and George nodded as they turned back to their respective parchment piles. Hermione and Ron looked at each other for a moment before he, too, grabbed some more scrolls from the tabletop. This isn't what we want to be doing to help Harry, but it's all we can do. Please let it be enough. Ron knew Hermione shared his thoughts. We're pretty useless right now otherwise. It took a while to convince Albus to have Pomfrey leave me in peace. I'm not looking forward to initiating the bond with the boy as it is. To try to do so in the sterile, antiseptic hospital wing makes me shudder. As soon as I returned from Azkaban I took a long, hot shower. No matter how hard I scrub, I swear I still see the grime underneath my fingernails from when I was there. It's strange. I would do anything Albus asked of me, but this is one of the hardest things I've ever had to face. The hardest. Potter wasn't told all aspects of the spell that was performed. I wonder if he would have if he'd known. Harboring of Souls. Ironic name for the spell. I'm shocked I still have one. It's supposed to be a sharing of consciousness, where the stronger soul pulls as much of the other's consciousness into his own body as he can. Any port in a storm. What Potter doesn't realize is that, although muted, the Dementors will affect me as well. I'm not sure I can do this. This is my current concern. I'll have to shield the boy from my memories while still focusing enough thought and energy on him to allow him a sanctuary of sort to realize his animagus abilities, if he can become an animagus. I sigh as I look over at the bed that waits for me to begin. A problem shared is a problem halved. Damn Albus and his disgustingly cheerful, hopeful eyes anyway. Why on earth am I supposed to be Potter's greatest hope? It's too absurd for words. I swear I hear James's snicker in the shadows, bastard. The nebulous pain of Potter's emotions has been with me now for nearly a day. He's not in my mind, but his presence echoes distantly, promising nothing but despair. I feel it in the air. I taste it on my tongue. It's acrid and bitter, like a foul potion for foul deeds. It's the experience of loss and loneliness so complete that Potter cannot even interact with the outside world while the Dementors are nearby. The place he's in, okay, come back, Severus. Thoughts like this are why I've procrastinated half an hour past when I said I'd arrive to help Potter. It's not like you'll notice. I'm not a selfish man by nature. Ignorant, somewhat, and naive, once. No longer. But I pay for my follies daily. As if teaching isn't punishment enough. Sighing, I cross to the bed and throw myself on it before I can change my mind. Glancing at the nightstand beside me, I realize Albus has left a large chunk of chocolate for me. It still amazes me that he cares. Strays are Albus. For all that I've scoffed at the mercy of others, I'll be eternally grateful for his. Which is why I'm going to do this. Closing my eyes, I let my senses drift to the vortex just outside my consciousness. Potter is there. Follow the bond and visualize it solidifying, becoming an anchor from your consciousness to his. Annoying instructions. I would expect such nonsense from Trelawney. But I do as I'm told and realize that I can no longer feel my body. Instead I can feel voices I know, laughter, his laughter, back when he was strong and charismatic and cruel and beautiful, back before I realized my lapse of judgment and that knowledge is not necessarily always power. Desperately I struggled to shut the sounds off and close my eyes. Do I even have eyes here? I refuse to see my past. I know what I've done. This is not what I'm here for. I dare not move forward until this is silenced. How much has Potter already seen within my mind as I try to open the bond? His presence feels closer, somehow, and I fear what he may have seen, if he's even aware of what I'm experiencing. I force the sounds of my own past below the surface, below my consciousness. The laughter begins to fade. It now bubbles away in the back of my mind, like a potion said to simmer, just as Potter did when I had not tried to activate the bond yet. Please let him not see my past. Eventually, my mind stills. My shrieks of rage at my own arrogance are silenced. It's more of a growl now anyway. I truly stand on the precipice of his pain. Am I really standing? Or is this more Trelawney's astral projection nonsense? It's the salty air that brings my reality home. Merlin, I'm back in his cell. I'm shivering, bitterly cold, yet I cannot move. My body hurts in a way that is nearly overwhelming, after effects of battling the Veritaserum. You never stood a chance, Potter. I feel like my limbs wouldn't move properly, even if I had the energy to try, and my head feels like it's about to explode, my forehead being pierced by an ice pick. Is this what your scar feels like, Potter? You underplayed it. Ah well, it's time to say hello. Potter asterisk I call into the chaos. My voice sounds odd and even echoes back at me. Silence. Asterisk Potter asterisk I call again. Words that I did not say, but are in my voice, call to me. I recognize them now, I have said them to him. I'm hearing his memories. My insults over his potion making. My remarks about his parents, about his celebrity, his friends. The things I mocked and ridiculed him with, which in truth consoled me as I taught him potions, as I faced my guilt daily. I hated him, I see that now. I thought I'd hidden it deep enough. I cloaked it in excuses to deflect suspicions from Death Eater children as to where my true loyalties lay. Be too kind and they'll know you're a traitor. I know the truth, and so does he. It's a bitter pill to swallow. I hated him for what he forced me to face. Potter asterisk I call once more. Perhaps I need to work harder, give more to the tentative bond, I feel towards him. It's like the gentle tugs one would use to correct a kite and prevent it from crashing. If I just followed it properly, it would lead me straight to Potter. I put energy towards the connection, and nearly falter for a moment. My own demons come back, before I'm able to suppress them again. Stay quiet, you. I feel as if I'm wading into icy waters, waiting for the numbness to allow me to continue. I'm not in him, yet. I'm skirting the edges of his life. I'm only seeing the part one played in it. My own words still whisper around me, overlapping, sometimes indiscernible, taunting me. At least I'm memorable, careless words I barely remember saying. It's the shock and horror of my desperate fury to get Black the Dementor's key asterisk that pulls me forward. Merlin, boy, I can see from your memories you barely knew him an hour. Okay. I'm disgusted. Asterisk Potter asterisk I say, and I know my annoyance is evident. Professor? Asterisk asterisk a weak voice replies. It's him. Ah. All I have to do to reach him is traumatize him. That I can do. Focus on my voice, asterisk asterisk I instruct. I feel a gentle pull against my chest and can begin to sense him in this mess which is his mind. I will never admit this experience to Sybil. Never. I try to help Potter draw nearer as I realize that to be closer to me takes him further from them, the Dementors. Asterisk can you follow my voice? Asterisk asterisk I ask. Can I take him back to my body the way I'm in his? Are we sharing his body? Why aren't complicated spells ever properly explained? I'm trying, asterisk asterisk he whispers. He sounds so tired, so flat. Why does he try still? I sense his feeling of hopelessness. Oh. He's doing it because he knows my life is now tied to him. Lovely. I feel a tingling against my chest and realize I can reach out and grab him. Is this really him in front of me? I can see him now. He's floating before me, his robes dancing to unseen currents. His glasses are askew. Are they that way in the cell as well? He's mostly gray, like a ghost, except for his eyes. Even behind his glasses they're the brightest thing about him. I think I'm going to have nightmares about those eyes. I hold out my hand to him. He seems to focus beyond me. Potter, asterisk asterisk I reprimand sharply as he begins to fade. I'm terrified to lose him now that I'm here. I don't know if I'd be able to find him again. His outline sharpens. Take my hand, asterisk asterisk I say. What on earth am I going to do once I have it? His eyes turn slowly to focus on my face again. He reaches out, his fingers curling against mine. His hand is so small. He's 15. I have to remind myself, because every instinct I have is to treat him like a child, yet I know all too well he is not. When his hand is completely in mine, I feel energy sparking around me. Is this the bond? I tentatively try to manipulate it. It moves to my will. What is this? Our connection. I cringe at all the touchy-feely words I'm using in my head to describe this. You're never to tell Trelawney of this, ****, I say hastily. There's no danger of that, ****, Potter replies, and it startles me. I think his reply was laced with a tinge of irony. As I move the energy around us, I feel a tug against my chest. So it is the bond, then. I try to add energy to it. I have no idea how much time it has taken to get me here, but my own stamina is drawing to a close. I won't be able to stay much longer. Potter, I must have your permission. In several hours' time the Dementors will leave and your food will arrive, ****, I say, preparing to explain why he should allow me complete access to his body. He gave it verbally when I was there, but I've prepared ample arguments for what I know must appall him as much as it appalls me. Given, ****, he says. I'm startled by his sudden reply. It definitely takes the wind out of my argument, doesn't it? I pause to try to glean from the bond if I can do it. Walk around in Potter's skin. I don't feel any different. I think it's more than words, ****, I say dryly. He's fading again. I can feel the energy disperse between us. That's why he replied so quickly. He's fading, and he knows I am, too. Try harder. Visualize it, ****, I instruct. I watch his transparent face in front of me and feel his will shape our bond as well. It sings over my skin and tugs at my beat bone, reverberating like a deep bass would. It feels good, I realize, and nearly yelp. It's comforting. He must feel my startled response, for I sense him pulling away. Damn it, Severus. You're better at hiding things than this. Potter, what are you doing? I call out, watching him fade. He pauses and looks at me. How can we sever the link? He asks, his voice firm. I freeze. I know what that means and automatically begin to shake my head. You want this even less than I go away, Professor, he says, and I'm pushed into darkness again. He's trying to force me away. Dumbledore says we can sever the link. Do so. His voice is calm and accepting. I feel rage at my own squidginess. Discipline, accomplishment, success, dignity. These are what I've known all my life. Comfort is as alien to me as love. I'm sarcasm and wit, not hugs and KS, I rail to the void. But I know the truth. I blew it. I had him and I blew it. He reached out to me, opened up to me, and I rejected him. Where's a dog to kick when I need one? Oh, wait, did that. I'm drifting now, back to my own body. His aches begin to fade except for the pain in my forehead, in his forehead. Abruptly, the pain draws me back whether I like it or not. It's searing. I reach up to press my hands to my forehead, hissing, but my hands fly through. I'm as transparent as Potter now. What is this pain? My forearm begins to tingle, and I know suddenly all too well what is happening. Even in Azkaban, Potter still sees what Voldemort does. I begin to float back towards where I suspect Potter is, moving faster and faster. Darkness brightens to night, and the faint flicker of lights tell me I'm looking down over the countryside. Great Merlin. I know where this is. The mindless screams within Potter's mind oddly begins to silence. So are the dreams enough to hold Dementors at bay. Then? I'm floating over a darkened countryside, pulled towards him. I lower until I'm passing through the top of a roof to land beside Potter. He stands silently, looking at something intently, not glancing at me as I join him. I know this scene. I've seen it played out far too often. Death Eaters in a room. Frightened people running through the house, chased by laughing monsters in the shape of men, until they're corralled into the living room. This is their sport. They're playing, like cats with a mouse. There will be no survivors. There will be no escapes. Disgusted, I look towards Harry. He continues to look around intently, and even now begins to move about the house quickly. It's odd, trying to follow him. It's like trying to run in water. Soon, he's back in the room where they are. What are you doing? I ask, forcing myself to ignore the pleas and fearful questions. I keep my eyes trained on the boy. I know each of the Death Eaters all too well. Potter steps forward to where the man sits on the floor, his face terrified. Harry kneels beside him. "Can you hear me?" he asks softly, watching closely for a response. There is none, but it doesn't look like Potter's surprised. He then turns to the woman. I realize they look oddly familiar to me. Could they be parents of someone at Hogwarts? I realize in horror. "Can you hear me?" Potter asks of the woman as well. She's trying hard not to cry, but her breathing comes out in gasps of a sob anyway, like short hiccups of sound. "Do you know them?" he abruptly asks of me as he wearily stands again. 15. "Who?" I ask, surprised he's talking to me. "The couple." "No, but they look familiar," I respond. Now that I'm in his dream, it seems like we have a more superficial means of communication again. I can no longer hear his thoughts. Perhaps that's good. "How about the Death Eaters?" he asks me. "No nonsense." I nod. He looks pleased for a moment, then begins leaning over any parchments he sees in the room. "What are you doing now?" I ask. I feel oddly like an intruder here, like this is his torment I'm interrupting. It seems as if he has a routine for when the dreams start. "I'm trying to see if I can find out their names and address," he replies. His voice is as weak as ever, yet his movements are sure and fast. "Arvel and Deirdre Barnes. Do you know them?" he asks me. I realize I'm much more comfortable when he's looking away, when those eyes are not on me. His movements are fast and jerky. It's like he's trying to do as much as quickly as possible. "I don't. I may have seen them before, though. It could even have been Diagon Alley for all I know," I reply. He pauses for a moment, and evidently reads the questions in my expression, for he continues. "I look for the exits, just in case someone does see me, if I can try to help them escape by at least letting them know if there are others standing guard or not. I've only succeeded once, but," here he shrugs. Even he seems to know it's fruitless, but still makes the effort. "I try to find out who the victims are," he says, and I realize how clinical it sounds. Of course he knows they won't lie either. "It's nice to have you here. You know all of the Death Eaters." "I'm only familiar with about 10 or so. The rest I've just memorized by voice and build," he continues to explain. Facts for his journal. He's trying to be as specific as possible for Dumbledore. I'm stunned. Even in the face of all this asterisk, he still tries. It's hopeless. Even he knows that. Yet look at him, and I do. I've never doubted his courage. In fact, I've wondered how much was courage and how much was just plain stupidity, but this is about strength. I've missed much of the dialogue between Barnes and the Death Eaters, but it's no mystery. The curses have begun, and Potter stands watching, his eyes flitting from figure to figure. The screams fill my mind, and I feel filthy. He knows I was a Death Eater, too. Does he think I participated in this? Potter's face is still. His eyes look so old as Arvel Barnes begs for his wife's life. "Why do you watch this?" I ask him. "I look for evidence," he replies, "but I know that's not true. The Ministry will cover up any evidence left behind." He looks at me for a moment, and sees I don't believe him. "Because someone should," he says softly. "Please, what have we done?" "Whatever we did, we didn't mean it," Arvel Barnes says earnestly. I believe him. "If we've upset you, take it out on me. Let my wife leave. We've done nothing to harm you," he pleads. He's dressed like a muggle. He looks kind. He's just a bit round, with rosy cheeks from too many pints and deep laugh lines around his eyes. He's wearing a sweater that fits him oddly. I think it was made for him. His wife probably made it. "You know what happens now. Come outside with me," I suddenly pled. "The Death Eaters have had their fun. It's nearly time for the main event. I don't want to see this, and I don't want Potter to see this either. Not while I'm beside him. If he's feeling particularly altruistic when I'm not around, fine." "I can't," he replies. "What do you mean?" I ask, puzzled. "He's coming. I'm bound," he replies. "Can't you feel it?" I do. I feel it in the air. It's what I imagine a muggle would feel if they ever faced a Christian demon. My scar's already starting to burn. "Try to leave now. Walk out the door," he instructs. Tortious Dreams 101. I turn and step away, and it's as if a spring attached to my robes is being pulled further and further taut. The further I step away from the living room, the more I'm dragged back. Merlin. He has no choice. Then close your eyes. Plug your ears. Wake up, I say in mounting horror as I watch the Death Eaters raise their wands. It's time for the screams. What is there to touch? Until he has come and gone, I'm trapped here, Potter says. I know who he's referring to. Voldemort. He's coming. Crucio. Avery says, his lips curling into a lazy smile. The screams fill the room and I feel my own despair rising like bile. I hate this. I was seduced to this life, not through the promise of cruelty to man, but the promise of forbidden knowledge. It was a tantalizing fruit, and I'd already committed myself by the time I learned what Lucius' favorite sport really was. Then talk to me. Tell me what you do in these dreams. You've saved lives. Be specific. Look at me, Potter, I say, trying to calm my rising voice, trying to distract him. He turns and I see his expression. He looks so old, I don't know why it means so much to me to keep him from witnessing this, but it does. Does my own sense of shame play a part in this? Either way, I realize I've lost my composure completely. Completely unacceptable. There's nothing to do now. I've already done what I can. The only interactions I've had are with people Voldemort was torturing himself. And that was only a few times, right before death. Them, Potter says and points to the people writhing in agony. I cannot help. I've screamed and cried and tried magic. I've tried to hurt the Death Eaters and myself. I've tried to run away. I've tried to slip inside the victims and tell them where to run. They cannot hear me, Potter says, his voice intense with frustration and rage. Oddly, I'm pleased. It's the most animation I've seen in him since I initiated the bond. I close my eyes for a moment, and when I open them he's stepped forward. My blood runs cold. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? He kneels before the old man once again. Barnes doesn't have long now. His wife is sobbing beside him. I suspect she is no longer sane. It's almost over. I promise. I'm so sorry, it's almost over. I'm so sorry, he whispers as he kneels next to the doomed couple, then he steps away again. Tears slide down his face unnoticed. The reality of his guilt hits me hard. This is his blood debt. He feels responsible, for it was his blood who raised Voldemort. He feels he owes it to them to watch, because he caused it. I feel sick. I've always known he felt guilty, but the reality of it never quite set in. Potter's face is oddly slack. I feel tears on my face. Merlin, I'm crying myself. My tears are for the lost little boy with the courage of a Gryffindor who's too naive to know when he's beat. It amazes me how you all seem to not know what you've done, a voice says from the doorway and pain sears through my brain. Potter falls on the floor in front of me, and I myself am brought to my knees. Voldemort asterisk. Potter looks over at me, his face contorted in pain. My arm begins to tingle and itch painfully. Is it the proximity, or would I feel this in the dark mark at Hogwarts? I pray to whatever gods may be listening that he doesn't sense me. My dark mark radiates evil like a beacon when I'm around Voldemort, and I fear it may do the same here. I realize the scene before me is beginning to fade. I look to Potter in surprise. He's still in pain and clutching his forehead, but a sudden hard grin takes hold. You're leaving. Tell them who they are, he says determinedly. Do you know where you are? He asks. I nod. The color in the room is beginning to fade to gray, and Potter is becoming nearly white. You're at Hogwarts, right? He asks. I nod again. He reminds me oddly of a mini-general taking command. Tell Dumbledore. Have him send people over before the ministry covers it up, he instructs. Good plan. Wait. I won't leave, I say firmly. His eyes go round with surprise. Are you mad? Get out of here, he says. I ignore the tone, for now. Not until you give me permission. Mean it, Potter. Not until you give me access to you while you're unconscious, I say. He nearly rolls his eyes in frustration. There. You have it. Now would you leave? He asks, annoyed. I'm pleased by that. What does that say about me? As I fade, I feel his thoughts again, although I no longer can see him. I'm traveling back to Hogwarts, but I can feel that a barrier is gone. Next time it will be easier to find Potter. and I believe I will be able to make sure he eats. I'm pleased, and the grim hope I know Potter now feels that at least some evidence will be found before it's covered up gives me heart. Bletch. The twinges in my arm sears into a blinding pain for a moment, then ceases. I see red, then white spots as I try to open my eyes. My body jerks wildly as my limbs spasm in my bed. I'm in my bed. I gasp for breath even as hands hold me down. Easy, Severus, easy. Take deep breaths. Albus' gentle voice tries to calm my furiously beating heart. The sea air has been replaced by the moist chill of my precious dungeons. I'm home. Greenock, I gasp out. That's the town I'd seen. Arvel and Deirdre Barnes. Voldemort is there now. He's nearly done, but if you send people now, before the ministry comes, I struggle to say. I fully intend to claw the hell out of my itching dark mark tonight. I feel in the mood for a little pain. I just hope some can be inflicted on the ministry as well. Get pictures, too. Better yet, a reporter. So you found him? Albus asks gently yet firmly, and I realize he's cradling me as he did Potter. My jaw feels like it's coming unhinged in a desperate struggle to catch my breath. Surely I haven't been holding my breath all this time? Shush, Severus. Deep breaths. Did you witness his nightmare? He asks, although he already knows the answer. I nod. Would you get moving? I think in frustration. He holds me closer for a second and I feel a slab of chocolate pressed to my lips. I bite into it and find myself drifting. I had to make sure you were okay first. Now I leave you in Pomfrey's capable hands. I know where Arvel lives, he says sadly, and I hear a rustle of robes as I'm placed flat on the bed again. I'm falling into nothingness. I listen as Pomfrey whispers a warming charm over my blankets and tucks me in like a child. I keep my eyes closed. I've no energy left. I marvel at the silence around me and let it swallow me whole. So this is success. I'd hate to see what failure is. I wish I could knock on wood. I don't like tempting fate. Remus Lupin was well aware of instinct. He'd known it intimately for many years. He'd fought it, resented it, denied it, ignored it, and finally listened to it, and he was uncomfortable with what it was telling him now. His time teaching at Hogwarts had brought back many memories, both cherished and painful, but none had been as clear as his memories of Sirius as a young man. At the time he'd wondered if his own mind had devised some special sort of torment for him. Why did he still care so deeply for the traitor? He'd hated himself for wondering what had happened. How Sirius could have betrayed James and Lily, because for the life of him Remus still couldn't think of a scenario that would have enabled that to happen. He'd remembered how Sirius had been the one to become an animagus first. He'd been the one to make the suggestion that they should find a way to join Remus during the full moon. James had found the spells, but Sirius had thought it up and was the first to try it. Peter had come up with the theory of asterisk why Remus wouldn't eat his friends instead of joining them. It had been a terrible risk. Remus still cringed at the danger his friends had put themselves in. They didn't understand what it was like, what he was like. The pain was so unbearable, he lashed out at anything, anyone, everyone, including himself. They hadn't told him at the time, of course. Remus would never have let them near him if he'd known. He refused to tell them where he went to change each full moon, only that he did. He'd been afraid deep down that they'd want to find a way to help him, that they'd be horrified at the damage he did to himself in the shack and decide it was better to let him run free. They wouldn't understand his deepest, darkest fears, because who thinks they're mortal at 15? Besides Harry, that is. Instead, they'd followed Remus and found where Madame Pomfrey took him. Upon looking back, it was that same introspection, the clear memories Remus held of the dark-haired rogue of a prankster with an enormous heart and the judgment of an oyster, that had allowed him to face Sirius that night in the Shrieking Shack. It was the night Sirius broke Ron Weasley's leg as he dragged him down the tunnel, determined once and for all to avenge James and Lily by killing Peter. It was also the same night Remus himself had changed and nearly killed Harry, Ron and Hermione. He had known it was coming. He could always feel the pull of the moon days before, but Sirius was near Hogwarts, and Harry had been in danger. Remus had learned so much about Harry as he taught him how to make a Patronus. Until then, Harry had simply been a more thoughtful carbon copy of James with Lily's eyes. He'd been the haunting reminder of all that Remus had lost, all that indeed Harry had lost. But Remus hadn't known Harry. He'd seen the boy and the pain, but not the natural reserves of strength. The day Harry approached Remus after class, Harry's quiet determination to face his darkest fears, the mix of horror at hearing his parents' screams and yet the quiet desperation that at least now Harry remembered something asterisk, even if that memory was enough to render him unconscious. Remus recognized the way even a casual remark about knowing Harry's parents had sent him hungrily looking for answers Remus had been unwilling to give. Remus knew Harry would face whatever danger there was, and do it willingly, and that when it came to learning more about his parents, he'd stop at nothing. It was with this knowledge that Remus had taken the gamble to go out, a gamble he'd lost, nearly costing him more than he could face. Although the events of that night allowed him to finally answer his own question, Sirius hadn't done it, and Remus' instincts had been right. Remus found he now had recurring nightmares of the look on Harry's face as he'd felt the transformation begin, and the dawning realization in Sirius' eyes as he turned into Padfoot to protect the children. The joy of having his best friend absolved had brought its own pain, of course. The pain that James hadn't trusted Remus, that Remus had believed Sirius had done it, so many things now sat between Remus and his best friend. Not that Sirius didn't carry his own guilt. Sirius' knowledge of how the Dursleys treated Harry had been a tremendous blow. The question that still ate at Sirius, that he worried on in his nightmares, was why he'd gone for Peter instead of trying to help Harry. Remus had always felt a closer kinship to James than he had to Sirius in school. James was kind and friendly. He was smart and funny. He naturally made those around him comfortable, and for whatever reason, he seemed to bring the best out of everyone. James had been insanely good at Quidditch, and he seemed drawn to befriend those in pain. Remus still remembered the day James had confessed his crush on Lily, blushing furiously even as he couldn't contain himself, talking about how beautiful she was. Remus had been profoundly honored to be the first to know. Normally Sirius would have been, but James hadn't wanted to deal just yet with the playful teasing and jibes Sirius would inevitably have given. Instead, he'd turned to Remus, who'd listened with an amazed ear as James spoke nearly poetically about someone who only the year before he'd spent a great deal of time pulling pranks on. In retrospect, Remus was surprised he'd missed what that had meant. Remus had always been known as the calm one, the even-tempered marauder. He was the voice of reason to Sirius' temper, the logic to James's ideas, the sounding board for Peter's sensitivity. Peter was the mad thinker, too strange to blend in with everyone, too awkward to ever feel comfortable in class, and too creative not to forever stand out as the outsider, the strange one. Remus had loved Sirius dearly, but he'd never understood him. Sirius' moods were like the weather. One look was all you needed. If he felt something, you knew it. If he thought it, well, there was no filter between his mouth and his brain, and the words got the marauders all into more trouble than James's schemes ever could. But 3 days of following Crookshanks, of running through forests and rivers and across Muggle highways had caused Remus to realize that the wolf in Remus now understood Sirius far better than the man did. Remus rode Harry's broom with an obscuro charm on it and Harry's invisibility cloak wrapped tightly around him, following the streaking orange Kneazle and the bounding black dog who looked more like a Grim each passing day. This was about the hunt and the kill. This was about protecting Harry, at any and all costs. If Sirius were even a fraction like this as an Auror, he must have been frightening indeed. Sirius only stopped when Crookshanks did, eating fast enough that Remus doubted he tasted anything, and only falling asleep when it became clear Crookshanks refused to go any further for the night. If the wolf could speak, Remus knew it would have said it was about Pack. Remus had long ago stopped puzzling over where Crookshanks was going. He never stopped to sniff the air or track a scent. He ran south and appeared to know exactly where he was going. Sirius had tried to get the Kneazle to permit him to apparate a dozen kilometers at a time, but Crookshanks refused. Remus wondered whether it would have disoriented whatever it was he appeared to be tracking Wormtail with. Now, as Remus fought off the fatigue and exhaustion as he anxiously sat in the Weasley living room, he marveled at what Dumbledore had spilled in a mad rush, anxious to send Remus on his way. Remus was bewildered by the strange spell Dumbledore had described, his fingers just itching to go look up the specifics of it, and decided early on that he wasn't going to tell Sirius about it until he had to. He had certainly never heard of the spell, and was rather proud of his obscure spell knowledge. He'd only been at the Burrow for 5 minutes and already Ron had briefed him on the discovery of memory charms in communities known to be strictly wizarding. Remus had told them of Dumbledore's visit to Azkaban, and that Harry now had potions to keep him going. He didn't mention about becoming an animagus, but the promise of it hung unspoken between them. "Charlie, do you still have a spare dragon hide vest?" Bill Weasley called from upstairs. "Yeah, I've got two. They're in my trunk on the left-hand side," Charlie yelled from the dining room and smiled gratefully at Remus. "He'll be just a moment," he said, nodding his head towards the kitchen where Arthur and Molly Weasley were currently talking. They knew them apparently. Remus' eyes widened. Charlie answered the unspoken question. "Deirdre Barnes was 2 years ahead of Dad at Hogwarts," he explained. "I'm sorry," Remus said. Charlie nodded. "Yeah, me, too," he replied. "Where is he?" Molly asked loudly, and Remus watched Ron frown. He glanced at Charlie. "Who are they waiting for?" Ron asked him. "Percy's supposed to come," Charlie replied. Ron's scowl clearly indicated that his brother was far from forgiven. Bill ran down the steps, skipping several at a time with his arms in the air as he threw on one of Charlie's vests. He threw the other to his brother, who caught it deftly. "Don't go out in public in one of those. You'll start a trend and I'll have to defend my dragons from poachers," Charlie joked light-heartedly to ease the tension in the room. Bill snorted. "Hardly. Like they need protecting," Bill replied and eyed the fresh burns on Charlie's forearms to make his point. "So you hope to get there before the ministry, right?" Hermione asked, startling the brothers. She'd been extremely quiet since Remus had broken the news to Arthur about the Barnes. "What will you do when the ministry gets there? They'll investigate the reports of a dark mark sighting and start using memory charms like crazy. If you fight them and lose, no one tells the tale," she said. Ron slowly turned to face her, his face flitting through a variety of emotions before finally settling on shock. "Blimey. You've still got her," Ron stated. Remus looked at the two teens in confusion, and glanced at Bill and Charlie. They both looked bewildered as well. Hermione nodded and leapt off the couch. "Don't go yet," Hermione called over her shoulder as she ran full speed upstairs. Remus looked at Ron intently, but he still appeared a bit dazed. In less than a minute Hermione came running downstairs again with a small jelly jar in her hand. A small beetle was buzzing angrily inside, and Remus had absolutely no idea what she was going to do next. "You'll need proof. A witness. Someone to show the wizarding world that the Ministry of Magic is covering things up. You need a reporter," she said. Remus nodded. "Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time," Remus replied. Hermione shook her head. "No need. I've got one here," she said. "You know, I'm not surprised they employ beetles at the Daily Prophet, too." "I already knew they employed blood-beeping leeches," Charlie said with feeling. Bill glanced at his brother, and Remus looked at Charlie in surprise. He'd actually seemed the more amicable of the two. "Bad press for the dragons," Bill said quietly, seeing Remus' expression. "Ah. No one unregistered animagus capable of getting the exclusive story," Hermione said, a slight smile on her face. "I can't believe you've still got her," Ron said, still in shock. "I didn't trust her not to say horrible things, so I wanted to make sure she knew I was serious," Hermione said. "Who?" Remus said. "Rita Skeeter," Ron and Hermione said in unison, and if possible the beetle buzzed even more angrily in the jar than before. Hermione frowned fiercely at the jar for a moment, holding it up to her face. "Now's your chance. You get an exclusive the honest way, being in the right place at the right time," Hermione said with an evil relish, then scowled and shook the jar fiercely for a couple of seconds as the beetle continued to protest. "I'll have none of your nonsense, now," Hermione said, and the solid thud of the bug against the glass sounded rather painful. "You're terrifying," Ron said, his eyes wide. Charlie and Bill had eager looks on their faces. "Well, open it. Let's see," Charlie said with enthusiasm. Hermione unscrewed the lid and the beetle quickly flew out, heading directly towards the window. In an instant, Remus' wand was out as he summoned her back and used a relatively painless spell he'd found to force her out of her animagus form. Remus stared in astonishment at the intimidating-looking older woman wobbling in front of them, her bright skirt seeming to blend right in with the color scheme of the burrow. "Beastly. This sort of behavior is inexcusable. I'm going to report this," Rita Skeeter began, glaring at Hermione. No, you're not. Fudge has been covering up Death Eater attacks. These men are going to go to investigate a reported site before this happens, Hermione said, waving her arms at Bill, Charlie and Remus. If you're lucky, you'll get proof of the Ministry of Magic's involvement in a cover-up of giant proportions. If you're not, you're free. So which is it? Trial for unethical reporting and illegal abuse of Animagus abilities, or the exclusive of your dreams? Hermione asked, not intimidated in the least. A vein on the side of Rita Skeeter's face began to bulge alarmingly, but she didn't say anything. There's only one condition, Hermione said after a moment, and reached out her hand, palm up. Hand it over, she said. What? Rita Skeeter asked, automatically stepping back a step, her eyes narrowing and her lips thin. Remus gathered the woman knew exactly what Hermione was talking about. You know what? Hand it over. You can have one of mine if you need a quill, Hermione said, curling her fingers toward her in a gimme gesture, and Remus watched as Rita Skeeter reluctantly handed over a quill with the writing quick quotes quill on the side. Sorry I'm late. Fudge caught me in the hall. I don't think he's heard anything yet, Percy said as he stepped from the fireplace. Arthur and Molly Weasley came out of the kitchen and stopped dead in their tracks as they stared at Rita Skeeter. Percy quickly followed suit, his jaw slack in surprise. Remus noted the cool looks both Charlie and Bill gave Percy before their eyes again returned to the furious reporter in front of them. I know you. You're that woman that wrote those horrible lies, Molly said and immediately began to stalk towards Rita Skeeter menacingly. Charlie and Bill quickly jumped into action, placing themselves in front of the reporter. Mum. Whoa, Mum. Take it easy. She's going to be our witness and publish what the ministry's doing to cover up the murders, Bill said, refusing to step out of Molly's way. Hermione kept her as a pet for a while. I think she's been punished enough, Charlie said lightly, eyeing Molly's wand hand warily. So far it didn't hold a wand, but that could change at any moment. Hermione glared at Charlie. Hey, I treat pets well, at least her. I never had a pet before, Hermione amended, then smiled wickedly as Rita Skeeter paled a bit at Hermione's statement. Lucky you. You're my first pet, Hermione said with relish. Remus suppressed a smile as Ron tried to inconspicuously edge back a step. So, you'll stay here. Bill, Remus, Charlie and I will go to Arvel and Deirdre's place. Thanks for coming so quick, Arthur said, and placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. Remus watched as Arthur glanced at Bill and Charlie respectively, noting their dragonhide vests and nodding in approval. Dragonhide helped repel some particularly nasty curses. Good choice for tonight, boys, Arthur said, then turned his attention to Rita Skeeter. I know who you are. We're risking a lot to even show you what we're trying to prove. Don't make us have to protect ourselves, he said, his voice soft and gentle. Oddly, it was far more menacing than Molly's anger had been. Rita Skeeter blanched at the tone, and her eyes flicked from his earnest expression to that of Bill and Charlie. Charlie nodded, adding his own unspoken voice to the threat as well. Bill simply raised an eyebrow. It was enough. This is no game. Remus watched as Ron looked from his father to Rita Skeeter and seemed to come to some sort of conclusion. He nodded in approval. Get out of here, Dad. She'll do fine. She'd sell her firstborn for a good story, and I guarantee you've got a good story, Ron said reassuringly to Arthur. Rita Skeeter shot Ron a half-grateful, half-irritated look but wisely said nothing. Remus stood at the fireplace with his wand drawn. So are we ready then? Remus asked Arthur. His instincts were gnawing at him. Time's running out. Arthur glanced at Bill and Charlie, who nodded grimly. There's a pub less than a kilometer away we can flow to, and go from there, Arthur said. Bill and Charlie nodded and quickly followed Arthur into the flames. Rita Skeeter walked forward, casting one final hateful look at Hermione before she too disappeared. Hermione appeared completely unruffled. As Remus followed Rita Skeeter, the last thing he heard as he left the burrow was Ron's comment to Hermione. Remind me not to make you angry, he said. Remus suppressed a faint smile. The satisfying sound of Rita Skeeter bouncing against the glass jar sides and metal lid would serve to warm his heart for many days to come. Yes, he agreed with Ron. Hermione was rather scary. Percy watched as his mother absently stirred her morning tea. She still wore her nightgown and robe, her bright red hair in a rushed bun with strands sticking out everywhere. She looked exhausted, but her slippered feet tapped incessantly against the rung of her chair. The family clock was set directly in front of her as she alternately glanced between it and the window above the sink to watch the garden gnomes outside. Ginny had already interrogated Percy about just what all the acronyms were on the parchments his siblings and Hermione continued to sort through. Ron had a few insightful questions, and Hermione had some ideas about procedure that Percy had never thought of, but sounded quite clever. She'd mentioned that they were used by Muggles, and Percy winced at the thought of how pleased his dad would have been to learn more about it. So far, none of the hands on the clock were at mortal peril, but it didn't help the knot in Percy's stomach or the tension that clenched his jaw painfully. He'd fled the glares in the dining room, desperate for a little peace before facing their antagonistic faces again. He knew his input was invaluable to their search, but he just needed something. He missed his dad already, especially as he realized the tension that remained between him and his mother. Oddly enough, he'd thought his father would be the hardest to speak with about forgiveness. Now he wished the talk he was about to have was already over with. "Quit grinding your teeth," Molly Weasley said absently. Percy forced his jaw to unclench and smiled slightly in apology. No better time than now, Percy thought. "Sorry," Percy replied. His mother nodded. "I haven't really had a chance to talk to you since, Percy said, and realized how awful what he was about to say really sounded. Since the Aurors I sent attacked the house. Since the people I sent hurt you and George and took a defenseless boy to Azkaban." Percy had been much happier without the memories of Harry's interrogation. The thought of Fudge's cruelty, and how they'd nearly killed him made Percy feel nauseous and foul. The desperate promise Percy had casually made now rang in his ears at every odd moment. Promise they find out the truth. The testimony he'd found in his sleeve was nothing to the memory of the talk he had with Harry beforehand. He knew what was about to happen. He knew it. I led him to it. He should have been angry with me. Why wasn't he? That more than anything bothered Percy profoundly. His family's rage he could weather. Harry's trusting eyes as he asked for one last promise of reassurance ensured that Percy hadn't been able to sleep more than an hour or so at a time without waking up in a cold sweat. He could very well be the death of Harry, and yet even at the last moment the boy had looked to Percy for help. He wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. "Since," his mother prompted. Percy started. He hadn't finished his sentence. "Since I was so horribly wrong," Percy replied. His mother looked at his face searchingly. "We haven't really talked about this, have we?" she asked him. Percy shook his head. "Are you sure you want to now?" she asked. "That doesn't bode well." Percy nodded. "Would you like to begin, or shall I?" she asked. Percy shrugged. She frowned at him for a moment. "Perhaps you should," he said, knowing anything he said would be inadequate, but dreading her words. She nodded. "I love you, Percy," his mother said. Not an auspicious beginning. "What would you like me to say?" she asked. "Tell me how you feel." "I hate this asterisk," he said, gesturing at her then himself. "I've never been in this position before. I don't know how to make up for this," Percy said candidly. Molly Weasley looked tired as she smiled gently, and Percy noted her eyes slid over the family clock once before returning to him. "There's nothing to make up, Percy. What's done is done," she said wearily. Percy closed his eyes for a moment, as the memory that his old room now stood empty, the gesture of the gift of family to Harry having been so thoroughly destroyed. "I hate this, Mum. What can I do?" Percy asked, the desperation raw in his voice as he spoke candidly with her. He knew he sounded needy, but he couldn't seem to help himself. Not when he saw Harry's pleading eyes every time he closed his own. Promise, he certainly could have done without getting those memories back. "We've all done things in our life we're not proud of, Percy. This isn't a burden easily lifted," she said. Percy closed his eyes tiredly. "I want to make it better between us," he said, and knew he sounded like a child, but didn't care. He knew how the rest of his family felt, and he understood. He respected it. But the anxiety he felt at the realization of how much he'd hurt his own parents burned inside him, and made him crave any sort of reassurance that they'd move on, get past this, and he could have the family back he'd taken for granted all his life. His father had forgiven him. He'd not expected it, but the relief he felt was profound. The brief clasp of his father's hand on Percy's shoulder before he left last night was enough to keep Percy going in the face of Fred, Ron and Hermione's open hostility and George's wariness, but not his mother's distant expression. "You can't, Percy. I wish you could," Molly Weasley said sadly and sipped at her tea. She turned to face Percy, and he felt like he should brace himself. It's not easy to look down the business end of an Auror's wand, trying to defend an innocent boy who your son wrongly put in jeopardy, she said after a moment. Percy felt like he'd been physically slapped. His breath came in a gasp, but he dared not say a word and waited for her to continue. "I've always respected how you've held tight to your ideals, Percy. It takes a lot to stand by your convictions. Merlin knows your brothers have mocked you enough for it," his mother said. Percy watched as her eyes instinctively drifted to the clock again, then returned to his face. "I don't know quite what to say. As I tried to defend Harry from those men, I realized something I hope never in my life to ever have to face again," she said, and Percy watched as she took a calming breath. Her lower lip had begun to tremble. She sipped again at her tea, and the trembling ceased. Percy forgot to breathe. "I wondered if you would have done the same thing to one of us," she said, her eyes dark with pain. "You're so staunch in your beliefs, Percy. Do any of them involve us?" she asked. The pain within the question made Percy's throat contract with unshed tears. He understood what she really meant. "Your family would defend you to the death. They'd do anything for you. Can you say the same?" Percy knew what the answer would have been. Even a couple of days ago, he'd been so stupid. "They do now," Percy replied, unashamed of the tears that fell freely now. He grimaced to keep from sobbing and faced his mother. "Some lessons are harder than others to learn. I just hope this one doesn't cost Harry his life," Molly Weasley said, and thankfully left unspoken the jeopardy his father and brothers were in even now in their desperate bid to gather evidence against the Ministry. Although her words were deeply honest, his mother's arms reached out and pulled Percy close. He began to cry in earnest against her chest as his feelings of failure and guilt seemed to nearly consume him. He wrapped his own arms around his mother and held tight, afraid she'd slip away, profoundly grateful for the hug and yet feeling unworthy of it. He didn't deserve this, but he damn well intended to start trying to. "I love you, Percy." "Shush," she said and began to rock Percy back and forth gently. "You're safe, you're home, you're with family," she said reassuringly. Percy realized he was only now beginning to understand just how important that was. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.